Trade Vengeance. Also, Blues wants more. TP's all the way back into Marlou, who's sitting all the way towards the fountain side. While Arena's done trades him back, Super still is looking to find more. Even drops the whole hog. It gets the 3K net by going a bit aggressive. Allows Super a bit of that space too. To give him a nice, was that 3 or 4K with the whole show. Boys was absolutely beautiful. And now next club rotated towards the point. They use the copy Nano 2 because the same fault wants to win this point, so he drops the Wrecking Ball ultimate. But Seeker is getting dipped in the air by Tobalux. What a play from here, even with the Valkyrie match Mayfall, he couldn't live. And Tobalux is on fire. Gets Magic Mayfall out of here in 60% and going. What a play from the Echo of Mexico.
You need to do that.
Dog just staying towards the point, making sure to put the sleep start as well land. On to Wedge with the follow-up damage isn't there. Although Costa Rica goes to very well. Talisman finds Wedge and Yadella, and then Winter 2 on top of those 3 kills. Puerto Rico reclaiming that point. EMP on Zavaru as well. And they take map number 1. And they really needed that much.
They really needed it, but Delphin, it was not a dominant performance. There were a
A lot of space when they go around the corner, and that's exactly what the aspect is for him. It means that Avita really can't get the work done that he needs to get done and gets focused out of this. Walter with the double will secure the team fight here, and at just over a minute on the clock, we've still yet to see that.
As a result, Canada are going to just be able to keep rolling. They have that spam pressure to be able to make sure that Mexico cannot contest until that card is on the checkpoint, or at least until the Anna's respawn. Scoutle goes incredibly long. Too long. He jumped in like he had Prior or Nana boost, but Mobo was still in the fight.
That is great from Canada. They get on health.
That was a psychotic episode on that note. Just fear of EQO closing in on another EMP. 1-for-1 supports out for both sides here, and we get the annihilation run here from Super Gomez. 2-for-2. Hug down, crack it down, out of the mech, out of luck, out of life, back into the respawn queue. Needs to go into something super speedy to get back in this fight, because right now it's down to Ram and to Papo to keep this going. Ram out.
But they're down a person in this fight. Baru doesn't have that primal rage desperately, relying on WebTube's heals. The aggressive play now from Puerto Rico with the rally, with the copy, results in WebTube dying. They can easily push this cart towards the end now. Talisman will find Carmack with the copy jump onto the car.
There's no Torbjorn off this time though.
No, there might be. No,
they're not running to him.
It's a Rhinoff. It's a Rhinoff. You're right. How convenient. It's now Bendit versus Ultraviolet. Fire strike committed by Ultraviolet early. Meanwhile, Armor almost off. A nice charge by Bendit. Ultraviolet not expecting that. But the counter charge. Oh my god. Ultraviolet actually comes out on top. And he obtains as well on top of it, signifying that he is the champion of today.
Is for Ecuador. Pavilion needs to find a lot of value here with the sound barrier. Pavilions down. Sound barrier was committed. Gatsby finds the double. Oracle with the third, and a valiant effort here from Ecuador on the streets of Kings Row. Sadly, not quite enough, and Argentina put themselves on
Chile and just holding the door here. Hodor, and there's the pulse bomb out.
Oh, EMP nullifies the barrier that came in from Frack, but Frack has been able to get the Primal Rage going. Super Gomez is not interested in the slightest in the tank matchup. What they want is to get right up against Spore and just empty the entire energy clip into the door. EQO finds Papo, and whilst the respawns here are super fast for Chile, I don't think it's like so much harder for the jungle queen here. So Super Gomez now needs to play a little bit more carefully. EQO goes into the back. No need to worry about the orb of Discord now. Nothing really stopping EQO from pulling the riptire on this big Lord Mel Ribbon ultimate. Down goes the Mountain Lazu. Roman Frack down as well. And now we're on the final straightaway into the
News up. Richie is fine.
Welcome back, guys, to the final day of the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers. We are now in the America conferences, where we still have a lot of important matches taking place. I'm Jamerson, and to help me break down all those important matches, I've got some amazing casters starting off the day. It's going to be Moxie and Dustin once again. Guys, I'm really glad to have you back for this because we do have some really important matches taking place, particularly when we go over to Group A. But Group B, there are still some stakes going on. But I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys have been, handling these last 2 weeks of broadcast, because it's been amazing Overwatch that we've been seeing across basically all these stages. Moxie, so far, what has been one of your favorite moments throughout these group stage qualifiers?
I think just getting to see the talent that is still here in this region, because again, like we talk about it so often, a lot of these players, this is the first time that they're properly getting that spotlight in that stage. We're getting to see players like Ram, Diego as well, really standing out, names that haven't really surfaced in the Overwatch esports scene for a while, purely because we haven't got that coverage here in SA.
Yeah, in particular, we're, got to take a look at what's happened across these last 2 weeks. And particularly yesterday, we had a very important match. Canada versus Mexico basically set the stage, but Canada took their win, secured their second spot, and now that leaves Mexico kind of hanging there to see if they can secure their spot today, right, Moxie?
Yeah, so this is what Puerto Rico needed. Remember, Puerto Rico were able to 2-0 Costa Rica, and they were relying on Canada taking the win against Mexico and it being clean. So now we do have an incredibly important match, and fittingly enough, it's going to be the final match of the day, where Mexico and Puerto Rico go head-to-head to decide who is that third team that makes it out of Group A to BlizzCon.
Yeah, super important. 3 spots up for grabs, but it is USA and Canada that were able to secure it. I mean, USA, no problem with the 5-0. Canada, though, with the 3-1 left us a little bit scared, but they did end up getting that victory yesterday. Over on Group B, though, everything is basically set in stone there. It's going to be Brazil and Colombia moving on to the World Cup, but that match still has ramifications, right, Dustin?
It does, yeah. I think a lot of, that matchup between Brazil and Colombia, I mean, that obviously just dictates who's that #1 seed, right, going forward. And that's kind of a big deal. I feel like we've talked about this a lot behind the scenes in the green room. And then also, I'm sure a lot of the players have been talking about it too, right? Nobody obviously wants to potentially play one of the top teams in the World Cup, even if you qualify, right? Obviously, you want to have a decently easy bracket. Going against the likes of Korea is not exactly something some of these teams want to go against. So realistically, securing that first seed should at least give you that bye early on, or at least and maybe an easier matchup early on in World Cup when you do qualify. So that Brazil-Colombia matchup is going to be huge.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the schedule for today. We still have 5 matches left to play. Not all of them have important stakes, but it's still important for the individual players, the teams, the nations themselves, just as a point of pride. We have Peru versus Ecuador, and we've been seeing Peru having some standout moments. They just haven't been able to perform at the level, of course, as some of these extremely strong teams. On the other side, though, Ecuador haven't been able to secure a win for themselves yet. So this is where they can try and get some redemption to make sure they don't get shut out in this group. But our second match of the day, Brazil versus Colombia, that will decide who moves on as the first seed in the group. And I would say even for the third match there, Moxie, Chile versus Argentina. Chile has put on an amazing performance, and they had such a heartbreaking loss yesterday, but you can see the embers and the sparks there that this is a group, this is a team that, given more time, they might be able to shine even brighter.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really important for these teams. Like you said, we do have 2 incredibly important matches, that second and that 5th. But when it comes to all of these other ones, these players still have that spotlight on them. They still have that opportunity to be able to show that maybe they deserve to be picked up by some of these other contender teams and offered things like scholarships into the collegiate scene on NA. And I know a lot of these players, especially from Team Chile, do have that mechanical prowess where they are just ready to be picked up and inserted into one of those tier 2 teams. And now it's about showing, hey, this is me, this is who I am, pick me up, I'm going to make your team such a winner.
Yeah, that's what I love about Overwatch World Cup, that it is such a huge platform for teams and players to be able to really shine and maybe give scouts something to look at. Have some more tape of their own gameplay at the very least. And our final two matches are going to be Canada versus Guatemala and Mexico versus Puerto Rico. But let's go ahead and talk about some of the amazing plays that we've seen so far. In particular, one player that we wanted to talk about, especially leading up to that and ever important matchup versus Colombia versus Brazil, it's going to be Hug, the support player for Colombia.
Yeah, normally we talk about EQO, but Hug has been doing such a spectacular role. A lot of the time flexing towards the Moira, but his Kiriko is where he truly stands out. Landing the kunai has some really good Susie's, but most importantly, building Kitsune Rush incredibly quickly. And it's something that Colombia are able to use because they're such an aggressive team to be able to find those instant engagements, find a pick, and immediately turn a fight to a numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's great to see that, it is, like you said, more than just the EQO show on that team Colombia, that it is a lot of the other players bringing in some additional firepower at the very least. That Kiriko is absolutely deadly with the kunais. But we have to, of course, do our due diligence and talk about the DPS line. Looking at another MVP from yesterday's matches so far, it's going to be from Puerto Rico, Talisman, setting up that ever important match that will be taking place later on today to see who moves on in Puerto Rico versus Mexico. When that happens, of course, we have to talk about Talisman, right, Dustin?
Sure. Talisman has been a standout player. I mean, hit so many pulse bombs that were incredibly clutch. Also just played the Tracer to an incredibly high level for them. And like you said, that's a big task later on versus Mexico, obviously, when he has to deal with Angel Velada, who really has been a standout player. I mean, even yesterday, I think Noxious pointed it out for Team Canada in the interview. He gave some props to the Mexican Tracer, obviously one of the best so far. And, I think Talisman's up to the task, and the whole team is as well. I know Zolix and the rest of his team really do a great job supporting Talisman. So realistically, he's been that X factor for them, and later on versus Mexico, he's really going to have to show up.
Yeah, it's going to be super important, but Talisman has been just lights out. His Echo play was extremely fun to watch as well. Again, like I said yesterday, when I watched the Echoes, it's so fun to see how much thought they put into who do they want to duplicate and such. And you can see that we had different looks. He goes for support line, he goes for tank line, whatever the team needs in that moment, being able to make that decision, but also being able to play the Tracer for his squad is going to be so important with what Mexico is going to bring. And so he was very instrumental in helping Puerto Rico secure that victory for themselves, secure that 2-2 to keep this alive for Puerto Rico into our final match. Of course, we have to look at Team Mexico as well for our final MVP. Despite taking that loss, there were still some great moments. And so that's why we do really want to highlight the differences, or at least this matchup, right? The DPS versus DPS. And so we want to take a look a bit more at Chobilux, that despite taking the loss, he still had some great performances, right, yesterday, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, he forced Seeker off of the Thara, falls off of the Hammond onto that Diva, and it's actually really nice that we got to talk and highlight Talisman previously, because it's going to really come down to the wire. Chobilux versus Talisman Echo off, given the map priority and favoritism that both of these teams like to push towards. Puerto Rico feel that their strongest composition is dive and their strongest map is Numbani, and we saw yesterday the amount of just gymnastics that Mexico will do to avoid playing up against something like a Ramatra. So no matter which team takes that first control map, more than likely we're going to be headed to the decider of Numbani, and then you have to be the better Echo in the lobby. So it really is going to be a lot of pressure on both of those two DPS's shoulders to allow their team to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match. I hope it goes all three, because the one match that went all three maps, right, yesterday was absolutely insane. Chile just really pushing them to the limit. So hopefully we get something similar to that. But now that we set the stage, we're now going to get prepared for our first match of the day. We are starting things off. It's going to be Peru versus Ecuador. We're going to take a short break while we get our players in the lobby. And when we get back, it'll be our first match right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Jamerson joined once again by Moxie and Dustin. And to warm up for the very important matches that'll be taking place later on today, we still have Peru versus Ecuador. Now, Peru currently sitting at 1-3, looking to finish off strong in this group with the final victory to put themselves at 2-3. On the other side, though, it's Ecuador currently sitting at 0 wins, looking for one final one. And honestly, we feel like there are pieces here for this Ecuador team to try and get the victory. They just haven't put those puzzle pieces together yet, right, Moxie?
Yeah, it sort of feels like too many chefs in the kitchen, right? They've tried to run the Pharah, they've tried to run Counter Dive, they've tried to run the Doomfist with the Kiriko, and so many resources you just have to put onto those different heroes, a lot of them really sort of overlapping as well in terms of controlling things like health packs, that if you get stuck in a choke after losing your first fight on control, it becomes next to impossible to be able to engineer fully safe rotations. And hopefully we're going to be seeing Ecuador just identify one particular win condition and decide to put those resources on that specific condition rather than trying to just lay everything else out.
Yeah, on the other side, though, for Team Peru, it looks like they've been kind of able to work out a lot of these troubles, right, Dustin?
Yeah, I think that Peru in itself, like, it's a pretty good roster. I mean, they have overall fantastic players. Persona's been incredibly strong on the DPS role. And then also, you know, Poke has been a very valuable flex support for them. So this team is super, super strong. I think overall, maybe with a bit more time together, they really could have qualified for BlizzCon, because obviously with their tank player at Baskerville, he creates a lot of space, fantastic flexibility, playing the Winston at points, and you know, also with Suzu and Rodrigo being that sub in and sub out on that main support role, I think they really have been impressed me so far.
Yeah, and for Ecuador, we've been seeing a lot of almost one-dimensional play coming out from them, right? They have put a lot of their eggs in that Pharah basket so far, haven't they, Moxie?
Yeah, a lot of Pharah, a lot of Doomfist as well. In my opinion, they're strongest on the Ramatra, so I'm hoping that no matter what control goes down to, we do see the King's Row come through, although Peru has looked pretty strong on their dives as well, with Diego and Persona getting to play around things like the Tracer and the Sombra. So I think for Ecuador, we do just need to see a strong, united composition coming out for them, where if they lose that first fight, they're still going to be able to get safely into the engagements afterwards.
Starting off here on Nepal, though, we got to see a lot of Pharah, a lot of Echo as well. Dustin, who do you give the heads up to in this beginning map?
It's tough for Ecuador because Peru has like I'm gonna give them obviously the heads up here, but it's tough for Ecuador at the moment because, you know, Peru has really shown a lot of prowess so far. You know, even though obviously they still have that negative ratio at the moment, it does seem like Peru has a lot of those pieces and they've been putting them together. While we're on the other side with Ecuador, like Moxie said, there's been too many chefs in the kitchen at the moment. It's been tough for them to really figure out a true identity to play around, simply because of all the things that they're going through at the moment with, you know, potentially, you know, having no beat on that Pharah and also having to maybe play around Jarell at points. So obviously, I think I have to give that edge to Peru leading into Nepal.
All right, we'll see if Ecuador can finally secure a victory for themselves and finish off the World Cup strong, or if Peru will secure that 2-3 scoreline at the end of the day. Moxie, Dustin, though, this is all you guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jamerson. Moxie back again on Nepal. It feels like we've seen Nepal pretty much the first map. Has been like every time. Like it's.
We have a couple of Lijiangs. We've had like 2 Lijiangs where we got to start off on Control Center.
Okay, so we've had a few of them. And, you know, on the other side, Moxie, for Ecuador, it looks like they're going to lock something along the lines of, was it a Junker Queen with the Kiriko early on and a Sojourn Genji?
Yeah, Junker Queen to act as that anchor to make sure that you can't just walk straight onto the Kengon and Paddle and Kiriko Lucio. Nobito on the Genji as well. I just worry, since they don't have a dive tank to chunk someone down late, how is the Genji going to be able to find the kills?
You were already right to be worried there, Moxie. I mean, they immediately got destroyed by Diego on the Mei. Poke also finds 2. First fight already ended faster than he could get some analysis done, huh?
So this is actually really dangerous, even more so because Persona is on the Cassidy, and this is current patch. This is Burden nade Cassidy, and
yeah.
as a result, Emilio's shout can be entirely negated by that nade.
Yeah, over the top, Persona looking for those shots early. Oh, nice shot from Current on the backside to find Diego. May removed for Peru's team, so they're going to have to win this down a person in this fight. Also using that shout early. The cooldown of Ecuador already out of it, but they did claim that point. Peru trying to wait for Diego to come back from spawn before they actually get that re-engage, although Ecuador is not really making a move. They're playing it passive at the moment. Now look to go towards that point, find that kill as they engage, but it's taking a lot of damage. Miliox is getting removed in terms of health. Nobito finds Persona, but eventually Basketball trades Miliox with that immortality kill. Diego also connects onto Jarrell, so now it's just Nobito towards the point, so he has to run away, try to escape with his life, and same with Pavaloon, but now they find a pickup on him, and Peru takes the point.
Soda's actually going to swap off of the Cassidy. Lacking that 25 health, he's just too easy to run down, and decides to go for the Reaper. It's still going to have this same benefit as the nade right, stopping Ecuador from being able to just brawl aggressively into your face, which is where the Junker Queen wants to play from, allowing Peru to really be able to use this Ramad for poke phase.
Yeah, this might be hard for Ecuador as they actually get engaged on by Peru towards the main side. Still having that amplification, but still holding on to Bakun again. Finds Persona, the Kariko of Ecuador. Nice shot from him, but poke eventually lands onto one. Also, Baskerville pops the annihilation. Nobito can't even deal with the Baptiste in the back line, and that's already 50% of the board now for Peru on the defensive hold.
So again, it's that sort of like, where's the identity for Ecuador's composition? The Genji needs someone to chip Peru's members down low enough that a couple of shurikens and a dash confirms the kill. They don't even have the Ana to be able to make this Nano Blade work. Instead, they're going to be relying on a Kitsune Rush, but Diego can just wall it.
Yeah, exactly. They jump onto him early. The wall actually not there in time because they rotated the point early, but with the Kitsune Rush and the beat drop of the point, Ecuador is trying to maintain some positioning as well as they pop the blade. Not a lot of value to it just yet, but Diego does fall. Although he did throw his blizzard down before he died. However, no value found for Peru. In fact, they lose both Diego and Baskerville through that engage of Ecuador. Both support ultimates and the blade used gives them that point eventually. Just have to kill Rodrigo towards that point, and they do so and flip it back in their favor.
Fight works out for Ecuador only because Diego actually threw in that blizzard to try to peel the effects of the blade away, and Peru used, like you said, both support ultimates to try and match Ecuador's sustainability. Now Ecuador, with two ultimates on the board, have the means of being able to control this next fight in the opening of it with their Rampage, since Peru don't have a Kiriko.
But Peru snuck past Ecuador as they sit above the point, now drop below the Rampage connect, and it's a 5-man Rampage. Oh my god, Emiliux. Amazing from him as they use the overclock as well to follow up, and I mean, off of that, it's obviously a win for Ecuador in that fight.
I don't think the overclock was necessary though. And that means that there's not going to be an ultimate to try and keep Peru at bay and chunk through the death blossom that comes through from Persona. Ecuador last time allowed Peru to collapse onto point so they could catch as many plays as they could with the Rampage, but now it's up to Kengon to go aggressive, and that's Suzy burn early. Persona has an opportunity to use the death blossom, and Ecuador just have to play passive.
He's playing so aggressive, but they also find poke as he's rotated to the point, so the Baptiste removed. No immortality for Baskerville though. Into the Nemesis 4 and has found the Kariko on the opposite side. Nobito's traded back one, but the Death Blossom back towards the point enables Peru to find the kills necessary to sustain on the point. Overtime now ticks down, and unfortunately nobody else is there on the side of Ecuador, meaning Peru will take round number 1.
Yeah, not having that Suzu and Kengon in position to be able to make sure everyone on Ecuador's team survived that Death Blossom, unfortunately allowed Peru to be able to control the fight, even though kills were going both ways for both teams. Once again, Peru being able to just rally around one strong identity, as opposed to Ecuador, who have so many different ultimates, but they all work individually with each other, and as a result, the communication, it just feels isn't there. Throwing 3 ultimates into one fight, meaning that you don't really have anything to snowball into the next one, that shows that there's a little bit of miscommunication going on.
Yeah, I think that there is a bit of miscommunication. Maybe on this next map, they can figure things out. Ecuador, I mean, they look decent towards the latter half of that matchup, but now they're against Peru with the Ashe in the May, kind of mixing it up. Previously, Ecuador playing a similar comp, Mox.
Still Kiriko for Ecuador, however, so the Dynamite is going to be negated quite a lot by that Suzu, as Persona immediately finds Kengon, and that's just going through getting aggressive.
Yeah, Nobito has gotten rid of Persona early on. Peru, though, even though they lose one member of the team with Persona, they're able to get the rest of those kills, like you said, and got the fight win before the point even unlocked, and now Peru will control that point on this round.
It's such a first tough fight for Ecuador in terms of the composition they're running in the positioning. They wanted to set Jarrell up on that point to be there on the off angle, but also contesting Peru and forcing Persona to try to deal with it. But as a result, Ameliox had to walk straight into the Ramatra, straight into the Vortex that slows you down, and that means that you can pummel away.
Hey, but off that off angle turn on the backside, Ameliox found Diego there too. May gets removed on the side of Peru early on, so a lot of the slow not there, though. Rodrigo got the kill onto Jarrell with the poop, and Ameliox really wanted to dive onto Persona, but was a bit overextended, didn't have his team with him, and now that point is not even under control. Getting staggered one after the other, just a Lucio in that Karika, though. Able to find Persona, the boop off the map that potentially comes through, but he's able to climb back through, swift step away. This backline support of the Kariko of Ecuador has been playing so well, however, points still in Peru's control.
Baskerville's had some really good vortexes as well, straight onto Ameliox, so he's not able to actually close up the distance and use things like the Carnage to keep this Jungle Queen self-sustaining. When he tries to go aggressive against the DPS on Peru's side as they rotate towards the point, it's going to be the backlane that they take, but they still have to walk into the Annihilation, just buying time so that they can come into the sound bar before they have to walk forward.
Yeah, Baskerville, like you said, buying the time. Ameliox takes so much poke coming in. Really tough for Ecuador to keep up in terms of the heals there. Ant Matrix, though, used to counter the engage from Ecuador. Ameliox goes so low, but it's Pavaloon to fall to that Nemesis. And also with the Ant Matrix here, Ecuador surely just wants to die fast and get one more fight.
Yeah, especially because Peru threw in both the Amplification Matrix and the Annihilation, the Alliteration to make sure that both of those ultimates find the value and that Ramatra does not go down early. Ecuador do have the upper hand in terms of this next fight, but Peru have the means of stalling to make sure that they can't even use the ultimate advantage to such point.
They're fighting inside the Mega Health Pack as well with the Blizzard. Ameliox is frozen, Navito's down as well. And unfortunately, they lose Jarrell. And the rest of their team, Ecuador, just falls instantaneously to Peru, who make that round number 2 look easy, getting that map number 1 win.
It's the correct play from Peru. It's literally pixel perfect. They play it the best that they possibly can. They know that the ultimate economy, if they let a fight last a little bit longer, is immediately going to slide to Ecuador's side. And as a result, they take that really fast engagement inside Health Pack room, throwing in the bob to make sure that no one from Ecuador can actually just tap the point. Even if they do, they're running right into a Lucio who's going to be looking to environmentally knock them off of the map. And as a result, that fast moment just allows Peru to walk away with the map.
Peru obviously looked pretty good after that one, Moxie. I mean, coming up against Ecuador, I think we probably could have expected something along these lines, but maybe is there anything that to you kind of stands out for Peru so far in their matchup versus Ecuador? Is it a matter of team synergy that's making them kind of get the success today, or is it a matter of individual mechanics?
I think it's just the composition they're playing like that. They're so synergized with this composition of the Ramatra, where, like you said, there was so much poke damage coming out onto Ecuador when they had to go for those rotations and wait for things like the Jungle Queen Shout and that Lucio amp to actually be available to put Ecuador in a position where they could try and walk into Peru's side and actually challenge a Ramatra composition already set up. And even when we saw Ameliox trying to just walk past the Ramatra and take on the DPS so that the rest of his team has more time to breathe, specifically his backline, the peel that comes through from Baskerville with those vortexes, which just entirely slow that Jungle Queen's push down, was perfect.
Is it fair to say for the side of Ecuador, maybe Moxie, that maybe with a bit more team synergy they could get something going? Because like you said earlier, Ameliox running past the backline, Nobito also kind of out of position at points as well. Do you think some of this has to do with just team synergy and overall the mechanics are still there?
So again, like what Ecuador were doing in terms of their positioning works for different compositions. This is the problem. They're running a really weird composition with this Genji and the Sojin, where they don't really get to play off of each other's damage. It's not like a Sombra or a Tracer alongside a Genji, where you're going to take on a target, get them low enough, and the Genji that can then move in for the kill and get the confirmation. Sojin does enough damage on her own to be able to burst these squishy targets down. So who's the Genji really playing off of? It's not going to be poke coming through from the Jungle Queen, because the Jungle Queen has to just move forward and take that space aggressively. And as a result, no one's really low enough for Nobito to be able to take full advantage of.
Yeah, I think you're 100% on the mark there. And now for that map number 2, you know, obviously they might want to make something up, right? I mean, we've seen earlier on in the tournament, Nobito playing a lot of that Pharah. I mean, do you think that they should even lock something like that again on the next couple of maps, or next map, even one map potentially? Do you think that could work in their favor if they maybe have that Nobito carry again with the Pharah?
I mean, I think it's going to be tough no matter what way you want to sell it, given the fact that we know that Peru have more than capable hit scan. I think for Ecuador, like we've mentioned previously, they just need to identify one specific player to give these resources to so that they can find the win condition, as opposed to everyone else being in entirely different positions and trying to go for those hero moments and suffocating the team's prowess.
Right. I think that it's going to be interesting coming into the next map, which is King's Row. And, you know, we've seen Ecuador play that Pharah comp before. For Peru's side, they've shown a bit more flexibility. What's the biggest, I'm curious your takeaway, Moxie, so far of this World Cup. What's been the biggest reason that a lot of these, you know, maybe lesser known teams have success? Is it that flexibility that a lot of teams have been showing with, you know, playing Junker Queen at points, playing Diva, playing Winston, you know, playing a lot of those heroes that you kind of need to counter certain compositions? Has that been a big reason why some of these maybe lesser teams have succeeded so far?
I think a lot of it comes down to communication. Yes, we've seen moments where specific players have been able to hold their own, vastly outnumbered with their mechanical skill on certain players. I'm talking like Ram being able to 1 versus 3, as well as Papa Joe sometimes being able to hold his own as long as he has one of his supports with him. But in terms of overall value that we've seen from all of these teams, the synergy and communication, especially when you're looking at how a Ramatra plays alongside a Mei, getting to see the Mei use those walls pretty proactively to set the Ramatra up the way that you would see a Reinhardt, right? Where the Mei comes up, uses the walls of backboard, so the Rein's charge is as short as possibly can be, so he's as vulnerable for as little time as possible. Very similar plays into how these Ramatras have been using Nemesis form so that they can go for those pummels, very quickly claim the kill, and then immediately drop out of it so that shield is still available.
Interesting points to bring up, Moxie. And now, obviously, maybe we'll see a bit more of a King's Row favorite comp with that Hanzo potentially on the defensive side for Nobito, which it looks like he is. And obviously, the rest of this team looks like they're locking towards that Ramatra composition again. Well, meanwhile, on the attacking side, maybe you think they run this like Reinhardt Mei with the cast again?
I mean, we've seen Baskerville on the Reinhardt, but we've also seen him on the Ramatra. I think they're sort of just wanting to scout out what they're going to run up against, especially with Persona currently on the Cassidy and Poke 2 on that Baptiste. They're going for as much hit scan as possible on the off chance that it is the Pharah, given that they're on the attacking team. They do get the ability to be able to spy check what the defense has and change the composition around it.
Okay, we'll see if they mix things up. Then Nobito looking for some early shots on the Hanzo. Obviously, nobody peeking just yet, but Baskerville the shield. They want to go directly to the point. You rarely see it rotate so fast. And it works out. It catches Drell by surprise. They already find the Mei, and now Baskerville is just free to roam around with the hammer over the point as Persona, with a lot of that frontline pressure, is able to find Nobito. And the rest of Ecuador fall as Peru take this point A very quickly.
It's such a green light that Peru are able to use. The second that they know that Emiliox's shield is on cooldown, just Persona and Andrando and even Poke as well, making sure to just push so much damage into Ecuador's sides as they try and disengage. And as a result, they're going to be forced away from being able to hold super close to that choke, whether Ramatra wants to be able to use this Poke phase to slow Peru's push down.
Peru now pushing that cart, setting up Rodrigo, obviously not tweeting because of the rate limits, and Ecuador sitting at the back again gets picked off. Oh my god, Peru immediately find the pick off across the map with a Mei player. Now can just press forward through the Ant Matrix, did go with that nade as well. And Baskerville wants more. I mean, charging, forcing Ecuador away. Notice they're far enough back, and now we'll disengage back towards that cart gate 3 on it.
This composition that Peru is running is all about punishing disengagements coming through from Ecuador. The nade from Persona, the wall from Andrando, all of it is to make sure that Baskerville and the Reinhardt can chase and look for these straggle picks and push Ecuador further back and further back and further back.
Ecuador at this corner looking to get this fight now, but they're going to be against that blizzard of Andrando like you mentioned earlier. Wall already used by Jarrell. Annihilation is now up for Emiliox to see if they want to use it. They also have that Ant Matrix up too. They go aggressive with that Annihilation. Unfortunately, not finding the kill. Andrando's there with the Blizzard, so they get rid of Emiliox, who was committing the only ultimate for Ecuador. Now the sustain isn't there. No beat drop available. Habalun trying to escape with his life, barely avoids the damage. In fact, it's just Darrell to fall. And now also Nobito through the charge. The rest of Ecuador surely are going to fall here too, as Peru get off the payload just to get these kills too.
Ecuador just being denied these early positions as well for Nobito on the Hanzo and even Jarrell on the Mei to be able to use any of the damage from the DPS to find these early picks. And again, a lot of it comes down to just the consistent uptime of Baskerville Shield in comparison to Emiliox's. Poke now on the high ground has amplification mage because in Ecuador, they're going to try and contest the payload. They do have ultimates. Dragon Strike comes through the wall to stop the Deadeye, but the wall from Andrando is better. It stops the disengagement yet again, and Peru just keep pushing.
5 minutes now in this third phase. Beautiful head Deadeye, obviously, from Persona. Moxie now. Ecuador, they got to get some semblance of stability here.
They have Sound Barrier to try and make it outside of those spawns. The problem is if they use it early, they're not going to have it to try and save themselves from Andrando's Blitz, and it's going to force Jarrell to actually use his Blizzard to try and counter Peru's push.
See if they can do that. Peru using that wall Ant Matrix as well early on. Amelia explodes incredibly low, gets that immortality field, but it still gets removed from the server back towards the spawn. The Blizzard was here, but where's the follow-up? Unfortunately, it's removed from Peru's side. They have 3 on that cart going towards that spawn camp now as Baskerville on Toronto as well has the Blizzard ready to go. They beat drop, engage out of the spawn. The Blizzard's there on the left side, and nobody could touch either. This cart only got stopped when Peru got off of it. 4 minutes and 17 seconds is quite the time bank.
Insane push coming through from Peru. I don't actually think any of them actually died after we moved into Streets phase, Dustin.
None of them died in the Streets phase? Oh, brutal.
Absolutely ridiculous. Again, like this composition that Peru ran with, it just had so much momentum. The second that any sort of person from Ecuador's team tried to just play around that poke phase that should slow things down by the Ramatra, he's literally called a tempo tank for a reason, right? He ebbs and flows. You can go incredibly aggressive, but you can also, with your poke phase and shield, and even Vortex, slow things down monumentally. But Persona on the Cassidy just fans the hammer and the shield is gone within moments, as opposed to Baskerville, who just gets to keep walking forward and walking forward and walking forward. And the second that Ecuador have to take a step backwards, it's right into the Maywolf from Andrando.
Oh my god, it was just rough for Ecuador now on the defensive side, or sorry, on their offensive side. It's looking like they're going to play a classic for them so far, that Farah Mercy.
Yeah, it's better to be able to play this far on the offensive as opposed to the defensive, purely because how easy it is to be able to run a Cassidy down on an off angle when he's defending, as opposed to the Hanzo. So Ecuador have correctly assumed that Peru are not going to be running Persona on the cast. They're instead going to go for the Hanzo with the mobility, who has the means of, yes, still having the one-shot potential, but being able to keep himself a lot safer. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of not having anyone besides Pope to deal with the Farah.
Got a spam early on from Persona onto Ecuador, who's trying to set up that dive, maybe set up Jarrell on that flank. Also setting up Karen all the way above too, just going very aggressive on the end. It goes to Anthony onto Poke early. Nice connection, but the sleep onto Baskerville. What a sleep dart from him as well, as Baskerville tried to go aggressive on the top, but unfortunately it cost the Anna their life in that fight. And also Persona hits the shot on Jarrell via the low ground. Persona is ducking, bobbing and weaving from Nobito, but Nobito hits the shots onto that Hanzo and the Lucio. That's a great opening pick. Concussion minus towards the left for some reason, and because he didn't have the mobility, will go down to Baskerville. The res can't be found either.
That concussive was needed to land Nobito out of reach of Baskerville's Nemesis form. They have at least bought the space for the resurrection to come through though, so Ecuador can rubber band back in.
And they are here, back towards that point, have a nice position, but they need to get a bit more. They're building towards that barrage. Maybe that could be the difference maker, but no, their Anna dies again, and Nobito dies in the sky to Persona. It just seems like every time Ecuador are about to set something up, they just get removed and sent back to the spawn before even 25% is on the board for the Ticks.
Persona is back on the Cassidy as well. They're going to have Lamp 2 to try and survive through the barrage that comes out from Nobito. Kengom is pretty close to the Nano Boost, and we have seen in the tier 2 regions that Nano Boosted Fire is absolutely nothing to scoff at, as long as they're able to actually focus these targets down.
Yeah, we'll see if it can get the damage off. No Anna, so Sleep Dart is not in Peru's, utility. Nobito sets up to the right side with the concussion, but he notices Emilius. Why didn't Emilius just go in? He just dived in without a team, maybe expecting a nano. Just dies to Peru, but I guess forced the Ant Matrix.
They're still waiting on this nade as well from Persona to actually let Nobito come into play so that the Pharah isn't immediately grinded, but it's right time. Yeah, the nano barrage is there. It only finds the Remacher, however, as Nobito has to play passively and defensively with full view of Persona from the back of sight.
Miliax will be here, bubble off that choke point as well. Peru, though, like I said, have time to regroup now. 33% on the board for Ecuador. Still sitting back with the high noon, though. Peru's ready to go with their engage. Have that set play with the high noon speed boost out, and there's a bubble in the way, but he gets around it, takes down Pavaloon, looks for Nobito next into the sky, trying to find the Pharah, but unfortunately gets booped around. However, his team is able to follow through onto both Jarrell and Nobito. They do find Persona in that fight, but now the staggers come through, and there's a minute left for Ecuador.
Yeah, and Ecuador don't have a whole bunch of time to be able to coordinate these next couple of dives, nor do they have a whole lot of ultimate charge. Miliax does not have primal either to be able to sustain, so even if they lose players on this point, they can't play around the fact that they're going to respawn into the fight faster. Peru can literally just send Annihilation and punish Ecuador when they have no choice but to walk straight into it.
Yeah, this might be rough now for Ecuador. Walk through, they send Jarrell through the clock tower on that right flank as Nobita tries to go aggressive with the Miliax of the point. They're able to find Andrando. That's a great opening pick, and the nade on the basketball might slow him down with the Annihilation. They get the sleep start, but immediately he's woken up by the rest of Ecuador. Also, Persona finds Jarrell, who was setting up that flank, and for Ecuador, everything is collapsing. 20 seconds left. They built up the barrage. The peel is here for Rodrigo, who goes aggressive, but unfortunately nobody's able to hit some shots onto Rodrigo, who escapes with his life. Now 10 seconds left. Nobita's sitting with the barrage, but he's so far away from an aggressive position. Ant Matrix still available for Poke. A nice anti-grenade connect. Poke through the window. Barrage is here, but he's just deleted from Andrando in that Ant Matrix of the window. He's immediately ranked, but Pavaloon and Miliax will fall right afterwards. And unfortunately for Ecuador, the nano boost on Jarrell, I don't think it'll be enough. They found Andrando. They do lose Karen, though, on the back line. Jarrell also falls to Baskerville, and unfortunately for Ecuador, they're stopped here. Peru will get that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, and, again, Dustin, it's the same storyline for Ecuador, right? The dive just feels incredibly disjointed. Yeah. And that means that the pharmacy doesn't have the space to be able to play up against a setup Cassidy. You may be lacking that extra 25 health, but if you don't have the confidence to be able to go for that initiation with things like the concussive, to immediately be able to jump on top of him and find the 2-tap with the mercy damage boost, you're not going to be doing a whole lot of anything except sitting up, waiting for that spam damage to build barrage, and then hit him with a nano. And that just takes too much time.
Well, Jamerson, let's bring you back to kind of cover everything that has happened in that matchup. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, that was such a good match for Peru. It looked like they just had all their fundamentals down, right? They were just playing good fundamentals. Overwatch, and on the other side, they just really had no answer on the side of Team Ecuador or Baskerville. He was doing such an amazing job. Like you had mentioned, like you had pointed out, Moxie, his Ramacha was doing such a great job of peeling for the back line, but he also had that support to keep him up as well. And then when we had that Ryan just being able to walk forward with that Ryan on King's Row. I mean, every Ryan knows when you've got that support, when you've got that extra shield pressure, because, well, your shield is bigger, you get to swing that hammer a little bit more too. So everything just looks solid for Peru, and I'm glad that they were at least able to finish out this group strong, secure themselves that 2-3 overall score line, and just have really good looks at the end of the day. Now, on the other side for Ecuador, you know, it just looked like you said, Moxie, they just kind of struggled in trying to find their identity. What do you think was the idea around on Ilios in particular to try and run that Genji composition?
I mean, we've seen it work in the past. It does still have a place. If the target is chipped down low enough, the Genji has the mobility to immediately be able to apply that pressure and make sure that they're not able to disengage cleanly. You can force a lot of abilities very early on to cooldown as a result. But it just came back to the same problem that Ecuador just kept running into. The composition that they were running did not complement all of those different heroes. If you have a Genji, run something like a Winston, a Diva, maybe that Ana, so you can build up the win condition of the Nano Blade, but every single other hero that they were running into didn't really allow for the Genji's traditional positioning to find value.
Yeah, there were moments possibly on when we were on Nepal where you know, in that tank matchup, Emilio had some moments, right? Especially on that Junker Queen. I believe when we were on Village, he hits that 5-man ulti. But here on King's Row, just was not able to get anything going whatsoever. Peru like I said, was just showing off that they had fundamental understanding of Overwatch and were playing that extremely well. This was a great moment here for Sona, just getting into position to hit that Deadeye, take out Pavaloon. There was just almost no answer for what Peru, or what Peru had in store for them. There were moments for Ecuador where Karen was popping off on the Kiriko, but it felt like once we had to swap off onto this Ana for more, single target healing to really keep his teammates up, because they put their baskets into that Pharaoh once again, they just weren't able to do it. On the other side, the support line for Peru, Hope was absolutely popping off and doing some amazing work, getting some really great lamps, off for his team throughout King's Row there.
Yeah, Poke was really good, and I like that you mentioned Karen. I mean, obviously, was a really good player for Ecuador, probably their best player, I would say, for them. But obviously, Peru was just too much to handle today specifically. Like you mentioned earlier as well, Persona played really well, hit some nice timely shots, and for Ecuador looking forward, maybe to future World Cups, maybe they stick with a similar lineup, maybe trying to look for some younger talent. We'll have to see what they choose. And same for Peru. So I think this was a solid last day, at least for Peru, in terms of the World Cup.
I mean, honestly, the Peru lineup still. I would go as far to say that Baskerville is probably one of the best Rams, if not the best Ram matchup that we have in a Group B.
Yeah.
It's been great to see. And that's why, we want to stress the importance of Overwatch World Cups. Like, sure, you might not move on throughout the qualifiers, but every game you have to put it all on the line, and that's what we got to see out of Peru, giving them good looks in the final few days, making sure that they got to show off what they have at the very least. And they definitely performed on Nepal, on King's Row. Everything looked absolutely solid. Given more time, want to see what this Peru squad can really show us. So hopefully in the future, like you said, we get a 2024 Overwatch World Cup, and this team gets to flex their stuff a little bit more. So yeah, congratulations Peru for securing that final victory. They will end out the group stages with a 2-3 scoreline. Ecuador, unfortunately, not able to get a win on the board. They will go 0-5, and no maps for them. Fortunately, we'll see though. Again, like you said, Emilio did show his stuff. Karen did as well. But yeah, that's it for their road. We do have one more match here in Group B, and it's a super important one. It's Brazil versus Colombia. Both teams currently undefeated. Brazil with a slight edge in the map differential. They got the +8, and it's the +7 for Colombia. So we're gonna go ahead and take a short break while we get that one set up. But when we get back, we'll find out who walks away in Group B as that #1 seed right after this break. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. We had a slight change of the guards here as Moxie will be staying with us, but we've got Phil tagging in for Dustin. Great to have you here, especially for this matchup. It's going to be Brazil and Colombia, our two 4-0 teams currently so far here in Group B, and this has huge ramifications. Of course, seeding is important, but overall, just completely avoiding teams like South Korea once we get to BlizzCon in that first round. And in this matchup, it's really difficult to tell who's going to actually come out on top, but Brazil currently do have that +8, while Colombia have dropped a map, and we saw that in an amazing matchup up against Chile. Do you think, Moxie, that there were any weaknesses shown there from Colombia that Brazil can take advantage of?
I think absolutely. Like the fact that Colombia, like you said, did drop that map against Chile, and even the map afterwards was still pretty close. Chile were almost able to take away that upset. So Brazil 100% watching that, trying to figure out how that they were going to take advantage, because this is an incredibly terrifying team. They are incredibly strong in all of these different compositions, incredibly flexible as well, and some of them are real standout players too. Plus, they have the added benefit of having the synergy that comes with playing over 5 years together in the likes of the Contenders SA region.
On the other side for Colombia, we keep driving this home. I mean, EQO, of course, huge member, but it's been so many other players. Drummer has been having standout performance. Eternal as well when he gets subbed on in. But Phil, I've been super impressed by Super Gomez.
Yeah, I think Super Gomez may be an underrated tank in the region here. I say that as currently the #2 team in the region, but we spent so long talking about like the impact that Drama, EQO, and Eternal have been having. We've not really given Super Gomez the time in the spotlight that they deserve, right? Because if you look back to the match Colombia played yesterday, it was a 2-1, arguably the best match of the day. Would definitely suggest you go back and rewatch that if you've not already watched that. The fact that Super Gomez was able to hold on to such a distinctive style of play, maybe sometimes to their detriment, thinking particularly on Gibraltar, where you would expect to run a dive composition. Super Gomez was bullish about running the Zarya, swapping over onto the Ramatra. Sure, playing Winston in a couple of places where they felt they absolutely had to, but a tank of the caliber where you can walk into an unfavorable matchup on a map that has been a dive map all the way through the history of Overwatch says a lot about the strength of Super Gomez as a competitor.
Yeah, and on New Queen Street in particular, he maybe swapped 3 different tanks to what they needed at different phases of that game. It was absolutely incredible. But Brazil, we're talking about an experienced squad on the other side, though, Moxie, who have been playing together since South American Contenders and such in one regard or another. And this looks like just a more complete unit, right, Moxie?
Well, this also looks a little bit different to the Brazil team that we traditionally get to see, because Brazil, interestingly enough, like you said, Super Gomez, incredibly flexible for Colombia on those tank rolls. Brazil don't really have that. Dalka has been a standout on things like these quote-unquote traditional off tanks. But when it comes to some of these other more main tanks, they've had Serious Guy come in to play the Doomfist, and now we're actually going to get to see Neil come into play as well. And I was going to say, like, Dalka has been one of the standout players for me, but since he's not starting off in this roster, I'm going to return to being a Svenko stan. He's been absolutely immense in being able to come in with some of these hands-on opening shots and allowing Brazil so much more space for Ludwig to just be running around with and having to only worry about the Tracer 1v1s.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually got to see the Serious Guy at all this week, or even
We've
Neil.
seen him once.
It has been
He came to play the Doomfist on one map.
Okay, it's been primarily Daka, but yeah, I definitely agree with you. Svenko has been an absolute standout in DPS. We're going to be starting it off on Ilios here. And Phil, I want to get your predictions on how this map, who gets the advantage in this map?
I think this is super hard to say. It's redundant to say on the last day that, you know, these two teams have played everybody but each other. That's just the way the schedule works out. Impossible to do it any other way. I don't know that I have a good enough grasp of the relative strength of these two compared to one another. Looking at it purely at a from paper perspective, Colombia dropped that one map. Speaking to Ilios, Specifically, we've already gone over exactly how flexible we expect Super Gomez to be. Obviously, we have a little less footage on Neil for Brazil, and so that clouds this prediction anymore. So I might just duck back on cowardice here and say, well, I don't have enough data to make that prediction, but boy, am I excited to find out.
Yeah, last time we did get to see Brazil on Ilios, it was up against Chile in their first matchup. And honestly, that one was where Ram really had to show up and probably gave them the most congestion overall, but his tracer was just not enough to pull out anything for them. Brazil were able to secure that one. So yeah, again, I'm so glad that our scriptwriters saved a lot of these amazing matches for the final day. Brazil versus Colombia here on day number 6 as well. And then of course we got the ever important match, Mexico versus Puerto Rico. So great job on everyone who scheduled this. But here on Ilios again, we'll see exactly what Super Gomez has to be able to walk this out. I mean, I guess it is going to be kind of map dependent, right? Where do we start off? Ruins, Lighthouse. Well, all of them play differently on what kind of tank composition that you want to bring out. Moxie, do you think that depending on where we start, it'll favor one squad over the other?
It's going to be, again, like Phil said, very interesting considering that Brazil don't have Dalkas coming in, and he's genuinely and generally normally their dive tank player. So if we do have someone like Ruins, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the likes of Neil pull something like the Jungle Queen out that we've seen a lot of teams starting to drift towards.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to be starting off on well. So Brazil versus Colombia to see who walks away as the #1 seed from Group B, and bringing you all the action once again. It is Moxie and Phil. Guys, take it away.
What a day, what a region, what a situation to be in here. The two strongest teams in the group, mano a mano here, loading in on Ilios. This to me feels a lot like, Moxie, what we just saw in the EMEC region. It's a lot like the matchup between the UK and France, right? Like, we've had these two teams at the top of the groups. Now let's see what happens when we actually pit them against each other.
Yeah, and we got a little tease just there of what heroes we could potentially get to see. And again, it does feel like both of these teams are trying to feel each other out. Super Gomez was teasing that Junker Queen, but on the other side for Brazil, Neil was actually rocking the Zarya. And Zarya does do relatively decently against the Junker Queen if she gets close and gets some things like the wounds off and the carnage. You can use the bubble to be able to cleanse not just that, but also the rampage. The more pressing matter, however, is the Jagged Blade. I have seen Junker Queens lock that specific tank on this specific map, and they will hold on to that cooldown until everyone is fighting around cage. They will grab one player out of position and just drop them straight in that well.
Yeah, this is like, what if Roadhog was good on this map, right? Here is an opportunity for something with a slightly harder to hit cooldown to drag somebody into the pit. But boy, if you've not got your head on a swivel, it is an embarrassing way to leave the team fight.
Yeah, not just that, but also it's going to be a lot easier to be able to get past either a Zarya bubble or a Winston bubble because it's down a lot more frequently. So Super Gomez on this Junker Queen is going to have a lot of control of how these fights actually play out.
Well, for now, both teams jockeying for the fight. Opening hacks onto Super Gomez. Instead, we're on board with EQO here. Was able to force Hug out of the fight for now. Instead, it's back into the back lines here. We're setting up for the next engagement. Point hasn't unlocked yet, so don't expect too much more to happen until that's actually open and teams are ready for kills. EQO finds Xfel, but they're able to get out Dux into where their Brigadier can keep them alive. And here, Svenko takes a lot of damage from EQO, and in the confusion, Super Gomez is able to isolate and destroy Neil, and I think this is a done fight here for Brazil as they look to back out.
Yeah, not just that, but EQO, before he was able to find Svenko, found the Sombra's translocator. So Svenko had to actually wait, and like you said, wasn't able to actually try to pressure either Super Gomez or Mixby, and that meant far less support to be able to help Neil when the Winston actually committed to that dive as Drama in the offside has actually been building up pulse point incredibly quickly.
Yeah, in fact, Drama and Ludwig both very close to having these ultimates ready to go. Ludwig with a little bit of a lead on this one. Not often the most impactful ultimate, but let's see what happens when they're on board. Ludwig has now chased the Suzu out from Hug, and so able to back away from that for now. The cooldown is away, and less of a thing to worry about when you've got the pulse bomb there. In fact, sorry, Ludwig actually threw the pulse bomb in there. It was all just so quick that we didn't notice that one. Drama 2. Xfel was able to find Super Gomez, traded out and tank for tank here. Colombia can still do a lot to hold on to the point, Moxie.
Yeah, and they're actually going to commit. The EMP comes out from EQO, so they can try and find his picks onto Brazil, who, without a tank nor a main healer, are going to fall relatively quickly if Hug's going to be able to hit these kunai back to back, and now it's just going to be Ludwig as the reinforcements come back from Colombia's side.
Yeah, from Colombia, it's all about just tagging on to the point and keeping this going as long as possible. Maybe you can grind out a win, and certainly taking Neil out of the equation will help move in that direction. A little bit hairy for Colombia for a second there, but Brazil rebuffed once again.
This Sombra has been absolutely brutal for Neil to deal with. Svenko just used EMP, so too did EQO, but he's almost halfway to another one because of the amount of damage he's able to farm off of the Winston Hacker's EQO. Oh no, not again. He finds Svenko's translocator.
Oh, hello, Svenko. You can almost feel the comms in the air, right? That was pretty good coordination. Svenko down here. Big advantage for Colombia as we're around 92%. Brazil, they only now have the Primal Rage left in reserve. And oh no, we get a pause come through. 96% to the cap here for Colombia. Let's hope that's not a DC, because that will make things a little bit tricky even if you're on the defense here.
Look, sometimes the Sombra EMP is a little bit too immersive, Phil, but we can definitely discuss the fact that Colombia have actually seemed to be in a lot more of a driving seat when these fights start to break out. And again, a lot of it comes down to Svenko just being pleased. The fact that his translocators have now been found out twice, and immediately Colombia have just calmed that the Sombra is vulnerable and just pounced to make sure that Super Gomez on the Junker Queen doesn't have to worry about being hacked out of those abilities and can play as aggressive as he wants, as opposed to poor old Neil on the Winston. It feels we've only really got to see one Primal Rage come out from him because he just hasn't been able to actually put himself into position to use the cleave.
There's a lot that can be done to shut down the Winston. Like what Colombia are running here isn't what you would typically think of as like an anti-dive composition, right? But there are still elements that make it very difficult for a Winston to get back in and out successfully. The Jagged Blade, the cleave through with the axe from the Junker Queen, the hack if the Sombra happens to be playing up on the front lines at that point in time. And so you actually need to keep your head on much more of a swivel. You need to be much more open to adapting your Winston style of play here. And maybe if you can't access the targets that you're really looking for here, think about swapping up how it is you are playing that hero if that's what you want to do with this comp.
Yeah, but again, it could just be that roster that they fielded, Dalka tends to be the one who is more flexible on this roster. That's why I was incredibly surprised that we weren't seeing Dalka come through to be able to try and go mirror dive against what Colombia were no doubt going to be trying to field Super Gomez towards. But unfortunately, as a result, it means that they can't really go for things like the Diva, who has a little bit more capability of being able to spy check, or even just the Ramatra that can punish the Junker Queen. The Junker Queen wants to move forward and brawl into your face, and Ramatra is all about slowing that push down and taking advantage of the Junker Queen before she's able to actually close the distance and get any of the power flowing through her abilities.
This is one of the relative strengths of a smaller roster, right? If you just so happen to find a tank that can play everything that you need them to play for the current meta and for the current map pool, that's great. That is a massive advantage. If you are in a situation where, because of divergent hero pools, you have to field several people to cover the entire hero tank pool, then you lose the ability to play rock, paper, scissors, right? If you've only got rock and paper, it doesn't take long for your opponent to figure out what they need to throw at any given time.
Yeah, and we know as well that Colombia do have the means of being able to flex onto things like EQ onto the Reaper if they really felt pressured by the Winston, but they've just been able to keep such a good handle with all of these hacks coming through. And poor Svenko, as a result, just is not getting any room to be able to lock anyone down, since it seems he's always the one being found out. And we just get into this really vicious cycle of that Winston from Neil jumping in, trying to chip a target down low enough, getting hacked, having to immediately eject himself from the fight early, and just no follow-up damage from either the Tracer or the Sombra because they're just not close enough to actually be able to come in with kill potential on Colombia's team.
And I wonder if this from EQO is maybe working out a little bit of the frustration from yesterday's game, where on the Gibraltar car wash on their second run through, they just found their translocator taken out of the fight again and again and again. It's like, oh yeah, I've got to do this to somebody else. The curse needs to be passed along.
It does feel like it. It definitely does feel like he has that metal detector out, or has the sniffer dog, and is trying to figure out where these translocators are. And it's also really interesting to see how these two Sombras interact, because a lot of the time for like two Sombras, you have two or rather three different interactions, right? You find that translocator, and immediately the team just looks for the Sombra so they can just absolutely take it down before translocator is back in cooldown and she can escape. You try and bolt to EMP faster than the other Sombra, or you just try and mark where the Sombra is potentially going to be, and it feels like Ikio really has a read on Spanker's position.
It really does here. EQO themselves did receive the hack there, but survives through this one, as we're at 99% here with players back in the lobby and ready to go. Colombia looking to hold on. They've now more or less exhausted their ultimate supply, but for Brazil, they're closing in on having a nano boost here. It's all about can they keep Expel and Neil alive long enough here to make this work. Neil goes toe-to-toe with Super Gomez, gets healed up, receives the nano. The hack is there onto Super Gomez, and they are desperately trying to wend their way out of this. And 99-0, Brazil win out the team fight, and that's them with a stay of execution, Moxie.
They've got the ultimate economy. They've got the positioning as well to be able to play themselves into separate pockets so EQO's EMP doesn't connect onto all of them. The problem for Brazil now is that they have to coordinate pixel perfect dive time after time after time, and if any of them is found out early or out of position, or they lose Svenko or Ludwig, Colombia just get to aggressively brawl.
For Ludwig here, Ludwig will be closing in on a pulse bomb for themselves here, but EQO is ready and in a position to go in with the EMP here. The rest of Colombia are in the fight and ready to go. They have already forced Brazil to give over a lot of space on the point here. They've taken up what is effectively a defensive posturing. However, Ludwig has found the pick. Mixy caught out by the pulse bomb here, traded out with Ludwig. Ideally, you would prefer to have the Lucio in the fight here for Colombia. They need to transport their Junker Queen around the fight. They are finding frags here. EQO still holds on to the EMP, has sight of Neil, needs to be very careful about the Suzu here. It doesn't matter about the Suzu, the kill was incredibly quick here. Neil and Niall both down. Brazil can do a little bit to hold on to the point here, but they need to buy enough time for Neil to get in, and it's not going to happen. The flip has come through here. It's 99 and counting for Colombia, and they continue to find the frags. Almost certainly going to be the cap here on Ilios.
Yeah, Brazil now just left with Neil, but he's hacked out to not be able to use that primal 6% away from the stall that Brazil needed to be able to pull off a regroup. And Colombia is going to be able to take well. Brazil got one good fight win, but again, it just felt like they didn't get that time to be able to properly set the dive up into motion. Neil gets hacked, chased out from that really forward position early, has to jump back to the rest of his team, and then immediately closes up any of the space that either Svenko or Ludwig could have been able to use.
I do wonder if we see those particular machinations have an effect on our team's thoughts here, and whether we start to run something different as we move into our next submap, because clearly that Sombra v Sombra was too heavily going the way of EQO, right? I wonder if we now see what exactly else it is that that Neil has in their wheelhouse that can enable the rest of the team to make the swaps that they need to run a more cohesive style that properly counters what Colombia are doing.
Yeah, because Colombia had cohesion, an absolute spades. You saw that from the EMP that targeted Neil towards the tail end of that map. He is there 1 second, you blink, and he's gone. It's the best magic trick in the world. You've heard about pulling a rabbit out of a hat? Stuffing a Winston back in the hat is probably a lot harder, given that helpful, especially if you have things like Joanna, who they knew the EMP was coming. Exwell is literally positioned around about that pillar to keep himself out of line of sight, so if the Winston gets hit, he still has something like the nade to try and make sure that Neil survives for as long as possible. The problem is that he doesn't get that opportunity. Everyone from Colombia just tag teams into that kill, and he's gone.
Yeah, it's unfortunate stuff. The downside of being a big, beefy tank with a lot of HP is that you are also very easy to target focus. And in a fight where you're already down players, it's sometimes like just throwing leaflets into the wind and hoping to get a few to their intended destination, right? Absolutely some great moments here from Brazil, but they definitely need to just like ramp this up a little bit more here.
Yeah, it felt as well that they were allowing Colombia that opportunity to find these dive spots. We knew that Svenko was coming up to EMP, but EQO is the one who always pulls the ultimate first, and as a result, Brazil were always playing on the back foot and trying to recover, and that's not somewhere you want to be when you're on a dive team. You need to be coordinating these plays and your positions before the fight actually begins, so you don't have to waste cooldowns on a team that has a Lucio who can literally just out-rotate you. Every single time Neil uses the jump pack, we see Colombia immediately move to be able to reposition and meet him wherever he's ended up, and because Jump's still on cooldown, he's such an easy target.
One thing that I did want to touch on very briefly that I caught whilst we were watching EQ, I think, get the second or third translocator kill, is just how, this is going to sound like I'm using it euphemistically, but how unique EQO's pathing was to get into those situations. The absolute downfall of a Sombra in these situations is, am I moving in a way that is easy for the opponent to pick me out, to spy check me and ruin my pathing? We saw EQO basically parkouring. In fact, you can see the building here, that building on the left-hand side, around the outside, up on ledges, and into a position where nobody saw him coming. Nobody knew they were there to take out the translocator, and that was kind of it. GG, goodbye, Svenko Sombra.
I mean, spy checking is absolutely the Sombra's worst enemy. Except maybe a Brigitte mid-rally or the new Casnade coming through and making sure that you can't just teleport out of a fight when you get low enough. And like you said, EQO being able to have that time as well, since Colombia were in control at that point so much, they were in control of the spacing so much. EQO wasn't like Svenko, where he got found out and sent back to spawn and had to path back into a fight, but path back into a fight quickly to be in a position to be able to actually find those hacks onto Colombia. EQO always gets that little bit of downtime, the 30 seconds or so that Brazil unfortunately have to spend regrouping in that respawn point simply because they got killed and have to now go for that process. He got so much more downtime to be able to put himself into a better position before the fight properly broke out.
Yeah, there's some commentary in the community about Sombra being a kind of a menace, and I understand where that's coming from, but when you watch Sombra played at the highest level and you understand what the thought process is, what goes into playing them successfully, hopefully you can gain a little bit more of an understanding as to why it's worth watching. But Colombia and Brazil back here on Ruins, and no changes to the team comps here. It's exactly what we saw in the previous round. Let's see. No, Brazil, if they've seen this, they've not opted to go back into spawn and make changes as we've seen previously. EQO currently scouting, passing info back towards the team. See them rotating here to try and get a position, I believe, onto Neil. Sprays down the bubble, makes it a little bit harder for Neil to keep themselves in that fight. The hack is there, so they can't immediately escape, but it's not a huge amount of damage just yet, but it has allowed Colombia just to stand on the point, get the capture progress, and goodbye EQO. Exfo with the combo there from Svenko puts Colombia down a player now. The question is, can they hold on to this long enough for this initial cap to be meaningful? Oh, fat anti-and Super Gomez goes down. This has been a much better opening here for Brazil.
Yeah, fantastic anti. And this is actually going to be something that Ruins has over a map like Well, where Expel is going to have much more time and vantage point of Super Gomez on the Junker Queen. Something we didn't get to see on Well because of just the tight corners and the spacing of Colombia taking those fights was the anti-nade affecting the Junker Queen and making sure that she wasn't able to play as aggressively as she wants. Now we're on Ruins, these distances are going to be much more advantaged to Expel being able to land those nades.
So that perhaps indicates a change of focus here for Colombia. EQO in particular can... Oh, stick comes through. Ludwig finds EQO. No chance to try and focus down Exvel and Nile in here. Instead, it's Colombia losing a fight from the get-go here, unless they can find an equalizer very quickly. A lot of pressure going the way of Colombia. Watch those health bars as they yo-yo back and forth here. But there's the opener. Drummer's able to find Ludwig. A little bit quiet so far this round from Drummer, but starting to warm up a little bit. But I just don't think it's been enough here. Neil with a great lead interrupts hope from rejoining Colombia. They eventually get back in, and now Neil has a great opportunity to smash Colombia into that small room, but they think maybe there's too much damage there. They retreat to their team for now, and Colombia, as they push back in here, are going to have ults, but Svenko pulls the pin first, gives their life to give the EMP online, but crucially for Colombia, it didn't immediately hit the support, so they do get those online, and it's not been enough here. Moxie Brazil are able to weather the storm of the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier and hold on to the point.
Yeah, but look at what Colombia have been able to do, and that's absolutely detonate Brazil's ultimate economy. Ludwig has a pulse bomb, and he's going to have to use it the second he sees Colombia walking forward, because Super Gomez is going to have the Rampage, and EQO has the EMP to set it up and make sure that it has all of the fight wins. Brazil don't have a nano boost to be able to save the Squishy, who gets set upon by the entirety of Colombia's team, following up the Sombra ultimate either.
We did a big classical. Oh, that's massive. No Lucio to help get Super Gomez into the fight, but they have now lost Neil. Super Gomez finds Xfel into the back, means that there is only Nile available here, and Ludwig is down without that support to keep them alive. Great stuff here from Colombia as they come back in, because that was 99-24 for Brazil.
So much restraint as well. A lot of other teams in that situation would panic and throw in that Rampage on top, but they only commit with that rush, and as a result, they've got the Rampage for this next fight.
As I was talking about at the start of the breakout of the last fight, big responsibility here for Nile to nullify as much of the damage from Super Gomez's ultimate as possible. So Colombia will be watching Nile like a hawk, waiting for that Suzu to get out. EQO again just, sprays down Neil. Xfel falls to the ultimate from Super Gomez. It's Super Gomez with the triple. This was a very clean fight win here. It's cost them EQO, but EQO is going to be back super quick, Moxie.
Yeah, so one thing the Junker Queen has as well over the Winston in terms of running with a Trace from Sombra is the space monopoly. You have burst damage that the Winston doesn't. The Winston gets to hit multiple people, but so too does the Junker Queen with things like that Carnage. And as a result, Super Gomez gets to push aggressively on all of these different members of Brazil's team, as opposed to Brazil, who have to unionize and go after one as a team.
And here was me thinking Space Monopoly was a themed board game. Apparently not. Niles finding Hook at the start of the fight here, traded out as Neil gets Super Gomez. EQO still a long way from having that EMP online. Needs to get something here with just the manual hack. Ludwig is there to come back and defend Xfel, and Brazil has secured the flip. I don't know that Colombia can manage a meaningful touch here. Drama is here, receives the anti, and is forced to recall. Super Gomez has made the swap over onto the Winston to allow them to get back onto the point here. Receives a huge amount of damage, is still hacked and visible. The sleep is good, and down goes Super Gomez. 8 off the table entirely here as Neil is down as well. EQO finally generates the EMP, and they may just clutch it out on the back of this one, Moxie. Very, very gutsy stuff from Colombia to bring us to a 2-0 on Ilios.
Oh, it's so close, though. It's so close. We hope that it would be. We hope that it would go to a 3-map series, and it definitely feels like it's going to. That swap from the Junker Queen onto the Winston to be able to chase after Neil, force out the bubble, make sure that everybody in Colombia can, again, just tag the Winston down before the Primal comes up. So he goes down as it hits charged, and unfortunately, Brazil aren't able to use it to try and just sustain through all of the ultimates that Colombia throw to make sure that they're not able to keep themselves contesting that point.
For Colombia, though, that was in essence their easiest map, because their next map is going to be one that is effectively counter-picked against them. We don't have sight just yet of which tank is coming in for Brazil, but for Brazil, down here at the risk of falling to a 2-0, you need to be at your absolute peak performance. You need to know what your best composition is and what the best map for that composition is. And that is the thing that would dictate here whether we do end up going to a map 3 in a match that should be, on paper, the match of the day.
I wonder if Brazil are just a little bit too concerned about EQO Sombra. That's the reason why we're not seeing Dalka come through and play something like the Diva. Because in the past, that is the sort of dive that this team has opted for, Diva dive with Tracer Sombra as opposed to the Winston. And it sort of shows, right? Especially on Well, where there are a couple of problems with instigating the Winston in to be able to play off and into that Tracer Sombra. And again, it unfortunately had the domino impact of Xfel and Naya, unfortunately not getting that much peel. So they were having to play for their own lives as opposed to making sure that they're in position to line of sight Neil to make sure the Winston lives.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch the way that different pressure points are created due to different styles of play. We've harped on maybe a little bit too much here about EQO and his style of Sombra play, but you can see that having a knock-on effect because it means that Svenko can't play the way they want to play. As we see Colombia move on to something slightly more divey at the end there, it makes it much harder for Neil to match those counter dives. And this is one of the reasons I'm loving this sort of grassroots Overwatch that we've got here, right? Because so much of this is is down to personal history, experience, professional path to pro experience, and what it is you're best at and what you can leverage the most out of from your team. And it means, Moxie, we see some really, really interesting Overwatch.
Really smart Overwatch too. If you actually take a look at that Junker Queen composition properly, it's really hard to actually identify a good dive target for Brazil to be able to take advantage of. If you go after the Junker Queen, well, the more people that go for a Junker Queen, the better equipped the Junker Queen is to be able to sustain. She's practically frothing at the mouth with anticipation of being able to swing Carnage and actually connect onto free players. And with a Tracer and Sombra, they have the means of mobility, as well as like the Kiriko that they were running to make sure that if you get jumped upon, you're going to be able to either just Suzu iframe through it or just use the Swift Stab. But no surprises, it is going to be Gibraltar. That is going to be that second map that we see that Brazil decides to take us to, and I would absolutely expect Dalka to come through to play for Brazil now.
And I wonder if this is on the back of having seen the game yesterday on Gibraltar and just how much of a problem that was for Colombia, and thinking maybe this is your best opportunity. Obviously, it really suits Dalka if we do indeed get Dalka back here. And I wonder if Colombia maybe have observed a little bit of their hubris and decided to remedy that situation and come out with something more map appropriate from the get-go this time.
I mean, if Colombia have done their homework, potentially we're going to see the hands off, because this is Brazil's bread and butter, right? They put so much stock into Svenko on the Hanzo that they literally delegate a Brigida to just hold shield in front of him, half of point A, where you have that catwalk opening, and we just see the standoff of those two projectile snipers waiting to find that first weakness in the Brig shield and finally claim a kill.
It is a huge amount of pressure for a DPS player, right? And this is a thing that I think ladder players who maybe aren't what you would call DPS mains are used to this pressure, have experienced this pressure previously of, if you are not finding the picks and your comp requires you to find picks, it can sometimes feel like you may as well not even be in the match, because so much of the strategy is around those opening picks, particularly in the Hanzo compositions here. So it requires a certain amount of experience and certainly of mental fortitude to pull out the performance you need at this kind of point in the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting no matter what happens. I think we're going to see EQ go into the Hanzo. I think Drummer is potentially going to just try and play that Tracer from 1v1 Ludwig. But Ludwig in the past has excelled at the Tracer duels and always being able to make sure that that card just remains on the defensive as often as possible, standing still, not even making it through car wash occasionally, so that again Svenko just gets to continue to reign and hold position from that purchase. It's going to actually be Eternal coming into play for Colombia. They're still going to have EQO, but at the moment, he's building towards that Tracer. It's Super Gomez on the Zarya is most likely going to get Sim teleported onto Catwalk to take away that avenue that we're going to see from Brazil holding incredibly aggressively.
Yeah, and then on the defense, Dalka here on the Diva. We're still in Spawn. I don't want to talk about the Winston too much just yet. Let's see what happens. But this defensive setup, I think, here with the Diva, particularly with the additional damage that Diva has over a Winston, could absolutely be the key here for Brazil as they set up on their defense. Looks like we are going to be getting Super Gomez on the Winston out the gates.
Well, again, we get to see the resources there for Svenko as Colombia try to launch themselves onto Catwalk. It's going to be the 70 that Ludwig anticipates and immediately catches onto. Eternal's gone.
Wow, they've got to find Mixed V here as well. So Colombia may want to rethink that one. That was clearly far too telegraphed and far too expected. Brazil have done the reading.
This is something that you and I actually discussed before broadcast with Puerto Rico. With the same Symmetra TP being used match after match after match, it's just too easy to anticipate. As Super Gomez now is onto the Zarya, but Svenko threads the needle, finds the headshot onto Eternal, and Colombia are going to be missing that burst damage to be able to challenge. This avenue with Svenko just makes it look simple.
Okay, Colombia, take a note of where Svenko is and then don't walk anywhere where the guy can see you, right? Because that was 2 in a row and almost a minute burnt off the clock already, and the payload has hardly even moved. This might start to spell a little bit of trouble here for Colombia. They have taken Dalka out of the mech, and they've taken Dalka down here. So whilst this is a fight that still favors Brazil, the respawn timer here for Colombia is so much stronger that they are going to have to give up some space.
Yeah, but look at the respect that they have for Svenko hitting these shots. Super Gomez is not going after Dalka's mech. He's using the bubble and pushing into Svenko's space, forcing the Hanzo off of these angles so Colombia's team can move forward.
Super Gomez with a reasonable amount of charge on the high ground for now. The payload just about making it to the lowest point of the car wash, so Brazil not in a huge rush to contest just yet. They can make use of the high ground until such time as they need to drop down and contest. And Svenko certainly has a lot of angle of control here, Moxie.
Where's that Zarya going? There he is! Svenko spots it though. That's a very early bubble forced out as well.
That is a very rough fight to take a Brig and a Hanzo. That can really shut you down if you don't have support with you. They are at least drawing focus by pushing up onto the high ground here and keeping EQO as a sort of Ursat's payload princess to keep it moving forward. But now they've got to deal with Brazil having a bunch of ultimates to start to throw at this fight. We've already seen the nano. There's the Dragon, which might not have found too much purchase on the damage front, but certainly serves to split the team of Colombia in half. And I think we find Super Gomez maybe in a slightly awkward position here. Trapped. Oh, gets the grab in. MixV and Svenko caught in that one, but Super Gomez isn't able to find the kill. Eternal down to the pulse bomb as well here, and that was a surprising investment from Colombia. It's maybe not quite found what they want, but it has got them a little bit closer to the end of point A.
Yeah, Svenko with that Dragon Strike early at the beginning of the fight forces Eternal off of that high ground angle and allows Brazil so much more purchase in terms of positioning. So even when the grab comes through from Super Gomez, XL still has the nade and is actually able to connect onto the Zarya without that just burst of damage from the beam. Brazil get to live, and now they've got the Dragon Strike, but no Graviton to combo it with.
That's right, and the one thing that was successful in doing in the previous fight was flushing all of Brazil's economy down the drain. And now it's Colombia's turn to throw everything they have into this fight. They start things off with the Turtles Dragon, and EQO lands the mother of all pulse bombs, both supports. A remove from the fight here for Brazil, and that's going to be Colombia with a nice, easy walkthrough with 30 seconds left to get to the end of the point A map.
There's that consistent weakness that Brazil's backline has on this map in particular. Exfil and Naya are always positioned so closely together that I think that's actually the third time we've seen both of them go down to a Tracer Pulse Bomb on this map alone, as Eco very quickly has realized that positioning and is taking advantage. Only really gets to use it, however, when the Pulse Bomb's available. The neutral relies on Super Gomez's Zarya burst, but immediately turned upon.
Man, look at the people that contributed to that kill. That was a massive anti from XFL, and Brazil get to do this with very little expended here. They're using this beautifully to generate ult charge to match what Colombia have left to throw at them.
Zarya composition as well isn't really going to work as good as it was on A, considering so much focus now goes onto the high ground that Brazil are able to control. Eco with an early hack onto Dalka, trying to find that DMAC, but the healing is there, and all it does is bolster XFL's charge.
And EQO back onto the Sombra here. Eternal picking up Tracer duties. Will, of course, make things a little bit harder for Dalka. They'll need to play a little bit more conservatively and in position where their group supports can find them somewhat easily. We've got Ludwig perched on a branch on the high ground here, like some sort of deadly raptor waiting to go in and drop their payload. Doesn't connect, but the damage has certainly been done here. Hug and Super Gomez both down. We've got a minute and 30-some seconds on the clock here for Colombia, and it is close to the end of point B.
Yeah, dive like a peregrine falcon, 90 miles per hour. Blink and Colombia are gone as Svenko sits on that Dragon Strike. Super Gomez so close to Graviton, does not want to swap off of this. But Svenko is going to know that the Zarya's ultimate is approaching, distances himself, waits for the Dragon Strike as Brazil try and push Colombia into it.
I think there was a degree of damage done there with the Dragon Strike, but they really wanted to kill on the back of it. Hug is still receiving a lot of focus. The anti comes through from XFL, and MixV is taken out of the fight here. This is now... Oh, okay, EQO again, pushing it backwards. We actually saw EQO do this a couple of rounds ago, a couple of matches ago, and one of the benefits of running the Sombra here.
Yeah, not just that, but also Super Gomez has been making sure that it's not a tracer off to be able to push that card. He's literally just been bubbling and pushing the payload, and there isn't really anything Brazil can do to contest it, because if Dalka gets close, that beam melts through that mech.
They may have changed the geometry of the map here, but high ground control on top of shuttle still makes it very hard for Colombia to successfully navigate this rotation without the kind of mobility that Brazil are currently bringing to bear. Super Gomez holds on to the grab and has been holding on to the grab for a long time now. Has a bunch of really good combos coming up. I think they're just going to use it to delete the supports from the gate. They have to cover a bit of additional distance here to deal with Nile, but that is exactly what they wanted to get done here with that combo. The sustainability for Brazil just evaporates here, and Colombia, it's taken them almost into overtime to do it, but they will get to C point C.
Two major ultimates, however, taken out from Colombia just to guarantee that they get more time on that clock, and this map for them continues. Brazil see that Colombia are going to heavily invest and that hold on to their ultimates. They just have to make sure that they don't lose one of their players early to this pulse bomb coming through from Eternal.
I think whilst we can look at the numbers of ults online being fairly similar here for Colombia and Brazil, it's a disparate pairing here for Colombia. The pulse bomb and the sound barrier. Speaking of pulse bombs and sound barriers, that's MixV down to Ludwig as they find the second. Looks for the third here as they go toe-to-toe against Hug. Lands it with a bit of chin music, and down they go. And this is below the 1 minute marker here for Colombia. Brazil have mounted a reasonable defense here.
They're going to get an even better defense. Yes, they lose Ludwig, but Svenko, because Brazil won the fight overall, gets to rule from the high ground yet again, and Colombia are going to have to walk into it. They don't have something like a Dragon Strike to send to flush Svenko off of this hold. He can literally just wait above them.
And of course, your only real tool to deal with the high ground control here for Colombia is to send EQO up, but that is a big ask to clear this entire high ground just with the Sombra, particularly as they don't have EMP online. That's an astonishingly timed sound barrier there for Mixi. It wasn't enough to deal with the focus fire that Svenko sent their way, and Svenko is just uncontested on the high ground, unbothered and flourishing in their lane on the high ground. EQO pushes into them on the high ground, and Hug's able to land the kunai and take them out of this one. It's one with the self-destruct here from Dalka, but the EMP hits, and Dalka is now removed from the mech. We are deep into the bowels of overtime here, Moxie, and Colombia are just grinding this out.
They've got Zen now. Naya's off of the Brigida, goes onto the Ana, sees that the Zen's going to be too vulnerable, as it's going to be Svenko that needs to find these hero picks, but Colombia's still standing strong.
Colombia may not have the ults to throw at the fight here, but they don't need it. They just needed bodies on the point, and they've managed to get it done. So, not what you would call a particularly aspirational time bank, but they are still in with a chance of going to another round on Gibraltar.
Hug had such a good play as well. You talked about EQ having a lot of trouble on that Sombra being able to get to the high ground to challenge Svenko. And it's because the Sombra relies on the self, but obviously Sonic just entirely bypasses that by still being able to see where the Sombra is running, even in the invis. But Hug, the second that they actually want to contest Catwalk against Svenko, drops the Suzu preemptively so that they're able to still find the damage to push the Hanzo off. But in case Svenko has an arrow notched and ready to take EQO down, the iframe allows the entirety of Colombia's team to be able to have the confidence to hold the position and finally push the Hanzo off the angle.
And when we're talking in the broader context of the talent in this region that has gone unobserved for a while here, the specific timing on using a Suzu preemptively to dodge the damage coming in from a Hanzo is a very, very tight window. It requires a lot of skill and a lot of forethought to be able to get that done. So, we've got to give a big round of applause here to Hug for managing that in that last exchange.
Are we going to see a full push again come through a second round of Gibraltar on the cards? Brazil is going to have to be able to pick up the full distance as they too go for that Symmetra early TP. Ludwig now onto the Tracer, but Colombia a little bit more reserved in their defense, playing a little further back.
Of course, they can afford a little bit more of a reserved positioning here because they don't need to worry about diving in to rescue their tank, as Super Gomez picks up the Diva here and can, if not look after themselves entirely, certainly need shorter lead reins as they walked around the map. Bit of damage in the way of Super.
He still hasn't found that pick. Brazil's doing the exact same thing. They never go for that cut. They always take the wraparound on Catwalk, but the anti-nade from Colombia is so good that Brazil have to wait it out.
That's what we in the business might call a fat ante. That was on to 4 out of 5. Puts MixV nicely ahead in the race of ult charge. EQO eats one there, and there's a lot of pressure coming after EQO here. Both Ludwig and Dalka threatening them in server room. And for now, We're seeing Brazil continue to push the payload. Delka slept off to the side here. A bit of damage comes their way as they rotate them onto the high ground, but nothing to worry about here so far. There's been a relatively quick push in for Brazil. Let's see if they can close this out, as we're only 20 meters or so from getting to the end point A.
Yeah, Ludwig's definitely winning the 1v1 on the payload, that's for certain. However, just keeping relatively good pace with the pulse, but it really is going to be up to both of these divas to try and mitigate the damage, since the teams are playing so close to each other to make sure that the mech stays intact.
And of course, standing up front, taking damage is a great resource because it will allow Mixie, for example, to get that ultimate online. But Mixie is receiving a lot of pressure. We saw the pulse bomb connect. There was a hack and there was an anti as well. And now both supports are out of the fight for Colombia. Brazil with a big opportunity here to get themselves a nice, easy cap on the way into point B. Super Gomez has been able to remove Dauka from the fight, and there's a lot that can be done here to slow things down for Colombia and secure some touches towards the back end of the fight. 3 meters. EQO on the high ground throws in the dragon. The contest is there. Nano boost onto Svenko. Svenko's able to find Hug with the additional damage and damage resistance that brings them. EQO looks to mark Xfel, and Xfel momentarily forces EQO back here. It's still just under 3 meters towards the cap on the end of A here, and Brazil start to grind this one out, but Colombia are insistent that they pay the full toll here for access, and they may still slam the barrier on them. Hug with the double. It's still contested, but Hug is down, and we're on into B for Brazil.
There's so much snowball potential as well for Brazil. 4 out of 5 ultimates available, EMP included. In Colombia, by running this Tracer on the Sombra, it's the slow burn approach, right? It's not the hands-on one-shot where you're immediately able to find an early pick and force Brazil away. No, you have to rely on these dives being absolutely impeccable.
As we round this next fight here, we're going to be looking for big investments of ultimates from Brazil. Starting things off here with the EMP from Spanko, Hug, and Mixfy eliminated first. First again, Brazil know exactly what side their bread is buttered on, and it's the side that's got the pictures of the enemy DPS on them, and the kills secure another teamfight win.
Well, the good news for Colombia is that Eternal did win the Tracer 1v1, so when that EMP dive was occurring for Brazil, the payload wasn't actually moving, so Colombia are going to be able to regroup and try and challenge this high ground yet again with ultimate time to try and match their opponent.
Again, just watching the health bars there, the anti goes directly onto Mixfy and to Hug. They played over here on the top left-hand side, and they made themselves known, and they made themselves vulnerable. Now no support on the table for Colombia. Ludwig lands the stick, and it's D-Mech onto Super Gomez, and they don't even get the chance to get back into the mech. Self-destructs or no. We are looking at quite the time bank for Brazil to get through point C with.
They are absolutely storming through, but Colombia now do have faster respawns, high ground immediately available to them, and Super Gomez now gets to actually focus on the low ground fight, so he gets now to swap over onto the Zarya to try to deal with Dalka's mech.
Certainly seems like the comfort pick here for Super Gomez, and you can't argue that they have been getting work done here. Very quick charges on the Graviton surges here for the Zarya. But for now, Dalka up onto the high ground has spotted out Eternal. Eternal can spend a bit of time dueling that one without worrying too much. In fact, returns to the fight to find Ludwig. Super Gomez out of bubbles and very low on HP here. It's down to Mixfy and Hug to make sure they can keep themselves in this one, as EQO pulls the pin on the EMP, finds their opposite number in Svenko, and Colombia looks like they might start to solidify here. Dalka with the self-destruct. Colombia make themselves scarce. Eternal falls at the back end of the fight here, but Colombia do put their foot on the brake.
Yeah, they're able to take Dalka out as well, throws out the self-destruct, but not able to get back into the mech once it's ended. Super Gomez, entirely untouchable at the moment on the Zarya. Every single time they get him low, he just bubbles and returns to his team. He's got the Lucio to be able to amp out, the Suzu as well from Hug to be able to eye for him and keep his charge of Dalka off of the Diva onto the Winston.
Well, it's a classic engage. It's an engage as old as time. Dalka with the nano boost into the back line. Oh, massive sleep. EQO gets found out, and it's an easy 4K here for Team Brazil, and this is going to put Colombia well and truly on the back foot as we approach final fight.
Where's Ludwig? Where's the Tracer with the pulse bomb? EQO is going to show his face for a little bit of time as Eternal now sees the Winston pick, decides to go onto the Reaper to try and punish the up close and personal. Super Gomez so close to the Graviton that can turn things around.
So close, another 18% to work with. Mixley may need to use the sound barrier just to keep Super Gomez alive and ensure that that fight-winning ultimate comes online. There's no longer a diva to worry about here to eat that ultimate, so expect that to come out super fast as and when it does. There's the sound barrier. Crucially, hasn't hit EQO, but the rest of the team are kept alive by that. And it's Mixley with the double. Ludwig goes on the chase, and yes, they will find vengeance for their fallen comrades. But Mixley with the hero play keeps Colombia in the fights.
Brazil don't have any ultimates outside of this Primal Rage that is building, but Super Gomez has that Graviton Surge. Brazil not running that Baptiste aren't really going to be able to have a way of answering it either. Svenko now onto the Hanzo just to try and put even more pressure onto Colombia so they can't look for these picks and force Brazil to wait out 30 seconds to respawn when there's so little time left.
For Colombia, the least of what you need to do here is get this time bank down below 1 minute so that they actually have another decent go round through this one with a respectable time bank. It's at 1:16. Expect the fight to slow down significantly. Trades, Eternal and Nile down, and Expel falls. This is crucial stuff. Time and time again in this matchup, we've seen that taking supports out from under your opponent is the key.
Look at what they did too. They split Colombia's forces. The Graviton came through from Super Gomez, but everyone was so busy dealing with Svenko and Ludwig, there was no unionized force against Brazil.
Oh. Now well down below the 1 minute mark, and it's 2 kills to round out that team fight for Brazil. This is starting to be last fight at the OK Corral kind of stuff here. They need to regroup, come in as a unit, and find some real value in these ults.
Super Gomez onto the Junker Queen, already getting one Jagged Blade to connect onto Dalko. The Winston able to make it back to the rest of his team, but Colombia sitting on the EMP, Death Blossom, and Kitsune Rush coming up. Svenko needs to find an opening pick for Brazil to move forward.
Let's see exactly what the first engage tool is going to be here. Xfeld is about to get that ultimate online, and Eternal is down here. EQO pulls the pin on the EMP yet again, and Dalka is down. And Eternal's going to have such a quick respawn here that this really sets Brazil back a number here. Dalka down. Nano boost onto Ludwig. Has the pulse bomb. Needs even more than that. Needs a miracle hit to keep themselves in it as Super Gomez removes them from the fight. Svenko is able to find Eternal, sends the dragon across the payload. In flies Dalkov with the Primal Rage, and it's Extra with the anti-in from the back ropes that finds Super Gomez. It's overtime. It's deep into overtime, and Brazil are grinding and grinding against this final golden box of a stay in the series. Mixed and Eternal both down here. Brazil have the numbers, and yes, it's an OT cap, but that puts us on level pegging as we go to extra innings.
Brazil, it feels like, have the immediate advantage, right? That control on point A, that pacing with Svenko being able to just make sure that Colombia are entirely neutralized and being able to take advantage of that first catwalk. With both of these teams full pushing, but it both being in overtime, and every single side only having 1 minute to be able to push, if a Hanzo comes in with an early first pick and forces your team to wait out half of the time you have available for a respawn, we're immediately going to have a favorite in this race.
And let's face it, looking at the point A defense for Brazil, it was Svenko that was coming out on top. Svenko with, I think, 2 or 3 opening fights, really slowing down Colombia's initial attack. A repeat of that performance here will end up with Colombia having basically no time to push that isn't just glued to the payload.
Well, no surprises. They've identified that win condition for Brazil too. EQO is temporarily on the Symmetra, but I have no doubt we are going to see him have to try and go for Hanzo, as it is literally going to be a Shimada snipe off to see who comes out on top.
And if you're watching, I want you to think about this. It's so easy to view Hanzo as this character that launches massive logs that are impossible to dodge. But these players are at such a high level that we are looking for the mind games here of who is where and who is expecting what, and can you outthink your opponent? Super Gomez isn't going to be given that opportunity. Focused down by Ludwig here, and this is a devastating first pick. Losing your tank like that, not a great look here for Colombia.
Payload not moving that much either. Dalka able to juggle both the peel for his backline, but also keeping the cart in its standstill form. As Svenko has been pushed back temporarily, but he is still just waiting for Colombia to look straight into the arrows. There it is.
At 30 seconds, you can't let that happen. And that means the entirety of the rest of this push is going to be in overtime. And right now, they barely moved this car. That's a nice opener. Dauka out of the fight, out of the mech, out of luck, and we are on for Colombia. Super Gomez with the super jump up onto the high ground. Brazil know that they've got to give space here. They can't just afford to keep that fight happening on the front lines.
Naya, with that shield bash, is able to jump back towards his team, so he's not getting staggered, but Super Gomez has a super jump too! He's trying to pressure the Ana. Exfil will be able to survive, but Brazil forced back yet again. More payload distance picked up for Colombia.
Yeah, this is a significant improvement over the first half of this push, but Colombia not out of the woods just yet. Look at Exfel's ult charge. 80% of the way to having the nano boost online. Dauka's made the swap over onto the Winston. This makes things much harder here for Colombia, as they do not have answering ultimates. Oh my days!
Okay,
The
that
C in
is
C9
inexcusable.
stands for Colombia. Holy heck.
That is inexcusable. There is no Lucio Boop. There is no Suzu. There's not even a Reinhardt or a Doomfist. There is nothing on that composition that can push you backwards.
The only thing...
The brig.
The only thing more egregious than that C9 is the lack of Team Brazil in the chat spamming C9, because that was, home style, corn-fed, all organic Charlie Niner.
I have seen a lot of letter numbers in my day, Phil. I'm sure you have too, but that may literally be the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know what's even more tragic? We just have to put it onto like Shakespearean levels. Super Gomez realizes. We cut to his POV and we see him trying to sprint towards that payload. And it's just too late. And now it all hangs in the balance. If Brazil, if Spanko is going to be able to find an opening shot, they get to just push this payload and negate that high ground. If EQO is able to find the opening shot, then Brazil have to take the long wraparound and have even less time to be able to use to push this payload. It really does come down to the DPS right now.
Yeah, this has got to be Philadelphia Fusion overtime Genji Blade clutch levels of performance here. The EQO if Colombia want to mount a successful defense here. You see Super Gomez already taking a world of damage. Solo frontlining for now. Interesting wrinkle, we do have Eternal on the Mei here.
I mean, he's going to be able to wall off the Hanzo shots to come through. And as a result, Spanko actually offers the Hanzo onto the Sombra to be able to try and get these hacks to connect onto the Diva, but it removes that one-tap potential that Brazil have. And EQO, entirely uncontested, is able to land a shot like that.
Yeah, that's huge, but look where the card is. We've got to get some sort of substantial point presence now for Colombia, because we are getting to the point where if you step off the point again, you can find it just trapped out from under you. And Eternal finds Ludwig here, so the kills are not coming through quickly for Colombia, but they are slowly grinding these fights out. We are into overtime. This could be where the defense falters. We haven't got ults online just yet. Super Gomez closing in on having a self-destruct. Be good to keep them in the fight here, but we are really just looking for where's the first opening, and Nile going down is devastating here for Brazil. Dauka throws in the self-destruct. Ice Block is there to keep Eternal in this fight, but they're still being pressured out here, and Brazil continuously losing players here. Wall goes up, makes it so hard to get in and recontest. The EMP was there for Spanko. It just was too little too late. The staying power here for Colombia is truly phenomenal. And Hail Mary Banana Boost out from Exfil. Mixed feed down here. Do Brazil get an extra stay at life? No, that's out of the mech, out of life, out of the fight, out of first place. And Colombia secure first seed in this group.
May is such a pain to deal with in overtime pushes. The wall to block line of sight from your Ana, the block as well. So even if you connect an Antonate onto her, you're still not able to pick up the kill. And we talked about it. Spanko, not on the Hanzo, on the Sombra. EQ immediately taking full advantage. The second that clock hits overtime, everyone from Brazil has to focus on the payload. And that means entirely uncontested Shimada on the sideline, who's really going to start dealing out the damage.
all of which is to say we've now got a good handle on exactly who is the best in this region. And to help us maybe break that down a little bit further, I've seen him typing sheesh in the chat. It's Jet Set Jameson. Bring us back in.
That was an absolutely crazy series. It was so close to going to a game number 5, especially after that big old Charlie Niner. And you mentioned it, Moxie, watching Gomez have that moment of clarity and realization where he needs to turn around and go back onto the cart. But you have to really give it up in that moment to Brazil's pressure. You saw it, the jump in from Dalka on that Winston, separating him from his forces. So he gave him that moment of panic where, oh, I don't have my heals anymore. I'm at 250 HP. I can easily die. But then again, it kind of got away from them. But good adjustment coming out from Colombia there. Eternal rocking that Mei at the end. It started off cold, but again, once you start hitting those icicles, those right clicks, getting that one shot onto a lot of those opponents, oh my goodness, it definitely heated up. And it was the right call to make, right? Because of that Charlie 9, where it took place right in front of server room. You really want to contest down in that car wash and have that extra wall to try and split up the forces. He didn't really need to use it at the end because ultimately his right clicks just proved so valuable for them. But this was such an amazing match.
Yeah, I mean, not just the things like the walls, the ice block that we already mentioned, but also the primary too. Not actually a projectile, so it goes through Diva Defense Matrix, and that's slow. When you couple it with all of those players being in such a close vicinity, just allowed all of the Colombian players to be able to farm Brazil's forces as they threw themselves onto the cart.
There were some really good reads here coming up from Brazil. Like you guys had mentioned on both of Colombia's attacks, right? Brazil were just laying in waves to take advantage of that cementer teleport. And they initially got that first frag on the second attack as well. But I don't know. I honestly don't know what the huge difference maker was ultimately in the end for them to be able to clutch out this win for Team Colombia on that secondary attack, because it was a huge snowball. It was a huge snowball on the offense for Brazil on our first phase, on their first attack. On their secondary attack, though, things just kind of faltered. Now, I have no idea what went wrong for them on their secondary attack there, Phil.
So I think it's very easy to get caught up in, oh, you know, it was a misplay by this person, it was a play by this person. And it might sound like a reductive argument, but the nature of Overwatch is it can be a very chaotic game, and sometimes you just have a bad fight. Like, you can plan everything, you can set up the dominoes ready to fall, and there's just like a slight hitch in timing, and it doesn't come off. I think the fact that both of these teams were 4-0 coming into this shows us we should expect them to be very close, and it's just small mistakes, issues with timing that are not even systemic. It's just a thing that happens in a confusing game and a confusing fight. I think in a longer series, in a repeat in this series, we maybe don't see this go that way.
And
I mean, to sort of bounce off of that, I can say right now, the turning point for Brazil in that second attack was Exfil getting picked early by EQO. Like, if one person goes down to the hands, already you're having to wait 30 seconds for that respawn, and that is going to significantly limit the aggression that your team has, so your ultimate economy is going to be far behind the defenders, which is not the greatest position. The fact that it was your AMER, however, impacted in how aggressively Dalka got to play. If Exfil had been able to survive, Dalka could have been able to play for base tank damage, build up the nano boost, and have the pressure to be able to push Colombia off of those angles and set Svenkel up to be able to build towards the EMP, which was the play that they went for. 1 minute, we've seen Sombras do it, is enough, plus with overtime, to be able to build an EMP, and you need one good EMP to immediately win one fight, and one fight was all they needed to win. But unfortunately, EQO finding that one pick just entirely undid Brazil's game plan.
And we talked a lot about the DPS line and the tank line, but you honestly have to give up so much credit to Hug and Mixv for Colombia. Individually had some great moments. Hug on that Kiriko, using that Suzu to avoid a lot of damage, also the rush to avoid Spenko on that Hanzo, who had a great what was it, a Dragon Strike onto the point on point A, but on point C, excuse me, but they were able to avoid that with the Suzu. It was so fantastic to see. But Mixv, his barrier timings, I believe, on their defense to keep Eternal alive. There was a huge focus coming out from Brazil. Their tank line and their DPS were all trying to focus down Eternal when he made that swap on over to the Reaper. But Mixv keeps him alive because I believe they had forced out his Wraith form, everything. He had nothing going for him except for Mixv So just across the board, Colombia, everyone had some amazing moments there, but this was a series that we were hoping to go to 3. It was so extremely close. Brazil still put on an amazing performance there, but honestly, despite maybe losing a little bit of momentum there when we were on Gibraltar, when we were on Ilios, you have to really give it up to Colombia. When we started off on well, EQO was just absolutely dominating.
I mean, technically we did get 3 maps considering we got to see Gibraltar twice.
That is
So,
true.
on paper,
Technically true.
Series technically went. Semantics, yes. But on paper, it did actually go to those 3 maps. But no, honestly, EQO Sombra play on Ilias. We talked about just the pathing, the rotations, the EMP usages as well. The fact that Colombia, their comms must have been impeccable for everyone to be able to react so quickly to those EMP timings. Because a lot of the time, we see players get just dumpster down in EMPs, but it's a DPS or a tank, a squishy target, who literally, like, 2 people coordinating very quickly when they don't have abilities to be able to save themselves, just disappear. It was the Winston. Winston has so much health, and you've got an Ana trying to pocket that Winston too, so coordination from Colombia, absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, so that does mean Colombia go 5-0 in Group B. They will be the first seed walking out of the group stages here. Brazil have been knocked down to the 2nd seed, and so now they're barreling down of going up against the first seeds from any other region here, and that is a scary, scary prospect. But Colombia definitely secured that spot for themselves. That was a hard-fought battle. So congratulations to them. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our final match here in Group B. It's going to be Chile versus Argentina right after the break for the Overwatch World Cup. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. It's not just the teams and the players that are swapping out. We got another swap coming in as Billy will now be joining us here, bringing all the action for the rest of the day with Phil. We have one final game left in Group B, and it's Chile versus Argentina. No stakes here, but this is an important match for Chile, who have been really on fire. Despite their loss yesterday, it was still really good looks up against the Colombia that just took Brazil 2-0. So we are looking in this matchup to see more of them. But for Argentina on the other side, who are currently sitting on 1-3 record, they're looking for a final win in the group to finish things out strong. Now, in this matchup, Billy, Phil, let's go ahead and just do early predictions. Who do you guys think are going to walk away with the victory here?
I got to say, looking just at map record and match record here, on paper, this looks like it's, if not an easy win for Chile, at the very least, a win that they've not got to go quite 110% on to secure.
Yeah, so we'll see if Argentina have anything to throw in the faces of Chile to try and slow them down, because again, they had such an amazing match yesterday, Billy, up against Colombia.
I mean, I took to Twitter because my heart broke for Chile yesterday. They were so close, and Ram took it on the chin and said that he didn't perform to the best of his ability. I completely disagree with that. I thought they performed about as well as they could have. And they just ran into a Colombia team that just is just a notch above. But I mean, they made it so memorable. It's one of my core memories here from this Overwatch World Cup for 2023. But Chile, I mean, top to bottom up against this Argentina squad, I think that they just have a little bit more firepower, and I think that they made their time in the sun.
It felt like just in that final stage on New Queen Street, it was just about tempo, right? We saw Colombia just making the swaps so much faster, making the right decisions faster than Chile. And honestly, if Chile had a little bit more experience in that region and being able to make those same kind of swaps to answer in kind, it could have easily gone their way. But taking a look at the Argentina side, Phil, what can you tell me about them?
Well, so for Argentina, they are our black sheep team, really, because they are playing a style that nobody else is playing. We got a chance to speak to Walter yesterday in the post-match interview and learn that, you know, Gatsby, as is displayed on Wikipedia, is a DPS player who just so happens to also be quite good at Orisa here. So because of that, the team is centered a lot of the time around these Orisa compositions. Walter, I think, yesterday put a really strong showing on both the Mei, on the Echo, and I believe even a little bit of Hanzo here. So this is a team that has some real and genuine bright spots, but the way that the way that the group is sort of striated at the minute means that this is going to be a tough matchup for Argentina unless they are starting to make some real last-minute changes to the way they're playing the game.
Yeah, it's always a tough journey here in Overwatch World Cup, especially when there are some roster issues and you come up with last-second additions, right, or subtractions, I guess. Players having to leave the team, unfortunately, and then, of course, players having to off-roll. But they have still put up an admirable effort on the other side, though. Chile, they have been slowly evolving across the World Cup, across these last 4 games that they've already played. We're seeing them rely a little bit more on Frack instead of just making this all about Ram, right, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about Ram. I think that Lazo and Papa were a big reason of why they've gotten so far here in this World Cup. And I mean, to end the World Cup for them above 500 is going to do wonders for the grassroots scene, not only in Chile but also in the other countries that are being represented here. I think that Argentina will also be able to grow from this. And you know, it may not have gone the way they wanted to. You know, last second things happened, but I mean, for Chile, I mean, this has got to really set them up for, you know, a beautiful run into the next cycle. Hopefully we have the World Cup coming back in 2024.
Yeah, of course, it would be amazing to see that, especially with how much talent is still developing out there. That's what I love about the Overwatch World Cup. It's such a huge platform to be able to discover some new players for especially our audience who might not be familiar with other regions, right? It's such a huge way to be introduced to some new players. So far, Chile has been standout. There have been great moments for Argentina as well, but we're going to be starting it off here on Lijiang Tower. Now, Argentina have tried other things, right? Gatsby is more than serviceable, I would say, on other roles for that Orisa. But does Orisa fit here in Lijiang Tower?
So we end up talking about Lijiang Tower as a great bellwether for like what kind of styles a team can play, and there are, if not like dead set in stone compositions for each of these 3 points, there are compositions that work best. I would say that the Orisa style of play here probably works best in Control Center, where you can play like the Orisa Brawl style, where you can sort of death ball forward and use your CC to run over the other team. Elsewhere, it gets a little bit harder. It can get outpaced by things like rush compositions and by dive compositions. So it's a bit of a toss-up here, and I guess we'll see what else Gatsby has in their wheelhouse.
Okay, well, here we are in Lijiang. So, Phil, Billy, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, as always, Jameson. I'm not going to fall into the trap here of talking about the Gatsby Roadhog just yet. We've still got 7 seconds left to go, but what we are seeing from the other side does make a certain amount of sense here, Billy.
I mean, we saw Ram get a lot of work done on Lijiang Tower yesterday. I mean, they got a 2K barrage on Control Center up against some pretty stiff competition in Colombia. So I think for Argentina right now, they gotta have their sight lines ready to go. I don't know if they're gonna expect it, but I mean, you do have Oracle on the Cassidy, so you do have that instantaneous counter to the Farah, and well, Ram went down super low there.
Yeah, that was very... Oh, in fact, all the way down. Papo down as well. Walter with a couple of tasty right clicks there. Takes the airborne duo out of the sky. And I think for Chile, you've maybe got to realize that this is on a hide into nothing on this fight. Get what you can and get out again. That was very quick for Argentina.
I mean, where was the positioning from Ram there? Ram, come on, don't make me come over there and give you a couple of shakes.
Don't make me fly to Chile.
Don't make me fly to Chile and Santiago and take care of business. But you know, they're going to try and run this together. They're going to try and get the rotations around, go all the way around them. I like this. Well, they're coming into the center here, but Oracle, I mean, we didn't see a lot of the hit scan from them, but really has lit it up with Cassidy so far.
Yeah, and I think Chile are going to find this very difficult to make happen. Like, look where Argentina are playing. It's very hard for anybody other than Gatsby to land under the crosshair of Ram right now, and they've been so slow about generating that ultimate that you've got to wonder about the overall value of the Farah here. Walter with the first pick yet again. Huge amount of pressure out from Oracle. Oh, what a connect with the nade. What a fun and balanced ability here as Papo goes down. We'll see Walter pick up the sleep, but Lazu caught out on their own here. So we stagger out Lazu, and we're about to stagger out Frack.
Oh no, this is just brutal.
Get ended.
It's just brutal! And I mean, with that landing of the grenade, puts you 5% off of having the Deadeye. So, I mean, Chile, they just look completely outmaneuvered, outpositioned, outplayed right now. And Frack, where here comes the switch. They're going to go over to the Ramantra. So now they're going to get up in the face, and Ram over to the May. This is going to be a definite early counter for Chile.
Unfortunately, they have to make this happen in the neutral into Argentina being very close to a full bevy of ultimates. Oracle's out first, and that's a Deadeye through an AMP matrix. I lack the mental faculty to do the maths, but I think we can agree that's a buttload of damage. So Argentina have slowed this down to 95%, and they drop the Blizzard, they drop the Terror Surge, and Argentina just played this beautifully, Billy.
I mean, que movido Argentina, vamos. What? I mean, there was just a complete lack of recognition from Chile, the composition that they ran into. They did not do their homework because Gatsby was just able to hold court on the point and just allowed Oracle and to control the pathing lanes coming in. And there was really no way for Chile to get onto the point. And by the time they swap at 71%, it's too late. You're going into ultimate fiesta and you're trying to do everything in the neutral. So here for Chile, they've got to be a lot more cognizant of what's coming in to them. You know, hard loss yesterday, I get it. But you still can go positive here in the World Cup qualifiers, and that's what you really need to be focusing on if you're Chile.
Yeah, this is national pride on the line, if nothing else here. Bit of a swap up here. Argentina, Gatsby in on the wrecking ball. I believe we may have seen this look for them previously, but certainly a little bit unusual. Water over onto the Echo. Very good showing on that particular hero yesterday. And of course, a deadly threat to Ram in the sky. Look at the pointy nature of that damage. Nobody really there to contest the res on the high ground. I don't know if Papa can actually reach that one. Oracle down, so what was a good opening here for Argentina ultimately hasn't amounted to too much. Looks like it's going to be Chile with the numbers here to get the early cap. Supports here caught out. I believe we saw the TP out from Chucky and Akuno over the side to stay alive. Gatsby back in, no point flip just yet. Argentina really don't want to let this one go.
I mean, the fact that we saw Frack go back and switch into the Diva, which is one of their signature takes to counter this aerial threat of Walter, immediate value.
Yeah, I think the Wrecking Ball comp is a weird wrinkle here. Difficult for the Wrecking Ball to really do much to protect backlines or DPS. You're sort of causing chaos and hoping to find frags in the middle of it, and so far it's been a little bit slow from Argentina. Rhyme's able to find Gatsby. Oh, maybe a little bit over the side there would have been better for the concussive blast, but it's still Chile with a very comfortable couple of fight wins back to back.
I mean, Rom almost gets Walter on the exit there as they try to regress back to their spawn, and I mean, this is a much better look from Chile. Now that you have something to take care of Rom and the pharmacy combo in the air, this is exactly what they wanted. Nano engage here. You probably throw it onto Rom with the barrage and just watch them decimate everybody.
Still a couple of shots away from having that fully online. And Gatsby has... It don't matter what Gatsby swapped to. Beautiful direct. And the chase there to get Okuno as well. Oh boy, Rom, what a showing.
Frack also ate the pulse bomb coming in from Oracle. So, I mean, there's one of the most potentially fight-winning or fight-swapping ultimates taken off the board. So this is the Chile that we were expecting. And now that we're seeing it come to fruition, we're just duplicate. You've got to be going for the Diva here to try to get a quick stop.
There it is. Duplicate picks up the Diva, but the pressure there onto Walter is so strong. They're going to find themselves out of the mech very quickly. They have been able to get Frack out of theirs here. Self-destruct comes through. I think Walter might be able to get some remake damage here. Won't get the ultimate, but Oracle finds Ram in the middle of the barrage, and Walter is straight into bogarting Papo, making sure that they can't get in and find that res, but they get it anyway as Frack dives into body block and bring Ram back into the fight care of Papo. And there's just no touch. We were so focused on the fight happening away from the point that is it 100-0 on Night Guard.
That is beautiful. That's a beautiful flip, and this is exactly what you wanted to see. This is the turnaround that you see coming from Chile. They let the first map go. They start making earlier swaps, and now we'll have a map 3, and it's going to be Night Market. So, you know, we did not see the Symmetra strategies coming out from Team Chile here on Night Market. I believe that we did not see it from Argentina as well. So, I mean, it's going to be about point presence, who can get there first. Devout might be showing us the Symmetra here in the beginning. And yeah, Junker Queen. Frack has a pretty good Junker Queen, too, that we have seen before.
Okay, actually, the Junker Queen just for the early speed boost for the rest of the team. It's not going to be enough to stop Argentina getting to the point first. And once they are ensconced, it does get a little bit harder here for Ram to find value. So they rotate over to the side here and certainly get some splash damage into the somewhat more slow and steady composition that Argentina have brought out here. Don't expect too much here until the point unlocks, a few seconds away just yet. And looking at that top bar, Frack has made a swap over onto the Wrecking Ball here, Billy.
I mean, you're going to try and displace. That's what the Wrecking Balls do. You displace, and you just completely discombobulate Argentina on the point. But I mean, they've already got control of the point. Now it's about getting the frags and getting it done quickly. And what a shot from Walter again!
Okay, do still have the res available from Papo. It's whether or not anybody is guarding that body. Okay, Frack. Can we get back out of that one? Yeah, a bit of time spent on the grapple. But no, Walter's there to guard the edge, and Frack is down. No chance of recovery there. Great play from Argentina.
I mean, the javelin spin sends them off. It completely screws up their timing on the grapple. So now, I mean, Chile, I mean, you're going to have a pulse bomb coming up, but the immortality barrier should be able to take care of that without it causing too much problems.
What an anti-in from Lazu. Hits 2. Okuno only just gets out of that one with their life. They will now have ultimates to throw at this one. It's time for ultra wide. That's going to be going up, but no one's left to fire through it. Okuno kind of going for the Hail Mary with the ultimate. It did not amount to too much so for Argentina. It's how long can we hold on? What charge can we get before the flip?
And now Chile are able to go outside of the point and kind of gatekeep, which we saw them do yesterday. Well, they'll watch all these aggresses and entrances onto the point. Every pathway will be scouted out here. Rom is basically your spy eye in the sky, and we'll see how they go on through this.
Wow. Did think for a second there we were going to see Ram taken out entirely. Does manage to secure a trade by taking out the immortality field here. Chucky with the sound barrier keeps the rest of Argentina alive. They need an additional kill here. They need to find a way to even out this before they can start to push into the point. And there's a lot of survivability on the cards here for Chile. Gatsby's able to find Lazu here with the ultimate. Oracle gets devout. And now there is a slight opening here for Argentina, particularly as Ram has been removed from the equation. But how do you dislodge a pocketed Wrecking Ball who can keep this point alive for a ridiculous amount of time? Adaptive shields burnt down, 14 HP, and Okuno takes them out of the fight. 51% gained as the last tag comes in here for Chile.
I mean, you're going to have a nano engage plus a pulse bomb, but I mean, both support or both DPS ultimates available to Argentina, and you're going to be coming up very close on another amplification matrix. So, I mean, for Walter, you let them have a false sense of security, and then drop the blizzard on top of them, and then Oracle can clean up whatever survives out of that, and you're just going to have a wonderful time here.
Good dodge there on the hindering nade from Frack, and at 82%, Walter's fine. Devout had the pulse bomb ready to go, and that was going to be a big way they could open up this fight, and now they don't have it. And Chile are now going to have to wait or find a frag just by happenstance here, and it's at 93%. Frack getting ready to come in with the touch. Nobody really in a position to... Ooh, Oracle finds Ram. Deadeye out. Blizzard out. They want to make this as inhospitable as possible. Let's throw up the Amp Matrix for good measure. Oracle finds Lazu. Ram down again. But about to be able to find Oracle here. You still have Frack in the back. There's no mega health pack. Needs to get a big pickup from the adaptive shields here. Doesn't really get it. And every other crosshair in the lobby goes the way of Frack on the hamster. The wall goes up. The map ends. And Argentina put a point on the board.
Well, I mean, this is improbable based on what we've seen so far from Chile. I mean, this is completely not what I had on my card. Argentina, I mean, they're playing way above their class right now, and we haven't seen an answer really coming out from Chile. I mean, this has got to be a bit of an alarm bell for Chile, because other than that, you know, they could be going 2-3 here.
It's an interesting factoid with a particularly low sample size here, that when we see Argentina run the Orisa, success. When we see Argentina run the not Orisa, no success. It's obviously a little bit more complicated than that, but everything just looks a little bit more combobulated. It looks more together when they're running that style. Like, it looks like what they are used to and comfortable playing.
I mean, the diva wasn't bad.
Oh, not at all.
But I just think that Frack has a better diva than Gatsby. I think that the real heroes here, obviously, the DPS get a lot of the love, and Oracle really showed some good stones here, bringing out the Cassidy and dealing with Rom in the air. Rom had to be spy checking all the time, did not see where the Cassidy was. And they got owned. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They got owned.
It's difficult, again, with a relatively small sample size to say exactly how this next map is going to go, particularly as this is still losers pick format, so Chile get to pick where we're going next. But I think Argentina have kind of shown that they do now have the stones. They've got the experience to play into what is counterpicked against them map-wise. Like, we're not just expecting, or we're not just seeing them stuck on playing the Orisa. So this might not be as easy for Chile to round out a second map and take us to a third, as we would have expected at the start of the broadcast.
I mean, if they go to where they had one of their signature wins, map wins, taking us to Blizzard World, because Gatsby does like to play the Orisa, and you can dominate high ground control with Frack on the Diva. I think that would be a much better place for them to go and, you know, to try to secure us into that map 3. Because, I mean, if they go someplace like a King's Row, if they go someplace where, you know, it's more brawl centric, they're not going to win that.
No.
I'll tell you that right now. They will not win a brawl matchup against Gatsby right now. Argentina are playing above their weight class, and they're having a good time at it too.
Yeah, I think one of the stakes that we kind of set for this is national pride on the line. Neither of these two teams can now qualify for BlizzCon. It's Chile at 2-2. It's Argentina at 1-3. What that does is give Argentina a chance to pull level with Peru, and for Chile to kind of stay where they are in third place. But the map has been selected. We are off for another time here to Gibraltar.
I mean, the same principle that you see from Blizzard World, the same thing applies here. High ground control is at a premium, and based upon what we saw of Gatsby's D.Va, maybe the Monkey would be a better look. And if you're going to try and match up against the D.Va, the healing's got to be on point for Argentina. So I think this is a great map choice coming out of Chile. Rom, got to step it up. We saw Devout getting a lot of work done on the side. Once again, we talked about him being a supporting character to Rom, and really started getting into their own spotlight in that game versus Colombia. But for Chile, I mean, this is where you got to make your stand. You've got to throw the gauntlet down and say, you're not going to cross this. We're going to take this map and we're going to take it to a decider.
And if you look back to the series that we just played, going back to Brazil versus Colombia, we have seen that there is some merit, albeit a little bit wonky from time to time, in playing a brawl composition here. It has become slightly easier to take high ground control. So if Gatsby finds that they can't quite go toe-to-toe with the D.Va, there is a little bit of space here for them to adapt and go back to playing that. Suboptimal as it might be, sometimes playing what you're best at is better than playing what's meta.
I mean, you can do certain comfort picks here. I mean, if Walter can take control of high ground, like we saw them do on Ilios yesterday. I mean, the Ilios map yesterday from Walter was where I really stood up and said, hello, you are a fantastic TPS player. And I mean, made their opponents yesterday just completely mental, getting those early picks right out the gate.
Okay, interesting. Haven't seen a lot of Widowmaker recently. Still not a terrible map for the pick. Just got to be a little bit more forward-facing with where you stand. Can still easily win out the 1v1 at this range against Oracle. Case in point, thank you nicely. Rez is still on board, so Oracle's back in. But now Argentina know they've got to be careful because Devout is out and about.
Say that 5 times fast, Phil, and we'll see how you do. But I mean, high ground control is definitely going to be in Chile's favor here as they look to kind of pincer around. Oh my goodness. Oracle Oracle's got some pretty good aim too, huh?
Yes, stop and check just how many tendons were still connected between the shoulder and the head there forward about, because that was very nearly off at the shoulders. For now, though, Argentina able to slow things down as we approach the top of this car wash at the bottom here. Oracle, interestingly, playing from the low ground here. Would expect them to be in a slightly more, there we go, slightly more defensive position. Slowing down a bit here, Billy.
It is, and I think that it's the positioning of Argentina right now. I think that they're also very wary of where Devout is, and I mean, if they get ahead here, try and camp the body. You're looking for possibly the Kiriko or the Mercy would be the best choice, but look how comfy they're playing up here on top of high ground.
That's a difficult one. Argentina bathed in the purple. Oracle and Okuno both under pressure, under fire, and out of options here. Okuno and Chaki both down, and Walter can go for all the cinematics they might like here. They may secure the D-Mech. They don't have supports. Their time in the fight is limited, to say the least. Gatsby doesn't get the remake here, and we are off into the hangar phase.
Well, I mean, Chile, we've got Devout now onto the Ash, a little bit more utility in the kit, a little bit faster reload to be able to reposition with the coach gun instead of the grapple. Also, the TNT is such a huge part of Ash's kit, so I like the change here. Pulse Bomb coming up very shortly for Rom, but the duplicate, I think the duplicate right now from Walter needs to stabilize this fight for Argentina.
The reduced HP on the duplicate compared to the original build of Echo does make picking up a tank and generating ultimate that little bit harder. We saw that happen to Water back on our control map, picked up the Diva, and then wasn't really allowed to do too much with it here. Argentina, for now, are fighting with the knowledge that they have the ult advantage, and Chile are continuing to give them maybe even too much respect here. They've given over a lot of payload progress without really taking a serious fight. And now if they want to do that, they've got to do that into 2 support ults running simultaneously. They've been able to take Rom out of the fight already. Oracle has the Bob, the big Omnic Butler, ready to go to keep point contested, and we don't have far to go on the payload.
Oh, look at this positioning from Oracle as well, inside the shuttle. I mean, just a safe place to play. This is great positioning here from Argentina, and you don't even have to invest the Bob here. So Bob will buy you time and space for, you know, if you start losing players. Oracle once again getting it done.
Ice in the veins of Oracle here, was down at low HP, trusted in Gatsby to come up with the defense matrix and keep them in this one. Deep out closing in on a Bob of their own. Oracle has theirs already committed to the fight, and the focusing beam takes Devout out of this. You are really seeing the difference that having the Mercy Pocket does for the DPS of Argentina.
I mean, you talked about me being insufferable if Chile won or if the Orisa is good or not. I mean,
You're just
Mercy,
insufferable generally.
Yeah, shush you. But I mean, Mercy mains unite. We're seeing the ultimate value here on the biggest stage. And I mean, Okuno really putting in the work on the Mercy. Has been a daredevil at times when they've gone in for reses and trying to keep their teammates alive. So this has been fantastic work out of them.
Split rotation here results in a pincer, momentarily trapping Gatsby between Devout and Frack, but it's Ram that's down first. Bob committed into the fight will allow Devout to find a Kuno here. Self-destruct eliminates Bob from the field, and Chile looks like they are about to take this fight by the horns. Walter picks up the duplicate onto the Ana, can't land the sleep, doesn't land much on the anti, only finds Papo and is struggling to generate the ult charge they require to keep themselves in the fight with the nano boost. For now, Chile continue to find frags. Argentina punching back as hard as they are receiving, but it's Chile that find the 2 frags that might allow them to scooches on into the final phase of the match.
I mean, we're very close. My feed is actually frozen here. So I'm waiting for my feed to come back up. So, I mean, that'll be, well, they're 0.85 meters away. There's still a contest going on.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is very gutsy stuff from Argentina, keeping themselves in this one. This has been a phenomenal time buy, but Chile just have the weight of numbers here. There's only really so much that Argentina can do, but that is a good amount of time off the bank as we move into C.
Well, we're going to see what Argentina are made of here with a sizable time bank. Their ultimate economy, you know, pretty level with Chile right now. And we're going to see, you know, if they can resolve and get some wins in the neutral here. I think the Bob has to be big here.
Massive sleep onto Walter, who's going to swap over onto the Tracer here. And it's 2 kills out from Argentina, and it's both supports out from under the Chile composition. And that surely means that Chile needs to back out here and regroup.
Well, I mean, about going over to the Hanzo, we saw how good they can be on the Archer, and we'll see if this is going to be able to resolve and start the push again. You're also going to have a little bit more of the vision control that Chile seems to thrive off of. So also the ability to reposition. I mean, these are things that Argentina are going to be very, very difficult for them to be able to change and counter, and we'll see how they work out on it.
Just a note here, everybody, unfortunately, Billy and I are having some stream difficulties here, so we can't quite keep you up with the action as we might like to. We are now approaching this final straightaway. Chile pushing Argentina back towards their own spawn. We're looking at a relatively healthy time bank here for Chile, but Argentina have this weight of respawn so heavily in their favor that this is likely to go a good while longer yet.
I mean, we'll see how this is going to play out as we approach, you know, the final curve here. I think that a change here from Rom, bringing out the other half of the Shimano duo. I mean, you've got a Nano online and the rally at your back.
Yeah, will of course be a little while here before that Genji Blade is online. We did see the Eat come through there. Frank able to deal with Walter's pulse bomb, Water out of the fight. Also, self-destruct out from Gatsby. No No kills on the back end of that one. Back into the mech, nice and safe on the high ground for now. Chile still with a couple of answering blows here. Starts to get a little bit trady, a bit back and forth. DPS out for support here, and Argentina continue, regardless of the overall progress of the fight, to eke out this time bank here. But Chile are now getting a wealth of kills in their favor, and at this point, it's only really a few seconds, and now no seconds available left for the recontest for Argentina.
I mean, this is good from Chile. The swaps there into the final point. I mean, 23 seconds. You know, not a huge time bank, but the fact that they completed all the way definitely throws the pressure back onto Argentina to be able to deal with this. So I'm looking for, you know, early high ground control from Chile as Argentina comes out. Do we see any changes coming out from Argentina? Do they think that they might have a certain strategy that they want to run here? I'm really curious to see how they're going to approach this, knowing that they are on match point here and being able to deal with that. We'll see how it actually goes.
I suspect if this does come down to the wire, there really isn't going to be much between these two time banks. Chile and Argentina seem very evenly matched, particularly here on Gibraltar, right? Because we spoke going into this, I certainly did going into this, like, oh, well, like, let's look at the map record, let's look at the scoreline. It's Chile that have the on-paper advantage here. And I'm happy to say, I think we've been underestimating Argentina here, and underestimating Gatsby particularly. Like, Argentina are all doing fantastically, but we've maybe been a little bit too quick to write them off as an Orisa one-trick, where this has been a very strong performance for them.
I mean, based upon what we saw in Gardens, though, I mean, Gatsby got gapped. So, I mean, here on Gibraltar, it's a different story altogether. And yeah, I mean, Gatsby really taking the Diva by the horns and making it their own. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've maybe been a little bit too hard here. And this goes back to our previous match. This Hanzo in this composition on the defense is such a pain point here, because that opening pick means another 10 seconds really before Argentina are back in the fight in a meaningful way. And if Devout can do this a few times in a row, this really eats away at this opening time bank.
Yeah, I mean, this is just brutal. And Devout has shown time and time again that they are very, very clear, being able to hit the shots across the entirety of these World Cup qualifiers. So this is going to turn into Oracle v Devout, and Devout almost loses their life for their troubles.
Oh, Devout's able to find another one, though, and that's arguably even better than the Tracer pick-off. Massive anti. That's going to hit 3, and Argentina once more in a world of pain here on this offensive push.
Well, we're going to see how this gets turned around here, because Chile has high ground control. The lines of sight are completely under their control. And I mean, Gatsby hasn't been able to maneuver enough with the DMs to be able to save the members of their team. So this is really going to turn difficult here for Argentina if they are not able to dislodge Devout, especially.
Pushing into this kind of composition can be very frustrating, specifically because of Devout's ability to find those opening frags and how tight and coordinated you've got to be to not give them that space. They have now made a significantly more successful rotation. They're about to move into the underpass, and they've taken Chile's DPS out of the fight. Argentina have a bevy of ultimates. Chile too here. If Argentina can close out the rest of this map without spending too heavily here, this sets them up for a phenomenal snowball.
This is going to be difficult. This is going to be difficult for Chile to be able to stand tall on. Yeah, that's a biggie. That's a big pick as well onto Rom. So now maybe the floodgates start to open for Argentina.
And that's 2 committed so far from Argentina. The nano boost onto Gatsby. Dragon Strike out from Debut. Dragon Strike out from Oracle as well. This is a big investment across the board here. I was hoping for something a little more calm and measured from Argentina. Chile have spent just as heavily, and they've mounted the defense. Argentina spending their war chest.
Well, we'll see how this is going to play out, because we are at what, 1:15 on the clock, and I mean, we're no closer to getting it done than we were about a minute ago. So I mean, great stand from Chile. They're going to have something coming up soon. They had to expend so much just to keep us through.
Yeah, that was very, very close-knit stuff there. The Suzu only just keeping Gatsby alive long enough to keep this team fully functional. 23 seconds on the clock here for Argentina. They've got support ults, and that is about it unless someone really starts to turn things around here. Out comes the Kitsune Rush for Chile. They're not super interested in going down and fighting on the point when they can continue to surround and control the high ground here. So that Kitsune Rush just buys Argentina a small amount of space here. Will have at least allowed Water to get that bit closer to the duplicate about to come online here as Chucky is forced to divert their attention across the map here to try and keep as much of the team alive as possible. Self-destruct deals with about Ram down here as well at the 10-second mark. Argentina get a chance to move us into the hangar phase. It's 0.9, it's 0, it's on into the hangar.
Fantastic turn there from Argentina. I mean, you know, 2:30 on the clock now for them. About over to the Cassidy. And I mean, you're coming up on ultimates here for Chile. Most notably, that Nano has been so crucial to the success of Chile throughout these qualifiers. But Oracle, I think with the vision and being able to get that one pick potential, yeah, they actually have the shot on to Ram.
Disgusting. Could not have known that Ram was there until it happened, and then gets one with the Dragon Strike. They call him Oracle because he's looking into the future. He's seeing the plays. He's downloading Chile, and he's cracking this open for Argentina.
Well, I mean, Oracle just putting the team on the back and having a wonderful time doing it. But, you know, we've got some recontestability here from Chile. You're going to have the self-destruct. That's going to buy you not only space, but also a chance to get yourself back in fight if you take too much damage. Gatsby has one of their own.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Walter's down here, and they were so close to having an ultimate. We were so close to getting this across the line for Argentina. But with a couple of players down and Chucky looking at low HP, I think it's time to back out and make what you can of your time bank.
2.94 meters is all that separates Argentina between them and then getting to the third point. They need to do it, and they're going to be sub 1 minute when they finally recontest the point. And you're running into a Deadeye, and I think that Devout waits for the D-Mech onto Gatsby, and the sleep came through as well. I mean, Lazu is putting in a hell of a performance here, Phil.
You kind of hate to see it. Like, that was a really disgusting stagger, and now they can push on a 5v4 because they know that Gatsby's not there just yet. They can generate ult charge, they can generate kills, and Chile have just picked apart Argentina here. They've taken down to the final half minute.
I mean, the anti that just came in from Lazu completely denied any kind of support there for poor Oracle. Now, you do have the duplicate ready for Walter, and you've got the Kitsune Rush, so that buys you some space, it buys you a little extra time. You've got the self-destruct ready as well.
Oh, I love the focus there from Devout. Okuno just able to dodge out of the way by activating the Valkyrie and getting that additional control over the space. Gatsby in trouble being chased, but the remake is there, and Frack is out of luck and out of mech. It's going to be an overtime push here. There's a slim chance of a recontest here from Chile, and we might just see this move into the final phase of Gibraltar. What a threading of the needle on that self-destruct. My days, Walter.
Oh, Walter can do it all, and I mean, such a gem. I loved the interview yesterday with Walter. He was just so happy to play, and I mean, the team just having a wonderful time here in their debut here.
Yes, the most wonderful time of the year. Overwatch World Cup.
It is. But I mean, Frack held on to self-destruct. I mean, they could have, you know, popped the ultimate there and bought themselves some space. What a shot from Oracle once again.
Wow.
You cannot underestimate this hop there.
And this is so important as well because that ult was about to be online. Nano Boost would have been so helpful here for Chile. And Argentina don't have any ults in this fight. Winning out neutrals like this and getting free push because you've taken out a key member at a key time is phenomenal stuff here from Argentina as the payload rounds that final corner. Argentina surge forward. They've taken Ram out of the fight. They do now have to deal with Devout, who's making the classic last-ditch Widowmaker swap. And Oracle falls at below the 30-second mark here. Okuno might have the chance of a res, but we've seen Gatsby removed from the mech. Argentina get one last scrappy fight here on C.
We don't talk about the grapple.
No way! No way! Oh, Oracle with the counter swap, Debout down. Okuno does have the res, has the Valkyrie. Do they have the space to secure the res? They do. It's cost them Oracle, but they've now got what they need to get onto the point and keep it contested. Ram went for a last-second attempt at stopping that remake coming through. Unfortunately, the pulse was just a little bit too slow here. Gatsby's back out of mech as well. It's down to Walter to pick up a duplicate of the Roan onto the Diva, but the kills are coming in thick and fast here for Chile on their map pick. It's overtime, and there's only so much that Oracle can do on the Widowmaker.
Oh my days. that was a hell of a last fight there from both sides. The picks coming fast and furious. The two changes onto the Widowmakers respectively for Debout and Oracle. Goodness gracious, you don't normally see that level of precision. It came out in spades there, but it was the fact that there was a nano available to keep Frack up and really started pumping through the damage. And then you saw Rom in the backline just completely annihilating people left and right. That is what we wanted to see from Chile. Last second stand, and they get it done.
I think I'm going to have to rethink my dinner choices for today, because I'm going to have to eat both crow and humble pie here, because I was looking at this matchup as kind of a, yeah, okay, it doesn't really matter. It might not even be that close, but this has been super entertaining. This has been a really fun match to watch, even with the stakes effectively removed from the competition, right? These two teams seem very, very evenly matched.
I mean, I believe they're neighbors, Argentina and Chile, in the south of South America. So
I barely know where America is.
Yeah, they're very competitive. I mean, this means a lot to them. And, well, Debout really put on a show here, but I think that Oracle takes the MVP for this map in particular. Just wonderful stuff from all sides. I mean, the supports were fantastic. Okuno has a bloody good Mercy, Daredevil at times, suicidal even, I would say, but I had, backed it up with some superior gameplay. So this is the match that I'm loving it. I'm loving the entirety of this match.
Yeah, a lot of fun so far. Of course, one more map coming our way here. Of course, it's losers pick format. So now it's Argentina's turn to show us what it is they think they've got here. This is effectively the curse of the reverse sweep, is that you have to make a reverse sweep into your opponent, picking the maps that work best for them. So slightly onto the back foot here for Argentina.
Well, we'll see how this actually goes down. Is it going to be push? I think it is push. That comes up next. Okay.
If you think I've been paying any kind of attention to this, Billy, you really don't know me well enough.
I was hoping that you were. Hopefully, we'll see how it is. But the fact is that Chile pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and took the loss of Lijiang Tower on the chin, and then came back and put up this gem. And I mean, this is wonderful to see. The heart. I've been talking about it, especially with the Central and South American teams. Passion and heart means so much in this game. Sometimes you can turn it around just with that, and you see it on full display here.
Yeah, you really do. We were lucky enough to talk before the Overwatch World Cup really got kicked off, like way back when we were still only just in the stage of having announced teams and personnel, with speaking with a group of the South and Central American coaches and GMs and learning what it's been like in that region that no longer has official path to pro support, and the way that these countries have come together to find their own avenues for competition and for community here is truly very, very admirable. So whilst we're looking at these matches and going, oh, this is incredibly hard fight, this is in a very real way a hard fight between friends and between community. And so maybe it's a little bit cheesy to say here, but in the end, it's a win regardless, because we've been able to give this region such a good showing here over the last 2 weeks.
I mean, it's been incredible. It's been incredible. I mean, I was not part of the contenders casting scene back in 2020, the last time, or back in 2019 when we last saw contenders South America. So I mean, this is a beacon call right now to how important not only Central America but South America is to our ecosystem. And I mean, Valorant is very well received in Brazil, and I think that Overwatch still has a good foothold down there. I mean, I watched some of their streams. They still have leagues going on down there. But I think we need to have Contender South America back.
It certainly would be nice. And whilst we might not have that, we do have our next map lined up. This is, of course, Argentina's choice. We're on our way to Colosseo, which I think could very well play nicely as an Orisa map.
It could. It could also play into maybe Frack bringing out the Ramatra. Or, you know, you can play the D.Va into an Orisa. Not as easy. But it's I think it's going to come down to Devout and Oracle. Honestly, with what we just saw, sniper-wise, one-shot potential-wise, we could really turn this on its head and be able to, you know, turn it into an old-fashioned showdown here in the Colosseo of Rome.
In a lot of ways, finishing out on push feels a lot like finishing out on control. The sort of way that the fights tend to break out and the brawly nature of this particular map style. So I do think that the and Colosseo in particular as a push map is arguably amongst the most brawly. High ground doesn't really come into it until you get right close to the point A cap. It's very flat through the rest of the map. So we have a lot of potential here to see some interesting lineups. Do you know what, Frack? I would love it. I would love for this to be a decider on Orisa's, just for the sheer ridiculousness of it.
I'm gonna wait. And see. Yeah.
Oh, you had to tease us, didn't you, Frank? Oh.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this actually turns out. But I mean, Oracle and Walter are going to have a load of fun here, being able to chunk down Frack. You've got the shield. Rhombus answering with their own May here, so I like this. You're going to have a little bit more utility with the bout, and we saw how good they were on the Widowmaker and on the Ashe. So this could actually be, you know, quite the standoff here.
Both teams do need to kind of get into brawling range, maybe more so here for Argentina. But a stray right click, a stray javelin from Gatsby can easily put the bout back in their place. And whilst we have got the bot unlocked here, Argentina doing a good job of sort of turtling up here and not allowing Chile too much forward positioning here. We're just kind of looking for who can find, even if by accident, this first pick.
I mean, Grenade's going to do a little bit of damage. I think that you're just waiting for cooldowns. You're trying to rush down targets. Papo is on the Zenyatta, so we have not seen a lot of Zenyatta here throughout our Overwatch qualifiers. And I mean, this is brutal on Frack. There you go. There's the first bang.
There you go. A minute and 10 seconds into the map, something finally happens on the Colosseo, the old San Francisco Shock special. We don't want to play the map until you want to play the map, and that's going to allow Chile to move forward with the grace of a powerful gazelle and find frag after frag. Debaut with the second, and given where they pushed you, this could be a lot of movement on the bot.
I mean, you've also got, you know, repositioning that you can take care of. These dynamites are coming through disgusting from about 70% towards Bob. Now, Walter versus Rom, you know, 20% difference in the Blizzard generation. I think Papo needs to land a couple of volleys here to be able to counteract this Blizzard that's very rapidly upcoming.
Yes, we do certainly have some tools coming online. First of which is going to be the Amplification Matrix. Gatsby moves forward in front of it to avoid some of that incoming damage. And whilst the bot has been moving this entire time, it's a brace of O's in the kill feed. Oriko and Okuno getting in on the action, securing the team fight win here. In fact, Okuno doing the lion's share of the lifting.
I mean, what a great answer to the Amp Matrix by throwing out one of your own. And now you're going to be able to push in with, you know, a Blizzard. It's going to buy you a lot of time. Top still does not have this Transcendence online, but you do have both your support ultimates, or both your DPS ultimates, and the Annihilation here. So I think that this could be, you know, a stale fight here. It's just who's going to blink first.
This is such a difficult fight to read. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So Oracle's able to find Devout. Devout did get the Bob off here. There is a Transcendence available for Papo. And so unless we see maybe a couple more picks come through. Okay, no, this is good. That's going to be the Terror Surge out and the Transcendence out at the same time as the Blizzard for Walter, and that heavily favors Chile here. It allows them to, pardon the pun, weather the storm and find key picks in this fight. So whilst Akuno may have taken Frack out, it is support left trying to make this fight happen with not a huge amount of progress gained on the bot for Argentina.
Well, there you see the value of having the Zenyatta. I mean, showing up on the assist left and right. The good thing is that Chalky did not let loose with their Consuming Rush, so they have options here to try and get a last-second contest before the butt scratch happens.
Well, we raise some doubts as to Timothy Smythe's ability to wipe here, as it is butt scratch time, but they don't quite get it into position. At the last second, Argentina swoop in and prevent that full cap onto A. No forward respawns gained for Chile just yet, but they can reset easily and continue to make this hard for Argentina.
0.4 of a meter is what separates them from getting that reset moment there before TS1 gets on the way. So, I mean, Amp Matrix available to both sides. The big kicker is going to be this Consuming Rush that Shocky still has not let loose with.
No, well, maturing like a fine wine here is Chucky's ultimate. Waiting for Chile to push back in here, use it maybe to surge forwards past the Amp Matrix. No, Amp Matrix is up, but that is mostly being used defensively here. And the Consuming Rush is now committed by Chucky. Answering Amplification Matrix from Okuno, and Chile already kind of caught out in that little chokeways. They're going to have to give over some space to get out of the way of the additional damage that comes through that. Nice use there. The Javelin interrupts the Nemesis form. Both Immortality Fields used here, and it's Ram that's down first. Argentina slowly starting to claw this fight back under their control, and with ultimates to continue to throw at this, there is the Terror Surge. A nice big meaty one does a chunk of damage. Walter throws in the Blizzard over the top, and it's answered beautifully by Papo with the Transcenders. Bot still inching its way forward as the bout finds Oracle. For now, Argentina just want to clamor and grasp onto the bot, but it slips through their greasy mitts, and Chile are back in control and still in the lead.
Papo and Lazu getting the work done. I mean, the healing that came through the Amplification Matrix out of Lazu. Perfect positioning. They had natural cover up there, and really only losing Rom during that fight it allowed them to stabilize so well. They do give up quite a bit more progress here with the bot, but now you're going into Annihilation plus a Blizzard. Nothing online for Argentina other than the Immortality Barrier to save them.
It's at times like this you need Oracle and Walter to be landing those key headshots. Instead, Chucky has to move in just to keep Gatsby alive here. Chile now have 4. They've committed to the Amp Matrix and the Dragon go through. Argentina make themselves scarce. They come out of this with an Amplification Matrix of their own, but Ram jams them back into the freezer, right back into the frozen goods aisle. And now Chile can really push and start to take this first checkpoint.
3 ultimate fight, though, so expensive for Chile, and they're running into an Amp Matrix. What a shot!
That'll do it.
From that'll
do it.
Whoa!
And there is the cap forward spawns now activated for Chile. The best thing here for Argentina is that Chile did spend everything they had to get that accomplished.
I mean, now it's all a matter of how far can you get it in the neutral, and then, you know, defend what you've got, because we're approaching the 3-minute mark, and this is going to start to be a little bit of a panic time here for Argentina. They already put out the Immortality Barrier.
Yeah, very clever stuff here from Argentina. They pushed forward and allowed a little bit more capture on the bot. Ultimately, Argentina had the weight of the respawns and the weight of their abilities to move them forward here. Gatsby momentarily caught in the room here with Debouts. That's going to be the reset here. Argentina might miss out on some of these forward spawns, Billy.
I think they will. I think Devout will definitely be, Devout will definitely be suffering from that. But they do have a Dragon Strike to recontest with. But it's a 3 ultimate fight coming in from Argentina. Oracle over to the Ash, 60% and counting towards the Bob. So the 6-man could be huge coming up to get them forward progress.
Want to see Walter be a little bit more proactive with this Blizzard. The last 2 have been countered by Papo's Transcendence. There's a brief window here where Papo does not have that online. Walter, if they want to win this fight, needs to drag this out in a position where Chile cannot counteract it. Debouts found Oracle. Walter's Blizzard has to be the difference maker here. They've found Frack, they've taken down the immortality field, and now they need a little bit more out of this one. Papo back in with the Transcendence here. Not in time to counter the Blizzard, but in time to maybe possibly counter what the Blizzard enabled. Gaspy's able to find the double. I don't think they've quite got the cap here, but Gaspy is still fragging like a madman. Down goes Papo into 117 HP. The shield on the point here from Frack is more than Gaspy can contend with. What a fight from Gaspy. It just wasn't quite enough.
And they end up about, I'm going to do my quick maths here, 60.67 meters from capturing and getting the forward spawns there. So that's an important fight win. And Gaspy did everything they could to get it that last extra little bit, but no joy for them. Now you're running into Annihilation and a Dragon Strike.
And Annihilation without any real meaningful tools to deal with the damage that can do, no key ultimates to isolate that or to prevent the damage coming through, is a very rough position here for Argentina. Once more, we are looking for DPS to find openers here for Argentina.
The big thing right now is Bob's can come out, and right now Chile can just take fights when they want to. They've got the meters that they need. They think that they can win with this with just the 83.54 meters.
Argentina forced to burn defensive utility here in the form of the immortality field and the wall from Walter. That's down now. Argentina back in a position of having no ultimates. Chucky just does get that Kitsune Rush, puts it in. And now they've got to somehow deal with a lot of the value of the Kitsune Rush being robbed by Frack being out of... Wait, did Frack cancel that early? Was that an accidental or cancel from Frack? It may not have mattered here, but that seemed to go on way shorter than it really should have done, and may turn the tide for things here for Argentina. Having lost Gaspy and Oracle may be a little bit too much to ask for, but it's 16 seconds left on the clock for Chile. They can leave the bot here. They can make it impossible for Argentina to get back and recontest this, because we're less than 10 seconds away. That is the mobility cooldowns used here from Gaspy. The bot is static. Argentina are not, but it's just not quite enough. Chile with a 2-1 lead move up over Argentina.
Oh man, what a match. What a match. I mean, back and forth action from these two countries, really showing their heart and passion and skill here on the world stage. So it is a 1-4 ending for Argentina here in the World Cup qualifiers. It's 3-2 for Team Chile. And I tell you what, the bout just made me a fan big time. And wow, I mean, just had a fantastic look from them. But we're going to bring Jameson back in to help us dissect what just went down.
Ooh, that was a long series and a hard-fought one. You could tell the desperation in Argentina there to try and secure that victory in the end, but it just was not enough. Like you said, Billy, on that last map on Coliseum, Dabout was popping off the number of Dragon Strikes that he was able to bring out for his team. Sometimes it was zoning. It didn't always hit pay dirt, but it was still always there, a tool for them to be able to use, especially with Ram taking a little bit more of a backseat, playing more of a supportive role on that May. He was still extremely serviceable on it. So it just did really come out to Chile kind of delving deeper into their hero pools, really being able to utilize that. It was fantastic. On the other side, though, for Argentina, I loved how they played around this, right? They, on Gibraltar in particular, they didn't play into the strengths of what Chile wanted to bring in, right? They kind of avoided a lot of the tracer battles. Ram was on that for a lot of the time, but ultimately they opted out of it. Walter didn't play the tracer for the most part throughout Gibraltar. They allowed Oracle really to shine on that Hanzo for Gibraltar as well, and he was doing an amazing job of keeping that tracer in check just by one-shotting Ram every now and again, and that was just enough. But man, what a series here. But honestly, like you guys had mentioned, Gaspy was doing an amazing job when we got to these Orisa maps, when he was able to really dig his hooves into the ground there. He seemed almost unstoppable at points, but Chile still had some answers for it. Like you said, going over to that Ramacho, Frack looked good on it, the Junker Queen as well. There's so many points in this map. Honestly, I don't know what stood out the most for me here, because everyone had their moments. Billy, who did you look at for the majority of this map or of this series? Who do you think would be the MVP player for Chile?
I got to give it to a support, and I think that Papo honestly, the Zenyatta alone here on Coliseo, it just turned the map around. I think that them having that Discord orb, having the Transcendence to deal with the blizzards that came through, they also use it to deal with the Terror Surge as well. Great timing, great assist ability, and I mean, just fantastic, fabulous match from Papo.
Yeah, and there was also that moment I want to speak particularly once again to Devout when he was on that Hanzo, just delaying that push so that they don't get the forward spawns. He got onto the point to stop it, even though he was in the face of Gaspy. That was just absolutely insane to be able to hold his ground as that Hanzo to make sure they don't get the forward spawn. Amazing play coming out from either side. Chile getting a very deserved 3-2 at the end of the day. Argentina, though, had some really good looks on this final day. So despite going down 1-4, they still put up an admirable effort. We are going to go ahead and take a short break, though, as we will be setting up an interview with one of our players from Chile, our victors in this final match in Group B. You're not going to want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the Americas group here, Group B. And just before the break, we saw Chile secure their victory over Argentina to get a 3-2 to end out and close out that part of the group stages for them. We do have an interview, though. We got Ram on line here for this one. Congratulations on your victory. It was hard fought up against Argentina there. It looked extremely difficult, I'm not gonna lie, because Oracle was hitting some amazing shots. What do you guys what were you guys able to do at the tail end there to really finish out and take that victory up against Argentina, Ram?
We just tried to counter their comp, to be honest, like just play spam into their comp. We know they play a lot of Orisa, and we just tried to counter. That's all. Like,
yeah, I mean, we got to see you on a lot of heroes throughout the last 2 weeks. You've pulled out the Mei there in the end. We've seen your Genji, we've seen your Pharah, but we have to talk about your Tracer. It has been looking absolutely stupendous. You were striking fear in the hearts of so many different players, and in particular, when we got to see you up against Colombia yesterday, that matchup looked so much fun. You were doing an amazing job on that Tracer. Let me know what it's like actually playing these Tracer duels here in the Overwatch World Cup. Like, what is your thought process? What's going on when you're taking these Tracer duels?
yeah, most of the time I'm trying to waste time of the Tracer, like make them chase me and push card as much as I can. Like, if they ignore me, I can push card, you know, like on Gibraltar. Like, we tried that strat many times and it worked like just fine. And I practice a lot Tracer, like a lot of 1v1s, so I think I'm decent at it. I think I'm at the level of the other South American DPS, so I love Tracer.
Decent
What
at
can
it
I
is
say?
a definite understatement. Who would you say was like your most fun kind of Tracer duel to take throughout the qualifiers here?
Duel, I'd say maybe Ludwig. I think like he's one of the best at Tracer. I know him from Contender South America, so yeah, I think him.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup up against them was fantastic as well. I feel like there were so many points where you guys could definitely take in maps or even the series off of Brazil, but it was still so much fun to watch. And speaking of, you know, being able to play in contenders, it's been a while, right? What are your thoughts? Like, what do you want to see coming out from the South American scene and the support for the South American scene?
I would like to see Contender South America again, you know, like or more tournaments, official tournaments from Blizzard, you know, like get the community back together from South America, so more people can play, more people can enjoy to see those streams. A lot of people didn't know I even existed, you know, like the streams and all that. That's something I would like to see coming back, like even more in Overwatch 2.
Oh yeah, despite, you know, not being able to secure a spot into BlizzCon, I think you definitely have a major name known, especially the entire Chile squad. I think all of you guys definitely impressed us today, got the 3-2, had finished off with a positive record there. So I would love to see you guys more on the world stage as well. Before I let you go, though, of course, I want you to have this time. You guys got that victory. You guys got the 3-2. Do you have any special messages for your friends at home?
I would like to give a shout out to Ryzen. He taught me a lot of things. Ryzen 7 from Andaise, from Contender South America. Hurt, my best friend. He taught me a lot. And my mom, I had a lot of support from her. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I did what I could. And that's it. That's all.
All right, thank you so much, Ram. And once again, congratulations on this final victory. And I really hope you do hold up your head high, because we were all definitely impressed with your performance and the overall performance of Chile throughout the group stages. There were some very difficult teams to take on. So I hope you don't, take that too much to heart, because we all, I think, support you. So congratulations once again. I'm gonna let you go though. All right, guys, that does mean we will be moving on now. That was Group B done and dusted. We have Brazil and Colombia moving on. Colombia walking away with the first seed, Brazil with the second seed. And we're going to be swapping on over to Group A, where we have a very important matchup taking place. We're going to go ahead and take a short break while we make that swap, though. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with more Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Jamerson joined once again by Phil and Billy. You guys got to take a nice little rest there. That was a long series between Chile and Argentina, but we are now moving on to Group A to finish off the rest of the group stages here. Only 2 matches left. It's going to be Canada versus Guatemala, and then we have to wait a little bit for Mexico versus Puerto Rico. So let's go ahead and talk about Canada versus Guatemala. And it's Canada currently sitting at a 3-1. They have secured their spot with their victory yesterday up against Mexico. Everything is set in stone for them. They no longer have to worry. But I think, Billy, that this is still I think, formative match for Canada to really try and, shake loose anything that could be going wrong with them, to really form up before BlizzCon. Yeah, looks like we might have Billy muted there.
I'm muted.
There
It
we
happens.
go.
Canada winning on Canada Day was absolutely awesome to see. It did solidify them going to the group stages coming up. Now it's about getting together and making sure that you play and finish out nicely on 4-1. That would be a great record for them because it gives them a little bit of wiggle room when they go into those placements. So, I mean, for them, Guatemala is probably the best ending match that they probably could have been looking at.
And just to try and finish things out strong. But for Guatemala on the other side, they are currently 0-4. But we got to see some great things. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Arenas was hitting some absolutely stellar shots as well. They got to take the fun Torbjorn matchup, I guess, right, on King's Row when we saw them up against USA. I'm glad that they're still able to take these in stride, and I feel like this should still be a fun match between these two teams, right, Phil?
Yeah, it really should. I think it's very easy to look at this lineup, look at the fact that Guatemala are 0-4 and go, well, GG, better luck next year. It's far more charitable to look at this in terms of what can Guatemala get out of this experience. We have some questions about who exactly is going forward in this group. We just know it's not Costa Rica or Guatemala here, and this is your last chance to show the world what it is you've got. You might not have the Overwatch League talent, you might not have the contenders and collegiate players, but you guys have been working together as a team over the last few months to be here on this stage. As long as you are giving it your absolute best here from Guatemala, I couldn't be happier.
I mean, that's right? It's, I think, more importantly to say, like, you don't have the Overwatch League players, you don't have the contenders players, but talent is that there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want to show off. So we'll see if Guatemala can, take Canada to task here. But we're going to be starting things off on Lijiang Towers. Billy, what do you think is one of the best looks for Guatemala coming into Lijiang Tower? What can they pull out for us that can give Canada some pause?
Oh man, okay. Let's be completely honest here. Guatemala's going to have a hard time up against Canada, but I think that if they do come out with Vendettiron on the Ramatra, I mean, they've had some good looks. There's been some fight wins that Vendettiron especially has manufactured out of what seemingly was nothing. Especially in the match against Costa Rica, most notably for me. So I think that if they make sure that they play as a 5 instead of trying to go off on hero tangents, I think while it's going to be difficult for them, there's going to be some great looks here for Guatemala.
All right, we only have 2 matches remaining here for the World Cup qualifiers. That's total global, and it's going to be Canada versus Guatemala here. Phil, Billy, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, Jameson. Yet 2 more matches to go. Don't worry, Bad Patch Amari, if you're watching, you'll be able to sleep soon. And I assume sleep for a week solid at that point. There has been so much Overwatch World Cup to watch that, frankly, I'm going to be lost next week without it, Billy.
I mean, I was up watching Japan versus South Korea. South Korea being able to play in front of their fans there at the WDG Arena. So I mean, that was fantastic. Saw a lot of good stuff out of South Korea, but I mean, yeah, it's the last day. I'm gonna miss it too. My Twitter's been going crazy because of all the retweets that I do. People hate me for that, but you know what? Guatemala's gonna come out with the Reinhardt composition, and we'll see.
Astronex in for Canada. Should have been expecting the main tank matchup here. Astronex, very accomplished, very aggressive, very methodical tank here. So for Guatemala, they really need to keep their head on a swivel. For now, Canada have rotated down towards the actual base of the point here. Still 5 seconds away from unlocking. Guatemala happy to hide back and wait for the point to unlock, generate ult charge, try and flush out some cooldowns. One thing they haven't flushed out is Seeker's turret form. Then Dediron taking a huge amount of damage. Down they go, and boy, once the bastions set up, you are set right the way back down again. Arenas, not long for the fight, and it's Canada with a win and 8% and climbing, Billy.
I mean, Seeker and Astronex getting a lot of the kill feed done by Cal, making sure that everybody stays nice and sturdy. That's the other side of the coin, is that, you know, even if you take care of the tank and then DPS, you still got Cal and Magic Napalm, two of my favorite supports from north of the border, and they're just absolutely holding court here.
That is, oh my days, Magic Meatball forward with the double boot. The ult out from the Bastion as well, I think you could argue was maybe unnecessary, and pretty convincing here from Canada.
I mean, you got the artillery strike in one fight. I think that for them, they're just going to have fun with this. And, I mean, they can just hold the point here, look for any kind of fight, and there's the sound barrier out.
Oh, Amplification Matrix and Seeker slamming bullets through it. Boop doesn't quite connect, but Seeker will find themselves punished. Cal as well. But what is left of Canada looks like they don't care. Walling at the spawn, back up, and the team will be back together soon.
Noxious has really impressed me. Noxious has really impressed me throughout these qualifiers, and I mean, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the group stages. Great
wall, Blizzard in on the back end of it. That'll come down, split the team nicely in two. Then Dediron caught out by Astronex, and whilst Noctis Pain may have thrown in the additional pain of the Amplification Matrix, there was just no viable target. Astronex gets Richie. You do not want to be anywhere near that hammer or anywhere near Arenas unless you've got the damage to delete them from the game.
I mean, Canada is taking this very seriously, and I love to see it. And I mean, there's the pinch out, and well, we've got somebody on the point here. I mean, Astronex, don't do him dirty. Don't you dare do him dirty.
That's great from Marleo. Got to the point, got overtime ticking, allowed Vendediron to come back. See Shatter v Shatter Heroes. Vendediron's about to get theirs online. Astronex still holding on, is ready to go. Astronex drops theirs, has it blocked by Vendediron. That needs to come out ASAP. Vendediron, that's a winner here, but it's straight into the waiting shield of Astronex. 100-0 for Canada.
I mean, good first round for Canada, and like I said, they're taking this completely seriously so far. And I mean, I love that they're respecting their opponent enough that they will bring out their true composition. And I mean, you may think the Bastion is a bad pick. Well, no, it's just to burn the shield down of Vendediron, and they just go on the back of it and get a lot of value out of it. And Magic Maypal with the 2K boop. Yeah, they were feeling their oats. And I mean, on paper, they are the better team. So, I mean, there's no shame in them going out there and just taking it to Guatemala and just making this, you know, as painless or as long as painless as it can for Guatemala.
Well, Canada out on a somewhat different composition, entirely different, some might say, as Astronex picking up the Wrecking Ball, another hero well within their hero pool. Vendediron back in on the Winston here. Arenas with a good read does make Seeker's life that a little bit harder. You see the stickies connect there, but Arenas gets focused down by Cal here, and that's a massive opening. That's a big chunk of your damage off the table for Guatemala, and now it's kind of down to clear up. Seeker breaks through the barrier, now has Maleo in their sights. Richie down to the direct, the Dukes of the Danger, and it's just going to be Vendediron left alive. Opening cap should go the way of Canada.
I mean, good stuff there from Canada. Nice pursuit once again from Seeker, getting the work done on the edges. And I mean, they just completely erased Arenas from the conversation here on Gardens. And now it's going to be about how do Guatemala engage. And I think it's going to come down to Vendediron getting themselves into a position where they can actually work onto the point and focus down these supports of Canada.
Going to see a lot of this is about where Cal is positioned and whether or not Vendediron can get into the back. Maleo may have made the swap over onto the Mercy, but no mercy was shown to them. Seeker descended from the heavens and sent them back down to hell. Another team fight win here for Canada at 34%.
Double DPS ultimates ready to go for Canada. Vendettiron is getting close with the Primal Rage, so that will at least cause some displacements, and maybe Arenas can go on the back of it and land a sticky bomb, maybe a focusing beam. But not when Cal's landing shots like that. Holy crap.
Okay, luckily Maleo is there to bring Arenas back, and Vendettiron is about to get this ultimate a little bit more damage, and they're able to get in, but the barrage is there, and you cannot primal when you are waiting to respawn.
Long range barrage there, picks up people on the bridge, and Astrodex did put the mines out, so I mean they've got a lot to do here. Cal maybe looking for maybe a nano engagement here with Seeker being able to take them out of the fight.
Astronex goes in, it's the nano onto Seeker, finds Maleo almost casually, Noctis Pain splattered against the wall, then Dediron goes in to try and touch point, but it's one more team kill and one more fight here for Guatemala.
At the top of the ceiling here for them, and they get the job done. I mean, the nano engage was perfect, that's all they needed, and that's a good pick from Richie.
Someone's got to go touch here from Guatemala. It's going to be Arenas. The sleep is there onto Vendettiron. Cal popping in over the right-hand side, but finds himself juggled into the abyss. Care of Vendettiron. It's 2 up here for Guatemala as they make a resurgence in the final few minutes of the fight. They start to get some percentage.
I mean, this is great coming from them. This is exactly what we need to see from them. And I mean, looking at this little kind of wonky dive that we're getting in here, Richie's is going to have the Bob to be able to contest the point and deal with this aerial threat that Seeker is providing.
Should at least slow things down a little bit. The question is, has anybody noticed Astronex? Looks like they have not. A lot of focus going the way of Maleo there. They weren't quite... Okay, yes, they were quite able to get the barrage in over the top. There's 3. They're down to the Bob. Cow traded out as well here. The minefield locks up the point nicely. Seeker back in the fight. Pulse Bomb connects, does not find too much here, and then look both ways before crossing the point. You never know when there's a wrecking ball there to destroy your day.
Okay, Canada. I see you. I acknowledge you. I'm present with you here. Good Lord, that was a map of Overwatch for sure. I mean, Guatemala, they did their best, right? They did their best. They actually win a team fight. In the neutral, I say in the neutral, we did put the Primal Rage out there, but I mean, the follow-up behind that Primal Rage was actually very clean. So, I mean, this is what we were talking about, you know, moments to shine. And Richie coming out with the Ash really did put paid to Seeker being able to just fly around and just get nano engages left and right.
It's very easy when you are in a matchup that you know is lopsided. I think Guatemala are under no illusions exactly their power level relative to Canada here. It's very easy to get disheartened and to maybe just try and get this done ASAP. And we are absolutely not seeing that here from Guatemala. They are very clearly in this to do whatever damage they can do to Canada. And they need to be applauded for keeping themselves in this in the face of overwhelming damage in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, there's fight wins that they took. I mean, they got the work done when they could. I mean, you know, you're going up a technically superior team, and I think that's the big problem for them right now. Is that, you know, it's just the difference of being able to work up against the what is a massive underdog. Sorry, I can English. I can really English. Really, I can. But you know, it is what it is, and I think that Seeker landing these directs and just making life hell from the skies was dirty. In the most wonderful way. And yeah, I mean, when we saw Richie go over to the Ash, it really did start to make things turn for Guatemala. So, I mean, well done for them. Yeah, they lose the map, but still, you're putting your wares on display for the world to see.
And they do now get the map pick. It's their turn to decide where we are going. Time to move to whatever map you think is best for the type of compositions you can run it. I think we're seeing actually quite a lot of variety in the maps we're seeing, and I expect that to continue here for Guatemala. Should get that to you in just a few moments' time. you know, a little bit hard to occasionally, as a caster, find the right way to phrase a one-sided match like this. And I think for Guatemala, again, just to revisit this, need to take a lot of pride in the successes they are having. And we are on our way next to Kings Row, Billy.
I mean, I'm wondering if they're going to keep Astronex in here for the Rhine or the Ramatra or the Winston. I mean, all very viable here in Kings Row. Obviously, brawl-centric map. Seeker can play whatever Seeker really wants to play. If they want to keep the aerial game up, you can run the Pharah first point. It's not as good as you get through the streets and then into the Foundry, but the Echo does play very well here. And we'll see, how Guatemala decide how they're going to take their fights, what kind of composition they're going to come out on. Vendettiron had a pretty good Winston at points. It's just the overwhelming swarm that seemed to envelop the tank player was just a little bit too much for them to handle.
It is, and we can now fall back to talk about the age-old stand-ins for filling whilst on Kings Row, this is a map that really suits a brawl play style, even in Overwatch 2 with the changes there. So wouldn't surprise me to see that coming out here for both sides. We're going to be starting with Guatemala on the defense. Richie currently on the Bastion, Vendettiron on the Reinhardt. You can kind of see the game plan here, can't you, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and burst down. They're going to try and cordon off Astronex. And I mean, running into a Bastion comp, if you're going to go with this dive-centric look here, Astronex might not be long for this world. You'll see the immediate swaps come through.
Yeah, I think the thing to consider for Astronex here is that he will be experienced going up against this kind of Bastion setup, knows that you can't just dive in willy-nilly. You've got to wait out the increased damage that comes through from the alternate form on the Bastion. And what's the game plan here, Cal? This is not the normal high ground approach. You're just going to go right on the low ground, Widow, play it roughly the range. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Play it roughly the range of a Cassidy here and just hope to find ahead. But now Guatemala have backpedaled significantly from the points and given Cal a lot of space over here to make this rotation. In fact, the entire team up on the high ground. Maybe a bit of a feint here as Cal pops back in onto the low ground. Looks for someone coming through there, but down to 25 HP, they find that they can't quite keep themselves in that one. Luckily, oh, we didn't spot this at first, Billy. Seeker's playing support here.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I mean, shades of the USA.
I was just thinking that, like, I guess in these situations, it's a thing that happens as Cal finds Noctis Pain. Seeker punished for their hubris here. Immortality field down. Noxious now on the Genji, getting in amongst the pigeons, but maybe a little bit too close and personal with that particular Frosty Pigeon as Arrhenius on the mate takes them out here. So nothing gained here a minute into the fight from Canada.
Well, we'll see if there's some swaps coming through here for Canada because they want to get their job done. And getting the job done means getting the point. And right now, they have not been able to crack the Guatemalan code. Pig, anti, and sleep from Magic Maple. Maple not having any of that sass.
No, not at all. If you're going to come at the king, you better not miss. And Magic Cable sure as heck does not. Nano boost over onto Astra. Next Cal is able to find Richie, and unfortunately, the artillery strike failing to connect. And Canada at 2 minutes in, looking to get the cap here onto A and move us into streets.
Well, I mean, you're going to have sights and the Primal Rage available to Canada as they move through the streets phase. But Marleo can kind of stymie the push coming through with a well-placed amplification matrix, and also looking at Arenas with the Blizzard. So there's tools here for Guatemala to make a stand. Just depends on if they get killed. Well, that's a great kill right out the gate.
Yeah, and that's an even better one. Astronex down as well here. So the push forward from Canada not working out particularly well for them right now, particularly as Richie continues to drag out stragglers here. Canada will at least have a nice big opener in this next fight with no sound barrier to counter the Blade.
You do have the immortality barrier, and I mean, positioning is never underrated here. We like a good positioning battle coming up, but the Blade has to be huge.
do like a good positioning. This is completely true. Noxious getting ready into the back. Out comes the Weed Whacker. Down goes Noctis Pain. And then Detiron, the deflect. Patience as all get out. Sends bullets back in the way of Richie. And they're back. They force them out of the immortality field. And it's on to Marleo. And a forward hold here for Canada.
Now let's see how far forward they go. Cal over to the Hanzo, so you're going to have vision as well, already 50% towards their Dragon Strike, but Artillery Strike, and still, Marleo holding on to this Amp Matrix. I think they're going to use it for a last-second contest, but Secret has one answer.
There is still a lot of distance for this payload to cover. We've only got one currently riding that payload, and Cal is able to find Richie. Oh no, the shatter was about to be so vet, and Seeker through the Amp Matrix goes, no, my son. No shatter for you. Canada continuing to move forward here. No chance of a last-second recontest on B. It's all about that point C.
I mean, Canadians good at the game. Surprise, not me.
They know what the buttons do.
We'll see.
Okay, Noxious able to find a Richie, who's made the swap over onto a Genji of their own. It's a second for Noxious. Cal chilling on the left-hand side here with the Dragon. Then Dediron caught out on their own, I believe. We've got Arenas over there on the right-hand side trying to keep the cart contested. Needs to be careful. It's an insta-kill from Cal on the hand, so if you can connect with it. And now has to find doubling, fighting both Shimada brothers here. And it's a difficult task for Arenas as the Dragon comes out from Cal. Rotates to the right-hand side to catch any stragglers that might opt to move in past the Dragon here.
I mean, Pulse Bomb is available here to Arenas if they decide to go in aggressively, but never mind. Astrodex is just done with them.
Yeah, juggling at the spawn door, both supports out, and everyone's able to find Magic Meatball, but unfortunately, the implacable, irresistible algebra that is the Canada equation works out to be a cap here in a beautiful 3.14 seconds mathematical pi capture on the point.
I mean, they're having their cake and eating it too, and really put it forward here. I mean, they put paid to what they needed to do. Now you look to see what kind of shenanigans the Canadians are going to pull out here. Can I get some sorries out there? Lots of apologies. Je m'excuse if you're of the French-speaking parts of Canada. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to do here. But, I mean, there is not really a chance for Guatemala to set their feet. Once the ultimate economy started shifting into Canadians' favor, they really did marshal it out, and they got full value out of each and every one of them. So this was a brutal Kings Row attack for Canada. And now Guatemala, they got to get what they can get here, and we'll see how it goes.
Like, you know, I can continue bashing you around the head with the two-handed club that is this particular observational point. Look at who is on Team Canada. Overwatch League, contenders, and collegiate talent. Guatemala just have players. This is going to. I don't want this to sound dismissive. Guatemala just have the best players in their region, and given that we haven't had that much competitive Overwatch in South America in recent years, there just isn't the wealth of experience. Canada know when they can push, when they can't push, when they can be super greedy.
Yep. I mean, and it's no disrespect at all. I mean, we'll see what they can get done here. They're going to go with the dive look, and I don't like it.
Maleo was very briefly there on the Lifeweaver back onto the... Oh, nice from Cal. Noctis Pain down. Noctis able to find Vendettiron here as well. And Cal with a nice defensive angle here at the back of the point. Good high ground control for them as the kills continue to trickle in here from our friends from the Great White North.
No, I mean, it's all about picks right now. And Guatemala right now, I think they need to just find a target, communicate it together, and get on top of it in the best way possible.
Oh, a high ground Zen here as Seeker rests momentarily atop the Mandata statue. A little kick onto Verian Dediron saying, nope, I'm afraid this is a single occupancy statue. Off you go. But Arenas has got a potential opening here. Yes, it will be traded out fairly quickly, but Guatemala are still finding picks here. Canada, maybe a little bit big for their galoshes here.
I mean, we're going to see people go down. I mean, we do see Astronex kind of trade it back, but I mean, this will be progress if they can get back to the point. I mean, Richie finds the Mega there, so I mean, there's opportunities. But Astrodex is actually done with it too.
Yeah, big stick, unfortunately. That is a big old HP pool for Astronex. It was looking real good for Guatemala for a second there, but Canada, with the mobility at their back, are able to get back in and keep this contested. They have now lost Astronex, so again, Guatemala, they take another step, they take another foot, they put it the next rung up the ladder, they put it on the second one that's the cap of the second tick here. We're approaching the top of the ledge now for Guatemala. They're keeping the supports tied up, but Seeker comes in with the trance, and Cal comes in with the point-blank bullet to the dome. Cal and Seeker both down, and Dediron and Marleo desperate to make this happen. 3 against 1. It's Mines and an angry hamster on the point, but a furious scientist here from Dediron, keeping this alive and in the hearts and hopes of Team Guatemala. Noxus with a blade takes Mardello out, walks into the Cheerios of Noctis Pain and finds himself down and out. It's a valiant stand for Canada. It's maybe not quite enough, however. The respawns from Guatemala should be so heavily in their favor, but Canada up the memento, up the speed, and keep it coming out here. This has been a grind of a fight for Guatemala.
And it's not done yet. And Marleo actually goes down, but they finally get that 0.4%. Oh my. So they get time now to put themselves through the streets of London, and Maypal going over to the Moira. So we're going to see what they can get done here using the skill orb to try and take people down. Richie, once again, does not like Cal on this Widowmaker whatsoever.
No, unfortunately, Cal playing right where the Tracer could find them easily is going to make life a little bit tricky. So, Canada with a momentary option here to start to gain some space forward of this big defensive archway. Canada not able to get in for the early hold quite yet. Looking for Richie on the hunt on the right-hand side. Does have an opposite number now in Noxious to duel here. And this is a big opportunity to step up and show the world what you're made of. If you can take the 1v1 against Noxious, that is a big feather in the cap here for Guatemala.
I mean, they're getting it done too. They're getting point progress. They're getting the kills. But Cal, once again, the aim is spectacular as always.
I'd be 0.25 in that one if I was not just playing there. That looked to be like the slimmest of pixels of margin. And Cal is able to move back forward here and continue to pressure out Vendediron, who goes for the dive in, but did it at low HP and couldn't quite make it work.
I mean, Richie does get the pulse bomb kill. And I mean, the trades are coming through. So, I mean, you know, it's a good fight. They don't get the result in the end, but still, they're taking some of these fights and getting the work done.
No. Matrix and a Widow through that one. Not a thing you see all that often. And Guatemala doing a really good job here of staying out of the line of sight, but maybe not of Seeker, who had, unbeknownst to all of us except themselves, high ground control here. And then Dediron back down. Don't want to be trying to 1v1 Seeker regardless of what your hero is.
No, and we're sub 2 minutes. They got both their support ultimates to go for this next fight for Guatemala. So you've got some tools. You got some staying power. And I think that you're going to need it because Noxious has a pulse bomb. So we'll look to see the Suzu usage here from Marleo as they approach this next fight.
Sound barrier to get out of spawn here. Not a fantastic sign here for Guatemala, but should allow them a bit of certainty. And they have sent Richie to keep the payload contested. They have Noctis Pain there as well. Arenas and Noctis Pain both down. Unfortunately, Noctis Pain forgetting that the crosshairs were trained heavily upon them. This is still some good push for them. It changes where the next fight happens, and they've got to be happy with any and all forward progress here.
This is just bullying right now. Poor Richie is stuck in the back lines, and yeah, Seeker puts paid to that.
All right, 1 minute on the clock here from Guatemala. Certainly some ults to start throwing at this. They might wish they had those support ults back, and so they're making some swaps to try and adjust.
I mean, I think we're just having fun now, Cal.
I think Canada is. I don't know about Guatemala.
I don't know. This is just this is getting to be a little bit fumbly from both sides. And Cal, yeah, gets saved there at the final moment by the Immortality field.
Yeah, I think you can look at Cal playing where they're playing and how they're playing, and maybe say it's a little BME here. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock, and right now for Guatemala, it's difficult to get out of spawn in the face of the aggression and coordination that Canada bring to bear. Good grief, Cal.
That's just mean. That's just mean, but it's a great skill. But Skin and Bob's actually going to come out and give them a little bit of a hassle.
How does Cal live here? The focus onto Cal was simply insufficient here. He cannot be stood firing into your spawn and taking Richie's head off at the shoulders. A valiant effort there from Guatemala, but ultimately Canada, as the second place team in the region, was simply too big.
I mean, this was an expected result. So I mean, for Guatemala, I mean, congratulations for making it here. I hope that your stay in the qualifiers was fun. I mean, we enjoyed watching you. I enjoyed getting to learn the team. You know, hopefully this will really pay forward for the grassroots scene there in Guatemala for the next World Cup cycle.
Well, in an attempt to find some things we've not already said about this matchup, we're going to bring Jameson back into the booth to talk about the match that just was. Jameson, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be back. I mean, it was still a fun game to watch, right? Especially Magic 8-Ball starting things off with that great 2-man, 3-man boop on Lijiang Tower. That was great. And of course, when we went over to King's Row there, Cal getting to show off his chops. I mean, you know, get him off Kiriko, get him off of Anna or whatever, and he shows that he can still snipe with some of the best of them right here. Richie does win out on that duel, but it was great to see, of course, people off-rolling and such, but we all understood what was going on. There was a pretty big discrepancy in terms of overall experience and power, and of course, experience, like I said, again, on Team Canada versus Guatemala here. But Guatemala has done an amazing thing, you know, in the last 2 weeks of taking everything in stride and having fun with it. And that's honestly sometimes like all you can really ask for, right? So just to be able to take things in stride and have the mental to be able to just at least enjoy your time here in the World Cup. Another beautiful shot there from Cal, but there really isn't much else to say about this match, honestly. But Canada now secure that 4-1. Of course, they were pretty much locked in for second place. I don't think, regardless of what happens in the Mexico versus Puerto Rico match, they were always going to be in second seed going into BlizzCon. So Canada are just did a really good job, I would say, overall throughout the course of the week. Speaking of the course of the week, what were your favorite moments for Canada across the 5 sets that they played?
I mean, for me personally, maybe this sounds like a cop-out, the bounce back from what happened with Team USA. There was a huge amount of pressure and expectation on this Canadian roster to be one of the best in the group, and coming out second here, it's obvious that that is the case. But taking an early drubbing by Team USA and all of the flack that led to on social media about, like, you know, the relative strength of the two teams can't have been particularly easy to deal with. So the fact that we saw them take that in stride and come back here and quite handily manage the rest of the bracket, I think has said a lot for Team Canada.
And Billy as well. I mean, when we were preparing for these matches, preparing for this week of World Cup, you know, you mentioned a lot about Astronex, and we got to see a decent amount of him this week. Were you happy with his performance so far? Yeah,
I mean, the personal greed on my part, having played with him during the console Overwatch Cup. We had a World Cup a couple of years ago. I think it was in 2019. I was on his team. And I mean, back then, very friendly, very outgoing player. So for me, getting a chance to see somebody that I looked up to as a player, because I was a tank player too, getting a chance to see him on the biggest stage is one of the joys of my casting career to date. I mean, this was bloody fantastic, and finally we get to see the Astronex dominance and yeah, supremacy out of Astronex. Love to see it.
All right, yeah, congratulations. Canada secure that 4-1. They are second seed here in Group A, moving on to BlizzCon. Now we have one final match here in the World Cup qualifiers, and it's going to be Mexico versus Puerto Rico. Both teams currently sitting at 2-2. The winner of this match will be moving on, so you don't want to miss that. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have the conclusion of the Overwatch World Cup right. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I gotta jump the gun there. MVP going over to Noxious throughout all of this. I'm so sorry. I was building up that last match. But yeah, Noxious, we had an opportunity yesterday to pick his mind, and it was honestly one of my favorite interviews with the player. Phil, what did he have to say?
I've got to be honest with you, Jameson. I wasn't able to stick around for the interview, so you have dumped me in it massively. Thank you so much.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it was a great talking to him, right? He had a lot of insight onto what's going on in Team Canada, how they were really dealing with the jitters, and like you guys had driven home the point, you know, getting that first match with USA out of the way, get that out, and then spend the rest of the tournament really being able to flex your stuff and learn a lot. And he's been talking about, of course, learning, bringing in a lot more of the experience and growing as a player, and having Overwatch World Cup as an opportunity to do it has been amazingly supportive for him. So really happy to see everything that's been going on with Team Canada. But like I said, this time, for real, Mexico versus Puerto Rico. It's going to be on the other side of this break. You're not going to want to miss that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the America's qualifier, and this is the final match, and it is set in stone. Basically, 2 spots in Group A have already been secured by USA and by Canada. But now it's up to Mexico versus Puerto Rico. The winner of this match will be moving on, will be punching in their ticket to BlizzCon. These 2 teams currently sitting at 2 and 2 respectively. The map differential doesn't even matter here in this matchup. It's Mexico versus Puerto Rico. Billy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who do you favor in this matchup?
Oh boy. It's on a razor's edge, because if you look at the sample size across what has happened with all the matches that have gone down so far, other than the USA trolling on Numbani and the USA Mexico match, it's all gone the same way. So I think that both sides have their merits. I think that Puerto Rico might have a little bit of the edge in the tank department with Papa Joe, because Papa Joe has shown a great amount of flexibility. I think DPS wise, I think that Mexico definitely has a bit of an edge there. But then when you come to the supports, it depends on what you see coming out from Mexico. If Paulette is sat on the bench again, I think that honestly, Puerto Rico has the wherewithal. Zulax has been a standout for me for Puerto Rico. So it's going to come down to honestly fights here and there. Who has the staying power? So I really can't decide right now. I think we're going 3 maps. If I go with my heart, I say Puerto Rico. If I go with my brain, I say Mexico.
We got some great looks coming out from Puerto Rico yesterday. Talisman and Anderp on the Sombra was fantastic, but they are going up against Mexico here, who Angel Velado has been, of course, on the tongues of many of our casters throughout the last 2 weeks, and rightly so. But Phil, I've really got to give it up to Chobalux. As that other DPS, he has still been helping out immensely for this Mexico squad.
Yeah, and it's a role that DPS generally is a very high pressure role, and at this stage in the game, at this point in the scripts, it's even more high pressure than before. Whereas the Tracer player typically, in what we're seeing in the meta at the minute, tends to be on the Tracer throughout. For the other DPS, there is a lot of adaptation that needs doing. There is a lot of reading the composition and deciding what is best, where the right targets are. We saw this earlier in the game with EQO, like how important the non-Tracer role is in setting up and providing utility for the rest of the team. So we are absolutely right here to look at Chobilux and say, do you have the chops? Can you bring it out here? Can you provide that utility to put you over the edge and take you to BlizzCon?
Yeah, is it going to be individual performance, or will it be teams coming together as one whole squad, one cohesive unit to take this victory? We'll find out in just hopefully maybe 3 short maps here. We're going to be starting it off though on Ilios for this series. We've been seeing Mexico swap out between Castled and Hysteria when it comes to their main tank role. Billy, who do you think will be coming in for Mexico on the starting roster for this first map here on Ilios? Will it be Castled or will it be Hysteria?
I think just because it's Ilios and that Ruins could be featured here, I think Castled has to come in more the main tank player for them, and you're gonna have to battle Papa Joe for space. So I think that you have to go with Castled here and hope that they can withstand the pressure that comes in from the Puerto Rican main tank. So yeah, I think it's Castle. It's got to be Castle.
All right. Well, it's Mexico. It's Puerto Rico. 2-2 for 1 final spot over at BlizzCon. And it's, of course, Billy and Phil to bring you all the action. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Jameson, thank you very much. What an absolute delight to be here on the last day of games in the group stages of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. And Overwatch World Cup script writers, can I take just a minute to say I want to kiss you on your mouths, because you could not have given us a better final match. There is everything on the line for these 2 teams. We know from experience the level of passion there is in this scene, in these countries. Let's see how it shakes out.
Ender P is going to have something to say in this situation. I mean, look at how low Chobilux is already down. Yeah, has to stymie the aggression coming in.
Dive comes in from Castle, maybe gets a little bit too close and personal here with Anderp. Need to remember exactly what the damage output of this particular hero is, and the pressure is really on Castle here. They don't seem to be given a second to get out of the line of fire. Huge amount of damage going their way, just able to rejoin their team. It's Puerto Rico for now, momentarily taking a slightly backward step here, and it's Mexico on the point with the opening cap. Puerto Rico seem far more interested in dives onto the high ground to secure kills and the team fight win. 2 for 1 so far. Mexico need to answer back with another kill, but they don't have the support to enable this. So for now, for Mexico, it's how long can we stall? How much damage can we do? Because without the support, we ain't winning it.
I mean, that's a great pursuit from Puerto Rico. I told you. Now, Palette is one of these tier 3 players that I've had a good sample size from. And the fact that I hadn't seen Paulette enough during this qualifiers, yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing them coming out right now. That's huge, good from Ender P.
Yeah, and with a massive connect to the stickies and the follow-up there with the finishing beam. And Castle in a lot of trouble here, just able to get into the line of their supports. But it is Monkey Mayhem on the left-hand side there with the Nano going the way of Castle. Knocks Papa Joe out of the picture entirely, so it's up to Anderp to pick up the reins of the Manic Monkey Scientist here, up onto the high ground, and to interfere with the supports. The whip shot knocks Anderp back, and they're not able to capitalize on that ultimate. Chobilux able to find the double here, one of the D-Mech, and will find the kill. It goes both ways. Chobilux and Anderp take each other out here, and it's looking good for Mexico to win out this fight. Puerto Rico look to grind out what they can here, and boy, they want to invest, because in goes the Nano Boost, and out goes Papa Joe. Castled, slept, both supports close the gap, and it's time to do some tank bullying, but Castled will not take this sitting down. Pulls out the flying fists of fury and goes absolutely ham in the back line, but Puerto Rico have weathered the storm nicely. They're still in control of the point, Billy.
Oh, Pulse Pops trade out, and there we go. Chobilux being taken down, and man, what nano engages came from Puerto Rico right there, keeping the members up, and now it's 81% counting. We're rapidly approaching last fight territory, and Lightwolf is holding on to their rally.
Puerto Rico are making this a slow fight win. They know that they benefit from not letting Mexico touch the point as a coherent 5. It's going to be down to Chobilux with the heroics on the duplicate here to make something happen. Angel Volado needs to get in and get the overtime going, and there's the dupe. It's Chobilux picking up the Winston and able to get up out of the way the incoming damage from that. Chobilux slept, stunned, abused, struggling to generate this primal rage, and Lightwolf pops the rally, making it even more difficult. Out of the duplicate back into Echo form. Nano boost on to Castle, but it's Puerto Rico with the kills. Momo trades one out, but it is 99-17 here, and Mexico need significantly more than that if they want to win out the round. Objective secured for Puerto Rico.
Man, oh man, the first extended fight where you saw Puerto Rico say, you know what, the point's not important, making sure that we get the opening frags matters more. And you saw Papa Joe lead the charge there and being able to peel back for Zulix and Lightwolf. When you saw Castle go in on top of the support staff of Puerto Rico, that is exactly what I was talking about. The maturity of this tank player starting to really liven up. And I mean, Ender P versus Chobilux and the Echo duels, Ender P really getting it done.
As we move on to Ilios Well here, potentially a little bit of a different setup. Anderp out early on the Sombra, and Angel Volado goes over onto the Tracer. So it's going to be down to Anderp to try and interfere with Mexico's dives as they come in, or to isolate backline targets.
Yeah, looks like we got a pause here.
Sure does.
Not exactly sure what's going on with that. Looks like we got a disconnect.
Well, look, if you've got a disconnect at any point, disconnecting when you're not losing ult charge is the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just be a little bit of a struggle bus to get back to the point. So I mean, there'll be a momentary 5v4 as the two teams will get together, and you're not going to have if Palette's coming out on the Brigitte again, you're not going to have that up close and personal CC ability, being able to reposition the opposition with the flail and the shield bash. So, it might be just a momentary advantage to Team Puerto Rico. We'll see how this actually goes down.
I think the other thing to consider here is if you look at how Lighthouse was played, it's actually a very slow engage at the start, with Puerto Rico wanting to stage and launch a counter dive, whilst we saw Mexico go to the point and contest. So even if you do have Paulette coming on something relatively slow, that doesn't have to be as big an issue at this point in the game. Later on, when there's ult charge and you're in the middle of the team fight, yeah, absolutely, that's a big issue. But this shouldn't really be a game breaker.
It shouldn't, but I just pointed out just so people know there's going to be some ult gained. There's going to be some ult gapping just a little bit in the beginning of the fight.
Just a smidge, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, no updates yet as to when we can expect Paulette back in the lobby. Hopefully, it's a relatively quick technical fix. And yeah, until then, I guess it's time for us to flap our gums and fill, Billy.
Yeah,
any suggestions?
I always like to talk about food, but let's talk about what we saw there. I mean, Chobilux, we saw a very good echo across the 4 matches that we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
And for Ander P to come out, which I normally would expect to see Ander on a sniper or on the Sombra, the fact that they brought out the echo and was able to get it done, it was quite good.
Oh, looks like we have Paulette back in. 3 seconds away from point unlock, and looks like Mexico are more or less in a position to continue this fight as if nothing had happened. And Puerto Rico, for now, momentarily more healthy than Mexico. You can see from the H-bars at the top that Castle's taking a bit of a beating. Chobilux into the back, toe-to-toe with Ander here. Opening cap goes the way of Puerto Rico, but kind of a bloodless fight here, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, you're just waiting and trying to contest as long as you can. Chobilux is going to go down here, I think. Or maybe not.
The fact that they were going in towards the Winston at 16 HP was kind of wild to me. Shows a lot of faith there from Chobilux in the rest of their team to keep them up. Papajo finds Castle and Angel Volado. And Chobilux is having to fight a rear guard action, retreating from the incoming damage and back towards spawn, maybe back up to try and land some stickies on an unsuspecting target. But they need to be careful because Talisman is on their tail.
Talisman has really been a shining beacon here for this Puerto Rican side. Trading in with Loopy, and has really made their time on screen so good. The big EMP comes out.
Yeah, it's massive, but Ander does not survive that one. Talisman will come out of this with the pulse bomb. Needs that as the equalizer, really, and maybe they wait this out. That is a massive sleep. Castle currently has the nano boost on them as well, so a lot of that was wasted, and it's on to Papa Joe on the Primal Rage here in the back line. Talisman combos there with Papa Joe to find the pick onto Castle, and Puerto Rico remain in control of the point as we round 70%, Billy.
This is incredible from Puerto Rico. They have taken their licks during these qualifiers, right? And now they have come out and they have fire in their eyes. But Puerto Rico, they've expended some ultimates out here. They've got the nano to be able to keep them healthy.
Oh, picks up the Ana. We've seen this be an incredibly impactful pick in previous rounds, and the anti contributes onto the pick for Zulex. But Chobilux goes down at the back end of the ultimate, and now Mexico only have the rally to work with, and they are down players as we hit 99% here, Billy. Mexico need to come up absolute gangbusters with this primal from Castles.
You're going to have the rally, which is already out, and then Talisman Pulse Bomb could be the kicker to finish this up.
Okay, Paulette rally expires here. We still have Castle attempting to cause trouble in the backline there at Puerto Rico, but between the anti and the continuous focus fire going the way of Castle, they find themselves out of the fights. To come back here from Mexico, Papa Joe and Talisman both down, and a momentarily opening here for the Mexican team. Puerto Rico will continue to try and fathom their way through this one, and comes in with a phenomenal EMP, 2 on the back of it. Supports down, tank barely making it back into the fight here from Castle, and it just seems like a matter of time until Puerto Rico knock Mexico out of the fights.
There it is. Puerto Rico wins that 100-0 on Well, and 117 on Lighthouse, so 217%. Puerto Rico are here to fight for that last transfer spot out of Group A. And I got to say, I mean, Ander P really was a star for me here in the first map of Ilios. Papa Joe, though, I mentioned it. I'm a big Papa Joe stan. And once again, you see the peel back. You see them coming back and making sure that their supports are sturdy. They have the protection, and it's just working all on aces here for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, but I think there were some definite signs of life here for Team Mexico. Unfortunately, maybe slightly stymied actually by the loss of Paulette at the start of this one. But we know from the historical record here for these two teams, the only teams they have lost to so far are the current top two in the region. This should be our closest matchup, and I am a long way from willing to give up on Team Mexico just yet. It's their map pick coming up next. Typically, we're going to be going to a hybrid or a payload map. And we're talking about sort of changes in stylistic approach to the game. Papa Joe is your classic main tank. We've seen some pretty good looks on him from some other tanks. For Mexico, if they can swap in their specialist here on the off tank and pick the right map, this could definitely still go their way and take us to that all-important fabled third map.
I mean, we've seen a couple of them. I mean, the focus fire that came through from Puerto Rico, I mean, going in on top of Papa Joe's dives, yeah, getting it done. But I mean, Chobilux actually comes out as the MVP of the match. I don't know where this went down because it just seems so one-sided. But yeah, I mean, Chobilux definitely making their impact known, just not enough on the back of it.
Yeah, just needs a little bit of fine-tuning. And yet again today, we are on our way to Gibraltar.
Well, I mean, I think that we're going to see Hysteria come in here on a tank. And you're going to try and force Papa Joe onto the Diva is what I'm expecting here. And, you know, we'll see what the two sets of DPS will bring to bear. Ander P, known for some snipers. So, I mean, the Widowmaker or the Hanzo could come out here. The Ash is pretty good from Ander P as well. And then you'll look at what Angel Velado wants to do. You know, do you bring the Reaper out here and try to chunk down the tank? Because we know that Angel Velado can absolutely perform with the Edgelord.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting the word edgelord in that sentence there. Threw me for a loop ever so slightly. I agree. I think this is a good strategic idea from Team Mexico is you take Papa Joe to a place where maybe his ideal pick is sort of classic main tank Winston pick isn't the most viable option, and you yourself pick up a Diva here, which has the advantage typically in sustained damage and ability to like spot support your supports and DPS rather than the long, slow cooldown of the Winston bubble. So this could absolutely be Mexico's map here. Puerto Rico, though, have shown a lot of adaptability, Billy.
They have, and I mean, this is going to really come down to you know, swaps, counter picking, you know, recognition, early recognition of compositions that you're going into, and being able to play the mental chess match that has really formed a lot of the metas here in Overwatch 2. We just need to see. I mean, we can theory craft all day long, but once we see, you know, the teams come out and what they bring to the battle, that's where I'll be able to, you know, give it a lot more credence of what they're going to have as far as picks and counter picks.
Yes, unsurprisingly, it's difficult to talk strategy, macro and micro when you don't know precisely what team comps you're going to have to be dealing with here. But we are expecting something relatively dive-focused. The only team so far that has really shown any preponderance for brawl compositions here has been Colombia, and I think it has cost them a little bit in the past. I think it's very unlikely that we see like a brawl or a brawl mirror here. It's almost certainly dive-centric. The map is just too good for that style of play.
I mean, we talked about it in a previous match. We'll talk about it again here. High ground is going to be so much of a premium for both teams. You get your initiation from there. You get your vision from there. You get your lines of sight from there. I mean, Hanzo has been ruling on first point. We've seen it so often, you know, being able to use the geometry and use the natural cover there on the first high ground to be able to, you know, throw in those logs and take somebody out. So this is going to be really where I think, you know, have you been doing your homework? Have you been watching the other matches where you see the Hanzo getting first picks and really throwing a wrench into a team's approach as how they try to attack?
Yeah, I think spare a moment's thought here for our players. If you've been watching every game, as certain community members have, and you're tired, bear in mind that the players not only have to watch all of those games, or certainly a lot of relevant games, they've got to play in them, and they've got to scrim in the meantime. So we are now at potentially the last map in the series. It's almost time for our combatants to hang up their swords and take a well-earned rest. There remains at least one more bout up the jousting piste. Mexico versus Puerto Rico, and on the defense, start Puerto Rico.
I mean, L3 here are going to come out on the attack, and we're going to see a quick teleporter, and we're going to see Castled on the main tank, and Papa Joe actually bringing out the Diva here, so mitigation is the name of the game.
And we certainly have seen this from Papa Joe fairly recently as well. We know that he's no slouch on the Diva. Let's see how Mexico's gamble pays off for them here. Watch out for these Hanzo exchanges. Notice we've got vision here for Ander. Not quite so lucky here for Angel Volado. The defensive Hanzo very heavily favored in this particular matchup. Oh, Ander takes a dink. Has to eat a cookie from the friendly neighborhood Swede. But Puerto Rico is still happy and ensconced on the high ground. Not a huge amount of progress gained for the cart so far.
No, but I mean, vision is just being set up. This is all setup stage right now for when you start getting ultimates online. You know, you're looking for an early pick. You're looking for early pressure, and that's exactly what Castle was trying to do on top of Papa Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing there that Ander survived being hit by that anti-nade as well, down to what looked like single-digit HP here. Chobolux pressuring the cart, and Talisman, another big exchange you've got to watch for is who is winning these Tracer 1v1s. We're going to call that a draw, as Talisman and Chobolux both back away for now to take a breath before re-engaging the enemy. Chobolux considering dashing up the left-hand stairs there, but knows they have the health disadvantage. Castle gets on top of Zulex here, and this is a big opening for Mexico. Puerto Rico needs to find an opener if they want to keep the defense going.
Right, I mean, nano engages for both sides, and it's going to take, you know, just a little bit for Zulex to get back, so this is free cart push. In the interim, now, you know, do you look for Angel Volado to go aggressive with this Dragon Strike, because Anderproof is still 20% off.
Dragon Strike out, has great vision, knows where the team is. It's the double for Angel Volado. Both supports down. Did see the nano just come in here from Zulex on to Papa Joe, but Mexico have this well in hand.
I mean, just great patience, great vision. I mean, that's a beautiful Dragon Strike out of Angel Volado, putting L3 back on their backs, as we've seen them do so often throughout this Overwatch World Cup. And what a shot from Angel Volado again!
With the Sonic arrow as well, the disrespect is palpable, Billy.
What a sweet bubble! Hello?
Oh my days! Mexico just dismantling Puerto Rico here.
Oh boy, we got a series here. We got a series here, because I mean, Puerto Rico right now are getting rickrolled.
Wow, Angel Volado with another hit. No DPS available now for Puerto Rico. Can't really take this fight toe-to-toe as Paula takes their opposite number out. Papa Joe has the option of a recon test here. I probably wouldn't take it, bud.
I wouldn't take it. I would just set my sights on burning 5 minutes and 10 seconds off the clock here on point 3.
Yeah, maybe if you had the primal there, you could have gone in and burnt some time, but this is just not looking great for Puerto Rico. Mexico really have picked their map with aplomb here.
I mean, you've got tools, though. You've got a rally, you've got a Dragon Strike to at least buy you some time. But, I mean, the difference between the aggression that we saw on Ilios and now here on Gibraltar, I mean, they've turned it up. They got ticked off.
Okay, and has a good idea what the team may be, but Mexico, nice and mobile, mosey their way out of the line of fire of the Dragon, so only a momentary reprieve gained here for Puerto Rico. It's going to be matching rallies, nearly matching nanos, but it's Momo with theirs on board first. It's on to Castle, and Castle on into the backline. Receives the anti, has to come back out here, having done less work than they may have liked to, and Talisman securing the chase.
They do get the rally out, though. They do get the rally out, though. So I mean, the nano engage was the start, and you get the full the full pleasure out of that. So now Palette can answer with their own, get that over armor going, but now the nano engage is going to be available to Puerto Rico.
That's a nice anti. Papajo needs to wait that one out, but it's into the back line. It's receipt of the nano, and it's straight on to the supports as Sulex takes a moment out of this. Is a little bit tricky here for Papajo to deal with Paulette with full rally running, and particularly with Angel Volado taking supports offline here from Puerto Rico. Papajo goes to the jungle, and it's Paulette bounced against the wall, and Chobilex bounces Papajo off the floor and back into the spawn. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Mexico start to move up again.
They're going to have 3 ultimates into this fight for Mexico. You can use the Dragon Strike to cordon off the point. The Pulse Bomb comes out and takes Light Wolf out.
Classic stuff here. 2 minutes burnt off the clock now by Puerto Rico on the defense, but the defense is beginning to crumble here. Light Wolf and Zulex are currently waiting their turn, and Heather Volado's down, but Castled more than makes up for that as Andup is down to the Primal Rage, and it's going to be down to Papajo to make something happen here with the bubble, but with the anti coming through, it got a lot harder. Papajo, down they go, down goes Light Wolf. It's not enough here for Puerto Rico, and that is a sizable time bank for Mexico.
2:44, and I think that I think that Puerto Rico were expecting Diva to come out, and they never got their feet set. Once that first kill onto Zulex holding Nano on point A, I mean, the hangar bay was just a blink of an eye and it was done. Angel Volado coming online and putting his team on his back, and that's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see the fight back. We've seen it happen so many times during this online qualifiers for the World Cup. A team loses the map, and then you see the immediate turnaround. Mexico putting up 2:44 on the clock and says, there's your match. See if you can meet it, Puerto Rico.
I mean, Gibraltar is not even a map that you can always expect to finish. So to finish with, near on 3 minutes in the time bank, having only lost 1 minute and 14 seconds from your start time on Gibraltar is pretty phenomenal stuff here. Of course, the offense and the defense play very differently here, and out of the gates, providing we don't see any changes in the next 10 seconds, Papajo is here on the Winston. So this is a much more even matchup than we saw at the start where they were on the Diva.
Well, we will see how this goes for Team Puerto Rico. They're looking for the teleporter across, and there's a lot to meet him there.
There is. Chobilux high-tailed out of there with half a HP bar remaining. Up onto the high ground for Andup. Knows roughly where the enemy Hanzo is, and Zulex finds Chobilux. This is a big opening. Andup down onto the low ground just for now, pressuring Angel Volado. Needs to find some recovery here before they dive back into this one. Gives away the position, hoping for a pick onto Momo there. That would have been phenomenal stuff.
Absolutely. And I mean, what we need to see right now is Puerto Rico get a little aggressive here. They need to put a sliver of doubt here into the Mexican squad, because Team Mexico, they're looking for it. Chobilux is getting absolutely bullied right now.
And Castle is antied. If Talisman can secure that chase, that is the tank out of the fight entirely. Instead, it's Chobilux that's down at a momentary dink in the armor for Puerto Rico.
Well, I mean, you're looking at it right now. Chobilux going over to the Reaper here. So immediate swap. Going to take Papajo into task now.
And Angel Volado nearly falls to Andup here, but he's playing up. With the Ana. No, he ain't playing up with the Ana no more. The Ana is dead and done. And that is actually probably the worst pick you could have lost here if you are Mexico. Chobilux receives the sleep, and then the eternal sleep that comes with death. Talisman takes Chobilux out of the fight and is surging forward here for Puerto Rico as the cap comes through.
I mean, this is brutal. I mean, this is Puerto Rico saying, you know what? I'm going to meet you at your own game. I'm going in.
Yeah, having seen how quickly Mexico finished that map, you cannot afford to go anywhere near whatever breaks you have on this card for Puerto Rico.
Nope. I mean, this is going to be free card push, and especially with Papajo with a Primal Rage coming up and a Nano to boot. This should be a really systematic for Puerto Rico. They just have to, really marshal and make sure that they don't overcommit these ultimates going in.
And has a nice line through spots where the team are coming in, and the Dragon might not find the kills, but it splits the team. There's 3 picks on the board here for Puerto Rico. That's the 4th. They only lose Light Wolf here, and I don't think there's any chance of a recontest here. What a fast push.
I mean, you're going to look at Chobilux here. Yeah, they're going to have to recall because this is going to be the point. Oh, they get there at the last second.
0.8 meters. Castle is in, has the Primal Rage and stall this out a while longer. Receives the Pulse Bomb and didn't have the HP in the wherewithal to pop the Primal Rage. That's 2 down. Puerto Rico with the 2-man advantage. The rally rolling from Paulette as they themselves get rolled out. 5 minutes and 7 seconds remain here on the cap. C1 push through.
And look, I mean, Paulette invests the rally, and now you have the rally advantage. You're ahead in Nano. You've got dueling Primal Rages, but Anjo might be able to make this conversation a little bit more spicy with their Dragon Strike coming up.
And Helavolado unable to take early high ground control here due to Papa Joe being up in the high ground. But that is a nice opener for Mexico, who are currently staring down a phenomenal time bank, taking Light Wolf out of this. Whilst the rally was going, is a pretty great start. And now Castled and Papa Joe, both with the Primal Rage running. Castled looking significantly less healthy. Papa Joe makes the rotation around the left-hand side of the point here, back to the cart and back to the supports to get themselves healthy and back in this one. And Helavolado with sights, knows where the team is, knows where they want to rotate to, can jam this dragon down the waiting moors of Team Puerto Rico, right across the cart, splits the team. No kills on the back of it, but slows the roll here for Puerto Rico. It is all about how much time can we burn off the clock here.
3 ultimates into this fight for Puerto Rico. You're looking for a nano engage on Momo onto Castle. They need to get this up in a hurry.
When we're just about to get their own nano boost online as well here. Pulse Bomb out from Talisman, goes a little wide. The Dragon will make things significantly harder for the team here, but Castle's able to get in and take Ander out of the fight. We need a punch back here from Puerto Rico, or we need a quick retreat. Castle wasn't able to build up to the Primal Rage there with that nano, but has done some serious damage.
And they're over to the Sombra now, so you're looking to get onto Momo or Paulette or Castle to deny the value coming through. Pulse Bomb ready to go for Chobilux. This is going to be, I think, the make or break moment for Team Mexico in their defense.
It was momentarily Crouching Tiger hitting Chobilux, but they give away their position. Dive in, land the stick, and it's good night. Zulex, the dive in from Castle, deletes Light Wolf from the fight. And as we approach 3 minutes on the clock, it's looking like if Puerto Rico are going to complete this map, it's going to be with a slower time back.
Well, I mean, they invested heavily into that fight, and they get nothing for it. The Chobilux Pulse Bomb doing the damage, not only taking Zulex out, but enough damage on the Light Wolf that Castle is able to finish off the support squad. And I mean, that's just heartbreaking for Puerto Rico. But you know, there's still time. They can still complete the map.
Yeah, a completion here is a stay of execution. You don't necessarily need the bigger time bank if you can get a lot done in an OT push. But now, Mexico are really putting on a solid defense here. Puerto Rico really struggling to find the line in. And Puerto Rico is starting to make some changes to try and upset the apple carts. Sights from Angel Volado so that they can't be snuck on by Talisman or Ander. And it's Castled with the Primal. Papa Joe down at a sliver of HP, and he's slithering back to spawn as we speak. No tank means no fight. No bueno back to spawn for Puerto Rico.
Well, I mean, double DPS ultimates here for Team Mexico. You're looking at almost a 5-pack of ultimates for Puerto Rico. Anderp needs to generate this EMP with some frightening rapidity because they're just about a minute less than what Mexico has put up so far.
Anderp needs this EMP online as quickly as possible because the longer this goes on, the more Mexico have to rebut the Puerto Rico attack with. They are in fact now only down the Primal Rage. Puerto Rico will have the full stack of 5 here. We're about to hear the thunderous clacking of ults. But Mexico, with just that 2 committed, the Nano and the Pulse Bomb find both supports for Puerto Rico. Talisman gets 1, yeah, but it's too little too late here. 1 minute 23 on the clock for Puerto Rico.
Oh boy, this is the spaghetti starting to hit the floor for Puerto Rico, and I mean, I want to see where we go with this EMP. It's got to go onto the back line or on the Castle to get them the value they need. You need to get this cart rolling again.
Nano engage will be a good start here, or a good follow-up should Papa Joe find themselves unduly pressured at the start of the fight. But Anderp gets caught out again, so close to the EMP. You've got to have a quick reset here, but Mexico do not want to let you go. They want to get these kills and slow the roll right the way down. Zulex has the Nano, but did not have sight of Papa Joe. They're forced to pop the Primal to keep themselves healthy and in the fight here. A little bit more forward progress gain now for Puerto Rico, but they are starting to run out of tools. And needs this EMP to be the EMP of their career.
Tools available to Mexico right now. The Dragon Strike will make the point almost like lava. And I mean, you're looking at it. You're looking at the engage. You need to see the rotation right now.
Oh, that was a heck of a sleep. We saw Castle up onto the high ground to deal with Zulex and Papa Joe. The sleep comes through, and Papa Joe and Zulex are able to escape. With Puerto Rico, as they approach the point, are already looking a little battered and bruised here. And up in the back line with the pulse bomb, with the EMP rather, manages to dodge the shield bash, and Papa Joe finds Paula Rally running here. It's 0 seconds in the clock, but Puerto Rico on the cart, pushed right the way up. Nano boost over onto Castle. Papa Joe has no such luxury, has very little HP, and Castle, like a massive, angry guard dog, fights Puerto Rico away from the point, and Helvalado makes a swap over onto the Bastion here. So much harder for Papa Joe to stand their ground in the face of that incoming damage. A scant 4 meters away, and Castle is removed from the fight. The ante puts paid to Paulet's presence on the payload, and the round 2 is complete for Puerto Rico.
Whew, okay. I mean, it's 2 minutes 44 difference. So, I mean, you're going to have 3:44 for Team Mexico to match whatever Puerto Rico gets done. But we saw what happened with Puerto Rico on their attack. They took the first point by storm. So, can they replicate this? That's the big question right now. Otherwise, we're going to a map 3. We'll see how this actually goes down, because, I mean, you're not going to have a lot of time to build up ultimates here if you're Team Puerto Rico. Mexico is going to have at least 1 rotation of ultimates, if not 2, if it is required. So for Puerto Rico, I mean, good that they get it in. They get a minute to get as much as they can get done. But for Mexico, it's all about just giving the space where you need it, but winning the fight in the end. If I see a C9, I'm going to throw my headset.
I thought you were going to say, if I see a C9, I'm going to throw up. And given how egregious the last one we had here, I couldn't blame you for that one. Puerto Rico on their offense, opting straight into the Winston. No Diva this time. Let's see how far they can get. Again, watch these Hanzos. These are the decision makers here.
Well, we'll see Vision come out early. And, well, they know that the transporter is going to come through, the teleporter is going to come through. Yeah.
That was such a good predict from Momo, but Puerto Rico a little bit slower on the rotation through the TP means they dodge the anti-nade that comes through. But now Angel Velado has a beautiful line, an uncontested line into Puerto Rico as they look to aggress in towards the Mexico high ground.
I mean, early work. Oh, Angel Velado gets him!
And Papa Joe slept. That's going to be the kill. 30 seconds. Fast reset required here for Puerto Rico.
I mean, if I am Puerto Rico right now, I'm going for just immediate picks on everything. I don't know what else you can do here. You've got Ander, hasn't found a shot yet, and that's what opened up their initial attack. So maybe it's Zulex being able to get a Manti in, maybe not.
Castled Anti, need a bit more target focus to take them out of the fight, but the Anti expires. And the Mexico positioning maintains strong. Puerto Rico not close to any tools here, and it is D-Day here. We're into overtime. Cannot get off the point in a meaningful way here. And he comes in over the top there. That hits 3. Powell let down, but they trade out for Lightwolf. Papa Joe forced to retreat through the Mega Health Pack, playing on the right-hand side here. Still even Steven so far. Castled, antied, and down. Pulse bomb out, and it gets added up, and Papa Joe. Disaster has struck in the form of Talisman and the dreaded pulse bomb.
Chobi Lux, you mad man. What a pulse. My word. I mean, got it with about, what, I think they got it in 45 seconds, was just waiting. Like a hidden stranger with a very bad surprise, and just dropped it on their heads. And that was absolutely what Mexico needed here. 3:44 to get it 80, we'll get it, what, 39.07 meters? Yeah, come on. This should be pretty straightforward for Team Mexico. Puerto Rico, they have to come out with pick comps, and they've got to hold forever.
Puerto Rico have to make the sign of the cross and issue a prayer to our Lord and Savior Achilles for a fuller hold here. But 3 minutes, 44 seconds for 40 meters of ground is a big ask. And note that Puerto Rico are now here again on the Diva comp.
I mean, I don't hate it. Damage mitigation is going to be at a premium. You're looking to eat a lot of damage here if you're Papa Joe. Man, this is going to be a tough ask. 10 seconds left. And we've got some, we might have a little bit of a chicanery coming out here. No, Chobalix, okay, thank you for not doing that to me. But I mean, Papa Joe, I mean, the damage mitigation is going to be at a premium here. You've got to be aware of where the rotations are coming from.
Classically well telegraphed TP to the left-hand side, and it's castled down to the lower ground here, staging for the jump up onto the high ground. Maybe they wait for as long as possible before doing this to get the carts super close and force Puerto Rico down into their line of fire. But surges forward, yapping like a guard dog to try and take Castled out of the fight here. Takes a bit of damage, and it's up onto the high ground, but they are being surrounded here. So much damage going the way of Papa Joe.
They need to touch because they're about 5 meters away. Talisman is losing the 1v1.
Papa Joe gets on. Angel Velado back here looking for a pick. Double down, so defensive capacity somewhat diminished here for Mexico. Papa Joe burning through this defense matrix, needs to time it nicely with the arrows in from Angel Velado. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves a creep without a paddle fairly quickly. Anti onto Papa Joe expires here. Papa Joe significantly ahead with the charge on their ultimate here over Castle. But I'm looking at these Tracer Pulse Bombs. Trevilox lands the first, doesn't find the connect. Talisman closing in on theirs now as well as Trevilox continues to hunt here for a bruised target on the right-hand side. Talisman needs to open this one up, and there it is. Powlett down, but it is traded. Powlett for Lightwolf. Papa Joe out of the mech. Very little chance of securing the remech here. And Mexico just had the inevitable weight of history on their side here. Talisman may have been nanoed, but they were only a Tracer. And Billy, we're on our way to a third map.
I mean, Mexico fans right now cheering in the stands or in front of their PCs or in front of their TVs, wherever they're watching it at. But I mean, that was a great answer to what happened in Ilios, and Gibraltar was the perfect place for Team Mexico to go. I mean, even though we go to the extra innings, I mean, it was really never that much in doubt. So I think for Team Puerto Rico here, they need to go someplace that Papa Joe can thrive. And, you know, do we see Loopy come in possibly for Team Puerto Rico? Do we see Sopa come through for Team Mexico, or do we keep Powlett in? There's a lot of moving parts here that could change up. So, I mean, goodness gracious, this is what we needed. We needed this like final match of the online qualifiers. We're going to map 3, and in this match, whoever wins, they're going to Anaheim.
Like I said, script writers, phenomenal job here. Let's take a second to have a look at some of the replays coming through here, and just like phenomenal stuff from Castle. I feel like I have seen far more of Papa Joe in the games I've covered than I have of Castle, and it's a true delight to watch the performance here from Castle on this map. A truly standout performance for the group.
I'm just so impressed with. I mean, Hysteria is a great tank too, but I think for my value, I think Castle has really been getting it done.
Yeah, and Angel Velado as well. Again, far more familiar with Anderp and Talisman coming into this, but what a maestro on the Hanzo. Like, what a threat. Finding first picks every time, or at least sufficiently frequent times, that it really stymied Puerto Rico's push here.
I mean, why isn't Angel Velado on a contenders team, honestly? I mean, the aim is spectacular.
This is what we hope for, right? No one is being shellacked here. Everyone is giving as good as they get and showing why we should be getting more eyes on these players. And Angel Velado, just one of currently 10 in the lobby that should be looked at for further opportunities, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to throw Hysteria into that as well. I got to throw Loopy into that. Loopy is a fantastic hit scan as well. So I mean, this is fantastic. And, you know, I mentioned it in the first match that I casted with Puerto Rico last week, but Papa Joe is going to be graduating with his pilot's license.
Oh wow!
And we'll be putting that to pay the rest. I mean, this was his swan song to Overwatch, and wanted to represent his country at the last minute. So that pulse bomb was everything.
Can I just like, Anderp and Papa Joe both did the right thing there. It's just that they both did the right thing together at the wrong time. They both stood still. Like, there was movement available there, but they went, no, I'm not going to confuse things. I'm not going to move this pulse bomb towards anybody. And as a result, 2 died rather than 1. Yeah, difficult because that, again, was the right thing to do.
I mean, just fantastic work all around. Just having a fantastic series. I mean, it's on a knife's edge, Phil.
It really is. Down to the third map. You're going to Colosseo. And of course, this is Team Puerto Rico's pick. More than suspecting we're about to see some Papa Joe Reinhardt coming out here from Puerto Rico.
I mean, the Ramatra is good too. Papa Joe's Ramatra is pretty darn good too. So, oh boy. I mean, do we see Hysteria come in? Because I think that Castle Ramatra, if I remember back to the first Mexico match that I saw, and I think it was versus Guatemala, they had in White Room, the Nemesis form went up and Angel Velado dropped a Reaper, a Death Blossom, and got a 3K and then a 4th after it expired. And we saw the Moira jump off the map. But I mean, that was some serious synergy that really opened my eyes to this Team Mexico squad. The fact that they have this understanding of when to be aggressive and having, you know, the Nemesis. So nothing could happen to Angel Velado when the Nemesis was up. Castle was eating all that damage and just absolutely decimated. So I don't know. This is on a knife's edge. I cannot wait to see what these two compositions are going to come out as. I think that we see a Kiriko come out from both sides as well. Hopefully Palette has a good one because you're going to be watching Zulex feast with these antis that have been coming in all day long.
Yeah, in fact, both Momo and Zulex have been doing a phenomenal job here. Again, we run the risk of talking all the time about the much more kill feed focused heroes, be that the tank or the DPS, and forget that none of that is possible without supports. And the second your supports are gone, the entire team fight collapses around you. So that will be part of the watchword here for Zulex and Momo. Who's having the biggest impact on your chosen hero will dictate whether you are going to Anaheim for the Overwatch World Cup. So no pressure.
None. No pressure at all. I mean, can you imagine what the comms are like right now, Phil?
It's giving me an anxiety attack just thinking about it. Okay, 10 seconds to the start of the map. I buy this from Puerto Rico. I do not buy this from Mexico. Let's see what happens. Yeah, okay, over onto the Winston. So, Brawl Comp against a Sombra forward dive here. You should see Puerto Rico slightly quicker to the point.
You should. And you should also see a lot of front-end pressure from Puerto Rico. And I mean, once that Winston bubble is gone, everybody from Team Mexico is going to be at risk of being drilled in the head.
This starting to smell a little bit like San Francisco Shock in here. No team pushing forward just yet. Robot not unlocked, of course. No point just yet. Hopefully we don't see the 1 minute stall. No, okay, Mexico in and big on the back of an anti, but they weather the storm. Take a second, take a breather, hop back in, and start to pursue Castle, who's forced to leap out here. A line onto Powlett momentarily there for Anderp. No kills just yet, but Puerto Rico with somewhat solid footing in the back. The team for Mexico is split. They are currently focusing on the front line and the supports in the back. We are still waiting, Billy, for this first pick to come through. There it is, Powlett down. Papa Joe closes the gap with the hammer and smashes them out of the competition. A little bit of progress came for both teams so far, and the trade comes through as Zulex and Ander are both down here. To Castle, Papa Joe at low HP. might be able to back away here. Only has Light Wolf with them. Talisman down, and the brawl has not worked out here for Puerto Rico.
No, it has not. And both the DPS have just been waylaying the back line of Team Puerto Rico. This is going to have to cost. Yep, there's the changes coming through right now. Enderp is going to have to answer the Sombra. But you're so far behind in the economy. A full swap here for Puerto Rico. Papacho over to the Winston, and Enderp, like I said, onto the Sombra. So a 3 ultimate fight. And Paulette onto the Zenyatta. Wow. I remember seeing this in Calling All Heroes. This is a massive swap. Puerto Rico is going to have their head on the swivel.
I mean, Papajo automatically loses these 1v1s versus Castle should they find themselves in those position, because it's not really a 1v1 if you've got an Orb of Discord on you. Angel Velado finds and an EMP out so early here from Chobilux. No kills on the back end of that just yet, but Puerto Rico certainly looking a little bit battered here, and a lot of forward positioning game by Mexico.
I mean, I don't hate what I'm seeing here. And Velado, yeah, trying to get it done. With Pulse Bomb, but yeah, you're going to go down. Light Wolf's going to go down here.
Looking for the melee. Can't quite get that connect. Has to back out of that one, and it's Anna. Traded for Anna, but Castle gets the better of Papajo here. Mexico have thrown a lot at this, but they've not been able to hold on to their support. Puerto Rico still with a small player advantage here, but Castle looking to turn the tides, trying to find Anderp, and they force them out here. Even if Mexico loses, they've done such a good job of tying up resources from Puerto Rico.
Well, I mean, we're starting to see the trades come through now, and yep, Talisman is coming back online. I mean, they had some good moments there in Gibraltar, but now they have Ultimate Economy in their favor. Zulex with the Nano Engage should get them a lot of purchase on this progress.
And crucially, Mexico only at 48 meters could not get close to that cap onto the first point here on Coliseo. They should be back ready to contest with the Nano Engage. Zulex just about to have one of their own. Light Wolf with the rally rolling makes life a little bit harder for the Nanoboosted Castle to get anything done. They jump back in to find the sleeping Papajo on the low ground, forced to burn the Primal Rage to keep themselves alive. But between Papajo and Light Wolf, Paulette and Momo are removed from the fight, and no support is a lost fight here for Mexico.
I mean, what a turn there from Puerto Rico. They lose, the initial big fight. And now you're looking at Angel Velado. They've got a Pulse Bomb. They're closing in on that 48-meter mark. Chobilux is going to have to come up with a huge hack here.
On to Papajo. Bit of follow-up damage on the back end of it, but the Nano is there from Zulex to keep Papajo healthy, hale, and hardy to jump back into the back line. It's time to find some support. Paulette goes down. The hack will come through onto Papajo. They're low. They need to back out and get back into fighting fitness as Chobilux pulls the pin on the EMP and removes Zulex, Papajo from the fight. And so close to an equalization here from Puerto Rico, but Mexico slammed the brakes on.
Pulse Bomb and EMP coming up online for NP. NP got out there with just a sliver of their life, and they're still looking for the healing coming through. They do get it in the end, but now Pulse Bomb ready to go. You're looking at Paulette with this rally coming up to keep the team alive.
Talisman has the potential to play upset here if they can get into the back with this Pulse Bomb and once more remove Momo and or Paulette from the fight. There's the Pulse Bomb out. Looks like there was a nil point on that one for Puerto Rico. They've been able to intercept the bot before we move back past what Mexico had already encountered at the halfway point through the map here. And ults come online from Mexico. Nano Boost and Rally about to be ready. Committed from Momo onto Castle yet again. Papajo in the small room here. It's 3v1. Glowing Monkey on the right hand side there. They force Castle out and back to rejoin the supports, and Paulette pops the rally here. Starts to move forward as the Pulse Bomb connect, and Papajo is removed by ordnance from a small British lady. Angel Velado recalls out of that incoming damage. The EMP was big here from Anderp, and we're looking for the whole lot of damage. Already found Paulette. Momo under a lot of pressure here. Angel Velado forced to rotate around the right-hand side here. Looks for their opposite number, can't quite find it, and rotates out as Puerto Rico eke out the fight.
Oh, man. It wasn't really that expensive fight. The EMP followed by the rally keeps them up, and now you've got a Nano Engage here for Puerto Rico. Chobilux. They've had some pretty good EMPs so far. You need to see a big one here.
Zulex playing right the way back here, knows that they can bail out Papa Joe should they need to. Instead, Papa Joe returns to the team. The counter dive comes through. Zulex commits the nano, knows they may not be long for this world as the dive from Castle comes through. EMP already committed here, but Papa Joe is tying up resources, burning down HP bars from the sports on the high ground. Comes out of this with the Primal Rage to keep themselves in this fight that little while longer, but they've already lost Talisman. They've already lost Zulex. They don't want to connect. They don't want to commit, and they are still 2 meters away from equalizing.
Oh my goodness. The knife's edge right now is getting even sharper, even thinner, as we're looking now for Nano Engage coming in from Momo. They're going to have some staying power in this fight. Talisman needs to land the mother of all pulse bombs to turn this around.
Up onto the high ground comes Castle with the nano boost, and Chopperlux finds Lightwolf and under pressure here as well. Castle finds Talisman, and that's 1 support and 1 DPS off the table. It starts to get a little bit checkerboardy there on the right hand side of the kill feed as Mexico and Puerto Rico go blow for blow. Zulex down, Castle under duress, Papa Joe at risk of having to pop the primal rage here. Chopperlux forced to teleport out here, and Puerto Rico yet given a bit more time in the sun. They spotted Angel Volado, the hack was there, and they find themselves removed from the right as Puerto Rico come out of that with 3 ults to play with.
I mean, the rally is going to be huge here for both teams. Whoever gets to it first gets their team super excited. Big!
They need to chase Castle. They have to get this kill if they want to keep it going. Instead, Castle escapes, feeds over nearly 500 HP of ult charge to their supports. They've had to move back a little ways here, but Angel Volado closes in with yet another pulse bomb. Lightwolf's already down. There's the stick onto Papa Joe, who pops the primal, goes apes akimbo here, looking for value with the ultimate. Hasn't found it just yet, as Mexico take up the defensive posturing behind the barrier where Puerto Rico had pushed to. There are 2 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock here, and Puerto Rico just can't close that final 2-meter gap.
Yep, and we're looking at an EMP fight here as well. Castle is sleeping for their wares, and well, the pushback is good. I think that Mexico, I think they could rely on looking for this EMP, taking all the utility out of Puerto Rico and just closing it out.
There's the dive. Zulex and Lightwolf deleted, removed, null and void for supports on the sides of Puerto Rico as Mexico swarm the corpses of Puerto Rico and look to get this opening cap there at 55 meters and closing. No chance of the recontest, and just 100 seconds on the clock, Billy.
I mean, they're going to get to the scratch, and this is spelling absolute disaster for Team Puerto Rico. They're trying to marshal all their resources up. It's going to take 2 fights to get them to this 66-meter mark, and Castle has that instant reset of 1,000 HP when they get this. Pop this Primal Rage.
Talisman with the pulse, you can see them looking for somewhere to stick this. Once the support lands the stick and takes Paolo out of the fight. Mexico have already secured the forward spawn here, so they can afford to burn a lot of time in this fight and make life difficult for Puerto Rico. Castle comes in with a Fist of Fury, looks to get one of the side. It is one of the side, but one that has a translocator and gets back out of the fight. Bot's going to start moving back over towards the other side of the map, but Mexico move in to play spoiler.
EMP engage here for Anderp, and you've got to hold it as long as you can. You don't want to blow it fast.
Nano onto Castle, playing chicken with the health bar. Chopperlux gets into the back and deals with Zulex. Lightwolf down again here. And this is 30 seconds, Billy. This is Puerto Rico's group stage life on the line. This is their shot at Anaheim, at the Overwatch World Cup, and it may just be slipping through their fingers here.
Oh, no.
At the moment, the supports, Julo, come alive and take Papa Joe and Talisman out of the map. 16 seconds remain, and Mexico inch it towards victory.
Papa Joe's going to have to pop the Primal just to get the touch on the point and hopefully get a nano touch from Zulex, but you've got the answering rally coming from Mexico.
Primal Rage is going to be all important here. Papa Joe eats the ante, and it's into Primal Rage. Can he get anybody over the side? Has dealt with Momo for now. They need this fight win, and then they need another 3 or 4 fight wins. Puerto Rico are down Zulex. They did get the nano off, and Papa Joe is healthy, but in comes Castle, just a scant few charge points away from getting the ultimate online, but Talisman puts them in the dirt with the pulse bomb and the pulse pistols, and Puerto Rico have control of the bottom, start to inch it forwards.
Zulex swapped over to the Kiriko, so you're going to have the cleanse for any kind of a anti coming in. Also the swift step to get them back in there and make sure that they can go in with Papa Joe on these dives.
This is a big ask. This is a huge ask. Castled has the Primal Rage ready to go. Puerto Rico have nothing to answer with. They need quick and impactful kills, and they need them this second, and they need to be from them, not on them, as Mexico come in with the double blow, looking for the triple as the Primal Rage is committed from Castled, sends Papa Joe into the deep and down to their opposite number, and it's the end of the road for Puerto Rico, and on to Anaheim for Mexico.
Oh my goodness, that was everything that we could have possibly wanted in the final match of this 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers. Group A has been settled. All of your combatants come October have been settled, and L3 sits atop the last part of Group A here in third place. They guarantee their spot into Anaheim, and man, this was a hell of a fight.
This was, and you know, we've said this before on broadcast, we're relatively close with a couple of people from the Puerto Rican team. We know exactly how hard they're taking this loss, but we know just how euphoric this must feel for Team Mexico to come out with that third slot in the playoffs stage. But to wrap out the broadcast and the group stages one more time, let's bring in the wonderful effervescent Jet Set Jameson.
Oh, thank you. But man, what an amazing 3-map set out of Mexico and Puerto Rico. It was ultimately Mexico taking the victory there on Coliseo to secure their spot at BlizzCon. They now have a trip to Anaheim to look forward to, but this journey was absolutely insane. Puerto Rico starting it off strong on Ilios, getting the momentum going, but a huge moment on Gibraltar that you pointed out, Billy. We were expecting the D.Va to come out for that play, as we have done across Gibraltar, but no, they opened up with the Winston instead. Papa Joe thought it was going to be a D.Va face-off, and he had to swap off onto Winston, really shifting the momentum in favor of Team Mexico throughout all of that, burning a lot of time on the first phase of Gibraltar, leaving them with so little there at the end. And honestly, that was where the momentum shifted, I feel like, for Team Mexico. They had a better grasp of what was going on here. Once we went to Coliseo, another huge momentum shift, right? We saw, I believe, Papa Joe starting things off on that Reinhardt, but it was Castle stepping up with that Winston, forcing the swap off. And then from there, it was Puerto Rico playing from the back foot the entire time. Wholesale changes coming out across the board. We saw the, I believe, swap on over to the Sombra to match as well. And then ultimately, it just came down to just scraps. It was all heart being left out on the field here for the final fights. And it was an amazing finish there, but Castle really lived up to the hype. Honestly, his Winston was so stellar, being able to get the Primal Rage for that last fight, booping off Papa Joe thematically to finish it all off too, saying that he was the main tank that's going to be moving on. It was such an amazing set out of Mexico versus Puerto Rico, and I think everyone is just happy with what we saw today because it was such an amazing set. But guys, Phil, who do you think was the biggest contributor to the victory here for Mexico today?
Oh, well, you know, it's a team game and all 5 people are just as important as the everybody else on the team. But, I mean, what a standout day for Angel Velado. Like, across the Tracer and the Hanzo, just a truly, truly phenomenal performance. And a player that, if they've got the appetite to go and play in Tier 2 and Collegiate, and it's appropriate for them, would fit like an absolute dream in that scenario. Really, what a knockout day for them.
And honestly, I have to give it up to Chobilux as well, right? We sang so much praise for Hannah Velado, and deservedly so. But to be able to step back into that Tracer role for his squad once they went over to Gibraltar, put his faith in Angel Velado to hit those shots with the Hanzo was so important, and he was able to take those Tracer duels up against Talisman, who was playing lights out in this series as well. So again, just shout outs to Chobilux for really being able to put that on for us. But man, that was an amazing series. Mexico will be moving on, like we said, and we have a special interview with one of those players. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break while we get that set up, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with a little bit more Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Just before the break, we saw Team Mexico secure their spots in Anaheim, secure their spot at BlizzCon, and now we've got an interview with Paulette. Now, Paulette, congratulations. I don't want to take you away for too long from your celebrations with your team, but you guys just won a seat at BlizzCon. What's going through your mind right now?
Honestly speechless. We've been working so hard for the past like 4 months as a team, so I'm very happy that my work has paid off, and I'm glad my team did their best.
And it was such an amazing performance today out of all the members of Team Mexico. You guys had some interesting swaps today. When we went over to Gibraltar, Angel Velado picking up that Hanzo. Was that an intentional choice to bring in Angel Velado off that tracer roll into the Hanzo? And what was going through the thought process basically on how to play Gibraltar up against Puerto Rico?
Well, we were expecting the mirror match, so we just wanted to have Chovilux and Angel Velado on really comfortable picks for them. So we've been scrimming and practicing, having a hit scan on the line. So yep, that was pretty much what we have done for the past 4 months as well.
And with so much on the line, taking that first loss on, I believe, it was Ilios. How did you guys bounce back? What was the key to being able to get a lot of that momentum back, kind of wash off that loss and continue to play your game after Ilios?
Honestly, we were really stressed out and nervous at the beginning. So huge shout out to our coach who shook the nerves out and put us on the right track to win.
And throughout this entire group phase of Overwatch World Cup, there has been a large focus on trying to dive from our dive teams to get onto the back line. How were you and Momo really able to kind of alleviate some of that pressure? How did you guys play around such strong dive that came out through this group stage?
Well, we've been communicating properly and rotating our cooldowns and just making sure we can provide the value that our frontline needs while we can survive our best. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, it seems like you guys have had like a lot of experience, and I know that you have been competing for some time. Billy himself has been following you. He's a big fan of yours, and he was able to cast your games in Calling All Heroes. And speaking of Calling All Heroes, how has that tournament experience kind of helped you prepare for the Overwatch World Cup?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I come from playing Calling All Heroes earlier, so it really helped me warm up my mechanics and do my best today. And it has given me a taste of what competing professionally or on a high-end tournament does, or it feels like.
Yeah, and again, congratulations. You secured your spot. You guys are going to BlizzCon. I don't want to hold you up any longer, but since you did earn that spot at BlizzCon in the finals, basically, of Overwatch World Cup, do you have any special words for your countrymen, for all your teammates, everyone back home?
Well, I would like to thank everyone for cheering for us, all Latin America. They've been rooting for us, and I really appreciate that. And hopefully, professional teams can point their eye towards us and notice that Mexico got talent. We just gotta keep working and do our best. Also, huge shout out to my family and teammates that have really helped me throughout this process.
All right, thank you once again, Paulette. I'm gonna let you go and let you finally celebrate a well-deserved victory here. Team Mexico is moving on to BlizzCon. They will be in Anaheim in November for the important Overwatch World Cup main LAN stage. And for now, we're gonna go ahead and bring back Billy and Phil to break down all the action across the last 2 weeks here of the Overwatch World Cup. And guys, this has been a special journey for me, and I imagine for you as well, who have been here the entire time. I only came in, kind of tagged in for Ash there in the second week, but you guys have been doing such an amazing job. And as much as I like to say, you guys make it easy, you have to say on the other side, as casters, these players have been making it such an easy job when they put their hearts on the line. And there's been passion across the board. Billy, what has been one of your favorite moments here from Overwatch World Cup?
I mean, honestly, that interview just really struck a chord with me. And I got a little misty-eyed listening to how Calling All Heroes has helped Paulette get the big game experience. But I think seeing all the communities come together and cheer their teams on, not only here, but also in the APAC and the EMEC regions. I mean, this has brought all of us gamers together, and it's something so wonderful to see. And it feels like soccer or football World Cup. It's a beautiful thing. I think that the biggest thing for me across all of this is just the chance to see national pride and passion for your country come through on our screens.
And big takeaways from today's games, of course, Colombia securing a 2-0 victory up against Brazil means that they will be walking into BlizzCon as the first seed out of their group. Brazil knocked down to the second seed in what was such an amazing matchup. And of course, our final match of the day there, Mexico versus Puerto Rico. It was all up in the air. Whoever won would be moving on, but it was Mexico who had the medal to finish it all out strong and secure their ticket. Taking a look at the groups once again, in Group A, we do have 3 teams moving on to BlizzCon. That's USA, Canada, and Mexico. Like we saw in that last matchup, it was so fun to watch. Now, were these the 3 teams? I imagine USA, Canada, yes, but that big third spot, Phil, that was the big question mark at the beginning of the day.
It was, and it's why we've been building up towards this match as the thing to focus on over the course of the day. USA was always going to be the big boss of this group, right? And they've shown that by the fact that they can basically do whatever stupid quick play thing they feel like doing or a streamer asks them to do. But for the rest of the group, obviously a lot more up in the air. I think there's a world where Costa Rica, maybe if a few things went their way a little bit closer, we could have been seeing them fight for a 2-3 scoreline over Puerto Rico. And to sort of touch on points that Billy made here, watching this final match and knowing how much it means to not just the players but the communities behind the players and the region in general, to finally send a representative to one of the biggest events in the Overwatch competitive scene has been truly humbling and truly a pleasure to be a part of.
Here in in Group B, Colombia with the 5-0 scoreline, but that's not the complete tale of the tape because there were some extremely close matches. They were able to topple Brazil, who everyone favored in this match. We were waiting for this final match at the end of the week as well, but Colombia were able to prove that they had the stuff to come out on top. Brazil now sitting with that 4-1 scoreline. Throughout this, though, remember, there was only 2 spots available for Group B. So Chile, despite some amazing performances, really pushing Brazil and Colombia to the limit there, narrowly miss out with that 3-2. Still want to shout out the rest of our competitors as well. Peru, Argentina, Ecuador, all of these countries, all of these teams and players put on such a standout performance, entertaining us all throughout the last 2 weeks. And now, gentlemen, again, you say you're humbled to be able to cast these and bring these games to the people, but I was just so happy to be brought on for this show. And you guys made it so easy in help of preparation, everything like that. I was really nervous coming into this show, but you guys made it so great. So thank you so much for your help. Billy, I want to know, again, final feelings here. Like, BlizzCon is now just around the corner. That's what we're all waiting for. Like, who are you looking forward to seeing at BlizzCon?
I think I have to reserve a statement on that because I want to see how the groups are set up. It's going to be 16 teams. Groups of 4. Obviously, I don't know how they're going to make this count or how they're going to make this work with 2 regions, only four groups. So who gets the bias there as far as the number 1 seeds? But I'm very interested to see how the Americas face up against the APAC region. I think that's going to be where we see a lot of the upper end come out of the group stages. EMEC, I mean, Saudi Arabia, making a very strong case to say, you know what, we might be one of those teams that you don't want to face in the group stages, because with how they've been playing, it's been insane how much they've been getting done. And honestly, I want to see Mexico do well now, just because they proved that. I mean, it's like 1, 2, 3. You got USA, Canada, and Mexico. All 3 of us here in North America is going to be represented in BlizzCon and at the World Cup. So I can't wait. I cannot wait.
And Phil, I mean, again, all my time was just spent preparing for this one region, but I know all the casters have been watching basically everything, getting almost no sleep throughout these qualifiers here. But I want to know what your insights are when it comes to BlizzCon, the top 16 teams moving on. Who are you looking forward to seeing once we get there?
So, I mean, that's two different questions, because who I'm looking forward to seeing is different to what my expectations are. As we all know, Team UK came out as the top team in the region, beating, what's that other country called? France? I think they beat France to come out the top of that group. So I'm looking forward to see how far the Team UK can get. You know, if the accent hasn't given it away, I may have some biases. Ultimately, the kind of buried lead here is that sentiment in the community is everything else is a fight for second place behind Team South Korea. They have shown themselves to be very strong, but they are not infallible, and we have a long time between now and the next group stages, and what really decides what happens next is who can do the most amount of work in that time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. South Korea with 3 World Cup wins under their belt. Team USA, though, technically the reigning champions for 3 years, 4 years now. So we'll see who ends up breaking that tie. But I am so glad, again, to be here for Overwatch World Cup, to be back in Overwatch, to bring you guys all this action. It's been an amazing journey, but none of it would be possible without the viewers at home, with all the casters here. So I want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to Gompers, to Ash, who weren't able to join us for this second week, and also for Moxie and Dustin. Phil, Billy, you guys did an amazing job. And of course, our producers, observers, everyone at home, and you, the viewers, for making all this possible, for really giving the support behind it, because of course, we love the Overwatch World Cup. We want more support for other regions as well. We want to see contenders back in South America. That's going to do it for us, though. We will see you again in a few months' time. It's going to be BlizzCon. It was Mexico that was able to secure their spot today. So congratulations one last time to Team Mexico for taking that victory. But that will do it for us. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and have a good night.
People though. Into the Nemesis 4 and has found the Kariko on the opposite side. Novito's traded back one with a death loss and back towards the point. Enables Peru to find the kills necessary to sustain on the point.
That's amplification made because they're going to try and contest the payload. They do have ultimates. Dragon Strike comes through. The wall to stop the Deadeye. But the wall from Andrando is better. It stops the disengagement yet again. And Peru just keep pushing.
Susan, the kill was incredibly quick here. Neil and Niall both down. Brazil can do a little bit to hold on to the point here, but they need to buy enough time for Neil to get in, and it's not going to happen. The flip has come through here. It's 99 counts for Colombia, and they continue to find the frags. Almost certainly going to be the cap here on Ilias.
Yeah, Brazil now just left with Neil.
We can look at the numbers of faults online being fairly similar here for Colombia and Brazil. It's a disco repairing here for Colombia. The pulse bomb and the sound barrier. As speaking of pulse bombs and sound barriers, that's Mix V down to Ludwig as they find the second. Looks for the third here as they go toe-to-toe against Hug. Lands it with a bit of chin music, and down they go. And this is below the 1 minute marker here for Colombia. Brazil have
I'm throwing out to Rob with the problem. Just watch the decimate everybody.
Still a couple of shots away from having that fully on line. And Gatsby has... It don't matter what Gatsby swaps to. Beautiful direct. And the chase there to get Okuno as well. Oh, boy, Rob. What a nice big meaty one. Does a chunk of damage. Water throws in the blizzard over the top, and it's answered beautifully by Papo with the Transcenders. Bot still inching its way forward as they bow, finds Oracle. For now, Argentina just want to clamor and grasp onto the bot, but it slips through their greasy mitts in Chile.
Up here with Seeker being able to take them out of the fight.
Asterix goes in, it's the Nano on to Seeker, finds Marley almost casually, knocked his pain, splattered against the wall. Then Deniron goes in.
Battle coming up, but the play has to be huge.
Do like a good positioning, this is completely true. Noctis getting ready into the back, out comes the weed whacker, down goes Noctis Pain, and then Deniron to deflect, patience as all get out, sends bullets back in the way of Richie, and they're back, they force them out of the immortality field, and it's off out of the fights. To come back here from Mexico, Abajo and Talisman both down, and a momentarily opening here for the Mexican team. Puerto Rico will continue to try and fathom their way through this one, and comes in with a phenomenal EMP. 2 on the back of it. Supports down, tank barely making it.
Go aggressive with this Dragon Strike, because Anderford is still 20% off.
Dragon Strike out, has great vision, knows where the team is. It's the a double and hell of a Lano. Both supports down. Did see the Nano just come in here from Zulex on to Papa Joe, but Mexico have this pack full kills, and they need them right this second, and they need to be from them, not on them, as Mexico come in with the double blow, looking for the triple as the Primal Rage is committed from Castle, sends Papa Joe into the deep and down to their opposite number, and it's the end of the road for Puerto Rico, and on to Anaheim for Mexico.
Mexico basketball.